Good morning, Chatty House. I am right now learning Kyle Madsen's hatred for Little League World Series, which I did not know existed. Oh man, they're reviewing this. They're reviewing it. Is it a catch? Is it not? What's up, Warren? You up in here?
Warren is up in here.
Westside fan, Tyler.
Michigan got the belt today. Congratulations, Michigan.
Scooter.
It's not a catch. If the umpires call this a catch after review, I'm turning this stuff off.
Oh no.
And look at this guy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here goes coach taking it way too serious.
Thank you.
We've got the Little League World Series on, guys. It's one of my least favorite things that gets televised in sports. God, this is what it's all about.
What's up, Andrew? Bob Hachi? Miss Mac? Hello. Johnny G? Curtis? Very good to see everybody. Brian? David Jackson? David?
Good morning, Chatty House.
There's Joe. The voice of Joe. Jesus
oh my
Joe,
God.
right?
Hey, if he calls this an out, yeah, good. Good work, boys. Good work. And look at this guy. He's like, God, I hate this guy. I hate him. I hate him. I can't stand that guy.
I'm enjoying Kyle's disdain.
All right, you know what? Okay, you know what? Never mind. He redeemed himself. The villain arc was good. He accepted the explanation. I think he said, you know what? Hey, said, it was inconclusive. Sorry. And coach on, all right, fine.
Jesus Joe.
25 is a hoss, though. Good God.
Yeah, it's a big boy. The worst part is he's like a year away from like peaking physically.
You know what? You know what I can't deal with is the fact that these youths are doing the thing where they tuck their pants into their socks. It looks ridiculous. Yeah, it sure is. James is over there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. You guys didn't tell me the Little League World Series is starting.
We have worked together for almost 2 years.
Yeah.
2
years in a month.
Yeah, I know you're a sports fan pretty well at this point.
Yeah.
I did not know that you have a deep-seated hatred for Little League World Series.
Yeah, it's
I didn't know.
Yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know. Although that kid on first base has what I believe the youths call aura. The way he flipped his bat after he walked was really strong. No, I just can't. There's just certain things. First of all, this is not Little League World Series related. This is baseball style related.
Okay.
And Joe, you've played baseball more recently than I have, so I want your input here. The pants tucked into the socks looks ridiculous. Can we knock it off?
It's very strange.
I've seen major leaguers do this too. Like they get their pants hemmed like right above the knee, and then they pull the sock all the way up. It looks dumb as hell. You look ridiculous. Clean it up.
Yeah, I've never done that.
This kid at first base has it right now. The kid batting has it right now. The high socks, stoked. Love it. The striped socks.
Talking about.
It looks sick. Shout out to the pitcher's wearing stirrups. This is a really good baseball style situation here. Except for the pants tucked into socks. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's
completely outrageous.
This kid's on a pitch clock. My goodness, he's like rapid
That's a great play. That's a great play. He caught it. Oh my God. Blue, you got to let him make a play. This is ridiculous. Line drive to short. Shortstop gets down on the knee, backhands it, picks it up.
Oh, he's going to cry. He's crying.
He's going to cry. Why is he? No, bud.
Oh, no.
I went up it. No, you can't, buddy.
And all he has to do is flip it to second.
Yeah, you got to throw it there. See, this is twice now. This is poor preparation. See, this coach is out here. Now he's going to go talk to his kids. This is poor preparation by the coach. That's twice that his fielders have made what they thought was an out.
Yep.
And then didn't do anything with the ball after.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's really tough. Like, coach, that's on you. I'm not putting this on the 12-year-old. That's on coach.
Yeah.
It's situational awareness. You got to coach these kids up. It's just kind of a bit. Like,
Good morning.
good morning, everyone. I don't actually hate the Little League World Series.
Good morning, everyone.
What I do hate, there's two things I despise about the Little League World Series. It has nothing to do with the kids who are putting their hearts and souls into this. I think that's awesome. I think it's really cool, and I think the publicity they get from this is incredible. For most of them, for me, if I had gotten to do this, it would have been the highlight of my baseball career, without by bar none.
Oh yeah,
by
totally.
far. It's the coaches that take it. There's the coaches that are really cool. But then there's the coaches where you can tell their career fell short and this is how they're trying to make up for it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the worst. And then the umpiring's just abominable. It really takes me out of the game. You can't, you like I said, you're watching this kid, like that shortstop didn't catch that ball, and that's a great play. That's a great play, Fives. That a babe. Little tough one hop, scooped it, got to second base, got the out. And
wipe the tears from his eyes.
South Carolina goes into the bottom of the sixth, down 4-0. But I like, these kids are putting their hearts and souls into this.
Yep.
That kid didn't catch the line drive. He one-hopped it, and you saw him like fighting back tears because he didn't make the out. Like, that's how much this means to these kids.
Yeah.
And you've got up at the plate and a pitch 12 feet outside, and you've got umpires calling it a strike. Like, this does nothing for these kids and their development in baseball. Like, you should be teaching them about the strike zone and to be selective at what pitches they're swinging at. And instead, they have no idea. And I know that there's somebody listening to this on the radio on ESPN 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2. Good morning. Hello. Either listening to this, or maybe you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Maybe you're on one of the various apps, Audacy, iHeart, TuneIn. Those are all free. Maybe you're listening there, or maybe you're listening to the podcast, the James Hammond Kyle Madsen Show. However you're listening or watching, we appreciate you so much. You might be listening or watching and going, well, Kyle, they're volunteer umpires. What do you expect? No, I understand they're volunteer umpires. The Little League World Series, the Little League, the organization is probably making bank.
Oh, they're making tens of millions off of this.
So much money.
They have television rights.
So much money.
Yeah.
Off of this. Pay some umpires to come out and be good at this.
Should we be paying Little League athletes at the Little League World Series?
NIL for the kids.
That's right.
No, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But seriously, like, for the umpires, if you're going to put this type of production value into this, and if it's going to mean this much to these kids, like, there's college umpires, I'm sure, that aren't doing anything right now.
Yep.
Bring them out. Pay them a little bit.
I would love it. Like, Bobby here is sponsored by like Pokemon Go. Look at him get to first base. I wonder if he's thrown an egg.
I mean,
wild.
Seriously, dude. Here comes Bobby, who's today sponsored by Big O Tires.
There it is.
Head into your local Big O Tires and say, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, I should say. Whoops. Whatever.
All right.
We're back.
We are back. What's going on?
It's August 6th, which means it is day 31, and I'm so excited to debut this. And if you are on social media paying close attention, you heard this already. But I'm so excited to debut this. It is day 31 of
Kaminga Watch.
And I am so thrilled to say nothing happened. There's no news. There's no new reporting about deals. There's no new reporting about... I saw somebody say, hey, Kaminga posted that he's in Sacramento. The Kings got to get this done. And then I went and looked at his Instagram story. He is very much not in Sacramento.
No.
The place he was in is not Sac. No. I promise. But there's nothing going on day 31 of Kaminga Watch. And my suspicion that this is going to lead into late September. That's where I'm riding right now.
You're sticking with it?
You had some updates, though, on some of the minutia of this October 1st deadline that everybody's kind of working off of, because the reporting around this has been, well, October 1st, he has until October 1st to sign the qualifying offer. And then we've also mentioned, hey, the Warriors can pull the qualifying offer and make him an unrestricted free agent, but that's not necessarily the case anymore.
No.
Because the deadline for that was July 13th. So they can't pull the qualifying offer, but October 1 is not necessarily a hard deadline.
No, it's not. So according to Hoops Rumor, just going through this morning and kind of like reading up on this situation, October 1st is a deadline, but that's also, it can be mutually extended. Like they can push it back 2 weeks. They can push it back another 2 weeks. There is no limit on how many times they can push it out. Only that there is a hard deadline of March 1st that you have to actually sign the qualifying offer or not sign the qualifying offer by that point. And that's, again, if it's been negotiated multiple times to push the deadline back. So October 1st is not a real deadline either. So there really is no deadline, Kyle.
Yeah, because if Kuminga and the Warriors decide amongst themselves, you know what, October 1st, nothing done yet. Want to kick the can to October 15?
Yeah.
All right, fine. Hey, want to November 6th sound good? November 6th? Okay, yeah, we're going to move it back.
Well, now it is mutual, though. So,
right. They have to decide between themselves.
So if the Warriors say, hey, do you want to push this out to October 15th? And Kuminga's like, nope, I'm good. October 1, that's the date.
Right.
That could also happen.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that this thing is still like, it's in process. Like we had a podcast yesterday, the King Speed podcast with me and Sean and Brendan. And, you know, I think everyone has a different idea of what's going to happen here. But I think the prevailing thing is a lot of people are like, okay, they've just kind of moved on. Like this isn't going to happen right now. And I don't believe that to be the case. I still think there's a possibility this thing does get done. But
I think it wouldn't shock me if the Kings have moved on from the standpoint of this is as much as you're getting out of us.
Yeah.
We've negotiated. We've now included Malik Monk. We've now included this protected first. If you guys want to quibble with protections over a quick phone call before we get this done, cool. But until then, we'll talk to you.
Yeah. And
we've got vacations to take.
And you can even, like, again, it could be like, all right, you don't like it being lottery protected. Okay. How about a top 10 protected pick?
Sure. Right. You can
we'll move the protections up a couple of spots.
That you can sort out in a phone call before going, okay, great.
Let's do this.
Done.
Yeah.
I think the heavy lifting is probably over, at least from the Kings' perspective. If that's their best offer and that's what the Warriors are going to do, then they're going to have to do some additional movement on their sides. And we've heard, Buddy Hield, Moses Moody, they're going to have to move on from those guys to bring in that salary. But that's on Golden State to figure out. From the Kings' perspective, it's like, all right.
Yeah, I think that there is a possibility that this thing like just reignites out of nowhere and gets done.
Yeah. For sure.
I also think that it's very possible we're going to sit here the whole month of August, like having, Kuminga updates here and there. What do we got? We're going to do the drop again? No.
Oops. Well, we tried, but we turned it down because the explosion sound leaks out a little long.
Oh.
So
I'm going to say that.
There we go.
Charlie. Kuminga watch.
It will continue.
It's funny. We can officially blame Charlie because he was very clear that he's the one who chose the explosion.
No, no, honestly, no, this is on me. And I want to full transparency here on the Kuminga watch drop. I emailed Charlie yesterday and I said, hey, can I get the voice guy to say Kuminga watch with like an explosion sound at the end?
Yeah.
And the guy sent over a few different versions of him saying Kuminga watch. I think Charlie picked the right one. And then Charlie included the explosion sound. And he absolutely picked the right one. That was exactly what I was envisioning in my head. And when I saved it, I could have chopped the end of the sound off.
Oh, got it.
Like that's on me at that point.
All right.
And I did a bad job. When I listened to it, I'm like, oh, okay, that'll be fine. But as I listened to it here on the radio, it's like, it drags out a little long. Like this is like, listen to how long this drags out.
Kuminga watch.
Oh yeah, that does drag out.
Yeah. So it just, I thought when I listened to it this morning, I was like, oh, okay, no, sounds good. A little long. That's fine. I can just pot it down. We're good.
Yeah.
It's all good. So March 1, 2026, that's the last day a player can sign a qualifying offer. So if we're talking hard deadlines, that's it. Like league rule, March 1.
Yep.
So, and I think what you said about this could just turn on a dime at any point. And when we get, I don't think there's going to be another round of, hey, the Kings have now offered this and the Warriors are hemming and hawing, or the Warriors have rebuffed this offer and, oh, now the Heat are involved. I don't think we're going to get another round of that. I think everything that's out there is going to be out there. we might get the Warriors have upped their offer to Kuminga to 3 years and $68 million with no trade clause and a player option in the 3rd year or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something to try and get that done if that's really what they want to do, if that's how they want this to end. It's clear the Warriors are going to have to move some. I think that we might get that reporting coming out.
Yeah.
But I do think if the Kings make this trade for Jonathan Kuminga, I do think it's going to be one of those things where hopefully we're sitting here. Hopefully D'Lo and KC are sitting here. Ideally, it would happen during the handoff. And we're just going to get a Shams tweet that like, oh, this deal's done. Kuminga's signing 3 for 63 with a player option with the Kings.
Yep.
And the Warriors are getting back X, Y, and Z.
No, I think that like it's very possible that it's something just materializes out of nowhere. But again, I'm not holding my breath. We're not going to make bold predictions. We're just going to sit back and wait and see when it happens. There's still going to be plenty of information that comes out between now and whenever this deal gets done. I just don't think that there's a possibility that the Warriors, change their price as far as what they're offering Kuminga. Like,
right.
And for that matter, I don't think Jonathan Kuminga wants the Warriors to change their price. Like, I don't think he doesn't want to be there.
Correct.
And so that's the other aspect of this. Like, I think he's perfectly fine with, like if it were a 2-year deal that he could be traded with, like he might be willing to do that.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to be there either. He wants a new opportunity, and that's understandable. And I think everybody's kind of looking at this as like, hey, we would all like to have some sort of different opportunity, whether it's the Warriors, the Kuminga side, or the Kings side. And, whether you can figure that out or not, I don't know.
I don't either.
You're just not going to get true value for him.
Yeah, and I don't just on the news standpoint. Like I said, I don't think we're going to get another round of, the Kings have now offered this and the Warriors are considering it, or the Kings are now, the Warriors are now offering this and Kuminga's considering it. Like, I just think it's what you're saying. At some point, something's going to happen behind the scenes and this is just going to get done.
Yeah, I'm looking at, like, in the chat too. Lotus Prime says Kuminga isn't getting paid until he signs his qualifying offer, right? No, like the qualifying offer is the end all be all. Like if he signs a qualifying offer, negotiations over. He's playing for the qualifying offer.
Yep.
Like that's it. It's a done deal.
Yep.
It's like there's something else in the league that's like this. Like, oh, it's like when you sign an offer sheet with a team. They can you can no longer go back to the team that he currently plays for and work out a trade. Once the offer sheet is signed, it's over and done with. You either match the offer sheet or you decline the offer sheet and let the player go.
Yeah.
And so it's one of those hard like deadline things.
I'm so interested to see how all this stuff plays out with all the restricted free agents.
Yeah.
Just from a Cam Thomas and Josh Giddey and Quentin Grimes.
Yeah.
I think they all fall into the same bucket of player as Kuminga, where we like the upside, but there's this flaw.
Yeah. And I'm pro player when it comes to salary. Go get whatever money you can.
Totally.
But at the same time, like you feel bad for these guys. Like they really are being held hostage by restricted free agency.
Yep. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We have Raiders football tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. right here on ESPN 1320. We'll dive into training camps, preseason. We'll talk about this question that we've been kicking around forever. That's who's on the Kings Mount Rushmore. We'll dive into that as the Kings offseason rolls along here, plus some other news and notes you need to know from around the sports world over the next 2 hours. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil, Insiders, Jiffy Lube, 1320. Back in a minute. Oh, that batter that had aura is a lefty pitcher.
Oh, yep. There you go.
Oh, in South Carolina, 2 on, down 4-0, 1 out. This kid looks like he hits tanks.
Yeah. I kind of want to know what like his favorite actor is or whatever.
His favorite actor is definitely someone like Chris Pratt.
Yeah. Or Ryan Reynolds. Oh,
that's a base hit. That's a base hit. No, you got to hold him there. Good.
Oh.
No, that's good. He would have been host.
Let's see.
Oh man, this would be devastating for Florida.
Players they have options for paychecks. They can do like once a month, once every like 3 months, like there are options. Someone else asked another. Oh, Brian, the limited no trade clause, it doesn't really matter. It's not about where they can send him. It's that he loses his bird rights as soon as he's traded. That's the problem. So if he does not sign a 2-year deal, is guaranteed, he loses his bird rights on the backside. And that's not so. If he gets traded to another team, they have to pick up his option year, or like if he opts out or whatever, like he loses bird rights. So the next team can't sign him to a longer term deal either. Yeah. What percent of Fox's? I think most player contracts are like 3%. It might be more, but
It's a really good spot. I got a 1-2 pitch. Oh no, kid, that was it's tough.
4%.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Our boys from South Carolina hanging on by the skin of their teeth. They're still down 4-0, but they got the bases jacked with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th, which I think is the last inning.
Yeah, is it a
pretty sure
6-inning
it's
game or a
6
7-inning game?
Pretty sure it's 6.
Okay.
Judging by how the fans were, I think this is the last inning. Rooting hard for our kids from South Carolina.
Man,
Good
this
take.
kid at the plate, little dude.
Oh, this is the shortstop.
Oh, yeah.
Need him to come through. That's the other thing. That's the
Favorite
other thing that's
food is a hamburger.
yeah, salute. Hey, shout out. If you're 12 years old and your favorite food is anything other than like hamburgers or pizza,
Yeah,
I got a question.
that's true.
The other thing that's jarring about the Little League World Series, and this has nothing to do with what I like and don't like about it. It's just kind of a crazy thing. You got a good hack.
They did
But-
big hack.
The crazy thing for me is how many 12-year-olds there are that are like 6 feet tall and 210 pounds.
Yeah.
Some of these 12-year-olds, once you get to the actual Little League World Series, are just massive.
Yeah.
Like when I think 12 years old, I think, look at that kid. That kid could start at second base for the A's tonight.
He could shave.
Like it's
He
ridiculous.
might shave.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But then there's this kid in the box, very diminutive, very small. It's like, okay, that's what I imagine a 12-year-old.
Yeah, when I was a freshman in high school, I was 5 foot tall and weighed 95 pounds.
Right. Like that's
I was tiny.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's smaller, but like these kids that are this kid's 6'4". Like, I'm sorry, what?
He's out there throwing gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 8 inches from home plate by the time he releases the baseball.
Well, I think like if you
Oh.
played Little League, there's always that kid that, not only is like super tall and weight. Yeah. Like for us, it was Jason Weiss, like 6.
That sounds like
6'2".
a hoss. Yeah, that's a big boy name.
I think he was in the starting rotation for OU, like
Oh, nice.
College World Series.
Oklahoma?
Like yeah, he went on
Sick.
to like,
Oh yeah,
but he didn't continue after that.
sure.
And then I think now he's an attorney. But when you're in Little League and everyone talks about him and like, oh, the guy throws 90,
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
just throwing gas.
We
Yeah.
had a guy in our little league that was like that.
Mm-hmm.
His name was Logan Webb.
That's
It was. That was
awesome.
the guy.
That's awesome. It turned out okay for him.
Yeah,
Good
absolutely.
little ball player.
Yeah.
Whoa. So when I played travel ball, it was so funny. We would always play teams that I swear we were the only normal sized team. We didn't have anybody that was,
Yeah.
and then we'd go play these teams that the pitcher's 6'1" and the first baseman 6'5", and it's like, we are 14 years old. What are you all doing? It's in the water where you're from.
Hey, we played, I think it was Marysville in soccer this year. Their center back is 6'8". Yeah, like
In soccer,
in soccer.
brother, pick up a basketball. What are we doing?
It's lasers from midfield.
Acroshare's hiring, dude.
Like,
What
are we doing?
He is clearly going to be part of their team. This kid is working this count, man. He is battling. Oh,
Hey, this is a man.
yeah.
We'll keep you updated on Florida v. South Carolina in the Southeast Region Championship in the Little League World Series. Trying to punch their ticket to Omaha.
That's right. Somebody asked earlier what the standard agent commission is. And for my reading,
In
it's,
the NBA?
yeah, in the NBA.
Not
it's
for the Little League World Series.
4%.
Okay.
Yeah, for the NBA. So like the question was how
Man.
much of De'Aaron Fox's money is going out the door. Oh, he took the walk.
And did you see the pitcher's reaction? That was not a strike. That pitcher's going to start crying now because the ump called a ball on a pitch that was at the kid's shins and a 1.5 feet outside. Watch this. This is not close. This is not. Oh, okay. That's not a replay. Oh, that's the 6'1" kid. And he's just hitting nukes. Of course he is.
Oh, and now I think he's on his way to the plate.
Oh, man. No. Really? Oh, I thought he was. Did they not have an on deck circle? Because he was definitely in the dugout. Oh, he's at the plate now.
Oh, look,
Oh,
he's
we
so
might have
much
dropped.
taller than the
He is
dad.
enormous.
He is way taller than the dad.
My God. Why does he have veins in his forearms? He's 12.
His coach is like, what is happening?
Goodness
Oh,
me.
he's taller than the umpire.
Goodness me.
Uh-oh. This is what they were worried about.
Oh, this
right
is incredible.
here.
This is high drama in the Little League World Series.
Like, hat tip to the shortstop who was able to work
Oh,
a walk to get to their superstar with 2 outs and bases loaded.
Oh, they're intentionally walking a run in
Oh my gosh.
to make it 4-2. They're putting the tying run in scoring position.
Wait, this is turning into a really good game.
What are we doing here?
This is really interesting.
I get walking Barry Bonds with the bases loaded because,
Yeah.
like, hey, man, but come on.
But the kid is
You're gonna
taller
put the-
than
you're gonna put the-
everybody.
You're going to put the tying run on second?
Oh.
I'm
no,
rooting
this
so
kid's-
hard for number 18.
Yeah, so much pressure.
Yeah, I'm rooting so hard for this kid. We'll let you know how that at bat turns out.
That's right.
ESPN and the Red Zone channel. So ESPN, if you missed it, is buying NFL Network. They're acquiring the rights to
Yep.
NFL Network and all of NFL Network's various properties. And they're also picking up the lease on the NFL Network office, which is right across the street from SoFi Stadium.
Uh-huh.
Are you concerned that ESPN is going to do something other than stream the Red Zone channel?
I'm absolutely concerned that they're going to ruin Red Zone somehow.
How so? Because it would appear to me that the right move is to say, we've acquired this property, Scott Hansen, you're going to go cook on whatever app ESPN is trying to launch.
Well, that's going to be the problem. Like, I want Red Zone to be accessible, and it really should not be an additional $30. Because if you're buying the NFL package, it should go with the NFL package. But I don't know that that's going to be the case. So, let's be honest. Like, streaming platforms were not created equal. Like, half of them are horrible. Half of them, like, get lost in the weeds all the time. So I'm a little leery on it being like an individual product. Now, if it's part of my cable package and it's on one of their channels on Sunday for 9 hours, 8 hours straight, whatever, 6 hours straight, then I'm fine.
Oh my God.
He got it.
Oh my God, he got it.
He got it.
Oh, no way. Clear the bases. You got to send him. You got to send him. That's ball game.
What?
No way.
A 3-run double
No way.
wins it. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was incredible. Oh my goodness. I love the Little League World Series. So if you missed it, Florida up 4-0 going into the bottom of the last inning. They load the bases. Pitcher walks in a run to make it 4-1 with 2 outs.
Yep.
Then they intentionally walk the South Carolina Big Bopper.
The gigantic
the gigantic kid who hit one over a hill in an earlier round. And said, we're going to walk this kid to make it 4-2 with 2 outs and the bases loaded. And we're going to bring up number 18, who's just a run-of-the-mill 12-year-old, straight off the factory line. 12-year-old who probably plays a lot of Roblox.
5'3", 5'4".
Skibbity toilet fan for sure. And he pumps a double off the left field wall, clears the bases. South Carolina wins at 5-4 with 5 in the bottom of the 6th. That was incredible. Wow, I'm so glad we all shared that together.
There it is.
Oh, man. All right, Red Zone, back at it. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is over there. It is August 6th, which makes it day 31 of
Kaminga Watch.
And on the Jonathan Kaminga front, nothing is happening. So ESPN and Red Zone. So from what I understand, NFL Network had its own version of Red Zone that was hosted by Andrew Siciliano. Then there's the Red Zone that comes with your YouTube TV subscription.
Yeah.
When you, what is it, Sunday Ticket?
Yes.
When you get Sunday Ticket, you get the Scott Hansen version of Red Zone. Is what I under that might be reversed, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah. Scott Hansen. Yeah. That's the
so there's
that's
the
what
Andrew
you get
Siciliano
with
version.
Yep.
And there's a Scott Hansen version. I don't think that the Scott Hansen version will be messed with at all.
I hope not. I don't know, unless because that's what I thought that's the NFL's property. So I'm really hoping they don't mess with that at all. And I hope they don't hide it. And I hope that it's not like an additional fee to watch that.
Sure.
So that's the problem. Also,
NFL will continue to own and operate the channel. ESPN will distribute it to pay TV operators and have rights to the Red Zone brand.
Yeah. We'll see.
Roger Goodell stated that the core product of NFL Red Zone will not change and Scott Hansen will remain the host. It's just that your concern though is more accessibility.
Yeah. Like I love sitting there watching Red Zone channel with the volume up and then the secondary game with the volume off on 2 TVs.
But we know how this goes though. There's almost no chance that the NFL, that ESPN isn't, because they're trying to launch an everything app, right?
Yep.
That's why you'll notice ESPN Plus, where you used to have to pay to read articles on ESPN, is gone because they're trying to loop everything into this app version of ESPN Plus.
Okay.
And I would be stunned if they don't take Red Zone and put it exclusively there.
Yeah, and then force you to pay $30 a month for it.
Yeah, they might. There might be a carve out for Sunday Ticket.
Yeah.
Where if you have Sunday Ticket, you also get it.
Yeah, Sunday Ticket plus Red Zone.
Yeah. But my worry is exactly that. Like ESPN views this because there's a lot of people like you.
Yep.
There's a lot of people that go, this is how I consume football. This is not a secondary thing like, oh yeah, I have it on sometimes. No. This is how people watch the sport, because there's a lot of people who are tapped in. There's people with favorite teams and they're going to watch their favorite team's game, but there's people who tap in because of fantasy football. There's people who tap in because of betting, and they just want to know who's scoring the touchdowns. What are the big plays? And so they're going to watch this. And there are so many people where you say you're worried that ESPN is going to charge people X amount of dollars per month to access this thing that just has Red Zone on it.
Yep.
And they know that there's a lot of people that will pay for it just for Red Zone. They may not care about any of the other content that comes with it, but hey, you know what? During football season, I need my Red Zone fix.
Yeah. I think it's interesting too, because ESPN has had this product forever. Like this isn't new. They're going to relaunch their app-based system again.
Right.
But they've had it forever, because like watching European soccer, there on occasion a game is on ESPN Plus and I've got to go find it on the app.
Right.
So like I just hope that they're able to seamlessly tie it in and we're not stuck here like hoping it, like number one, trying to find it. Number two, like it's not part of your basic, like whatever television platform you're using.
Yeah.
So yeah. And pro tip out there for people who have children, you can get the NFL package for substantially less if you use your student's email, you can get it
Little
cleared.
student discount.
Yeah, student discount, but like I think it's $119 a year for NFL package.
Dang.
So substantial discount, which most platforms actually have a student discount, so people know.
Does that that's college students though, right?
It's called
Or
well,
does your youngest who's in high school, you can just throw in a Gmail
no,
and they verify
it has to be school
like a .edu.
Yeah, it's got to be a .edu.
But
I see.
I had a high school email. I had
You
like
did?
yeah, I did. Yeah. It wasn't at gmail.com. It was like a joseph.brazil at yada yada.
Yeah.
You don't want people to know where you went to high school.
You know.
Fair enough. Yeah, I get the reason the way I got Red Zone is through Fubo TV.
Oh yeah.
Because we have a deal with Gannett, which owns USA Today, which owns the NFL Wire sites that I write for. And so we get Fubo TV. And since there's people on this across all sports at Gannett, they just throw all the sports packages on our Fubo subscription. Mm-hmm. So I get Red Zone through that. I have no idea if that's going to be impacted here.
Okay.
But it's going to be devastating because I've gotten so used to that.
Oh, yeah.
I wake up. I know you've got your routine. You're up early because you're watching soccer.
Yeah, well, we watch soccer before.
Right.
We'll get a game in before.
I don't do that. I'm out on 6 a.m. But I'll get up, little coffee run in the morning, maybe a pastry, depending on the day. Get home. I turn on a pregame show, the NFL pregame, whether it's Fox, ESPN, whatever, just for the sound of it. I don't really care what any of those people has to say.
Yeah.
It's Jay Glazer does some good news breaking on there sometimes in terms of injury stuff, but I don't at this point care what Jimmy Johnson's got to say about the Bengals.
I don't either.
It's just cool. It's nice, but those guys are legends, and the music and the sounds and just Terry Bradshaw yapping is just an essential part of my Sunday.
I agree.
I don't give a damn what he's saying. But hearing Terry Bradshaw yap while I drink my coffee and I get prepped for work stuff, or I'm just doing stuff around the house, is like, yes, like this is healing my soul right now.
Yep.
And then I flip over and I turn on Red Zone when kickoff starts.
Yeah.
It's such a great little routine. And if I don't have that anymore, I'm going to be heartbroken. And I'm probably, don't tell ESPN, but I'm probably willing to pay for it.
Yep. I definitely, like, it's such a huge part of the football watching experience now, especially if you play fantasy football. And I really don't want to watch like Jags and I don't know,
Titans.
Jags Titans.
Sure.
But I have to because Kyle decided to draft a really stupid player that we didn't.
No, I didn't decide to draft that player. That's not what happened. James and I ran a fantasy team together last year, and we decided for the draft we were going to alternate picks. And so it was my turn to pick, and I was trying to do some quick research because there are different rankings out there, and the rankings that I look at are different than the Yahoo rankings. So I was going through and trying to find where's their value here. There's got to be value in this spot. And I just ran out of time, and Christian Kirk was just the next player up, and so he got auto-drafted to our team right as I was trying to draft. Was it Romeo Doubs?
Oh, yeah. I think it was.
Or it was one of the Packers receivers. No, it was Jaden Reed.
Yeah.
Right as I was trying to pick Jaden Reed, it auto-drafted Christian Kirk. I did not decide to draft Christian Kirk's.
Well, one way or another, I had to watch Red Zone hoping to see Christian Kirk pop
Do you know how much it sucked rooting for the Doug Peterson, Trevor Lawrence Jags last year? And then the Mac Jones Jags. Like, oh my God.
And we were like pot committed. We had all kinds of Jags players.
Did we?
Yeah, we had the rookie.
Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because at the end of the draft, I was like, we're just doing it.
Yeah.
He was good, though.
Yeah, he was.
He was rock solid. If we had Jaden Reed, it would have been a lot better.
We would have been better. I'm
excited to do that again this year, though. That was fun.
Yeah.
We're going to do more with, first of all, a couple fantasy football related notes for you. Faraz Siddiqui is going to start joining us every Friday at 11:20 a.m. the Friday after the season opener.
Okay.
So the season opener, I think, the Friday before. So it'll be August. I got dates here. August 29th. Faraz Siddiqui will start joining us every Friday
Sweet.
to answer your fantasy football questions. If you're not familiar with how we do Fantasy Friday, Faraz jumps in for a whole segment. He'll be here for 25 minutes. James and I will kick around the news with him.
Uh-huh.
If Christian McCaffrey's out, hey, what do you? How are you? Are you playing Isaac Guerrero this week, or are you playing a different running back you might have on your bench? Waiver wire stuff. But then we take your questions. You can hit us up at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can send us a tweet, and we try to get to everybody's fantasy football starts and sits, waiver wire pickups, etc. If you would like help, though, because maybe you're going, hey, my draft is before August 29th, we have some good news for you. Faraz can still help you. You can go to upperhandfantasy.com. He has his entire draft kit there. Extremely valuable.
Yep.
It is the thing. Anything that he would get to on the radio talking about in the draft, it's all that and more. Way more in depth, way more helpful than he would be answering a question real quick on our show. And then, do you remember what you could send him on Instagram to get his draft blueprint?
I've got it.
Please
Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, because he's got. It's like if you're in one league and you just need a real quick, like, hey, I want a blueprint for a draft. How should I prep? What's the word you DM him on Instagram?
You literally send him the word blueprint.
Blueprint. All one word.
And then he sends you like a response, and then you ask for him to send it over, and then he sends you a link.
Great.
And a blueprint.
Awesome.
On how to run your draft.
And that's at Upperhand Fantasy on Instagram.
Yeah, I went through it. It's really intriguing.
Awesome.
Like just a structural, how do you go about your draft?
Awesome. So Faraz will start joining us August 29th. If you want his help before then, at Upperhand Fantasy on Instagram, hit him up, hit blueprint, or send him a message that says blueprint, and he'll send you his blueprint, or you can buy his draft kit at upperhandfantasy.com. Salute to Faraz. Really excited to have him join us every Friday beginning August 29th. Somebody asked me an interesting 49ers question this morning, and I did not have a good answer for it. And I'm hoping we can decide on that answer together.
Okay.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil is there. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. That was electric.
That was spectacular.
Unbelievable stuff from our guys at South Carolina.
Yeah. Big shout out. I don't even know what the kid's name is, but that was awesome. Especially like what a pressure situation. And to just, I guess you can't play the fence. You should be playing to keep the ball in front of you. But, I think he was playing up a little bit, trying to not, concede 2 runs on a single. And the kid just, crushed it.
Oh, dude, I can't. I'm going to be in Hawaii for week 5, I think. And I'm so hyped because games start at 7 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
And games end at like 5:30.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, it's the best. Sunday football being over and still being able to like go out and not have to worry about football.
Yeah.
Is just tremendous.
And you'll be in Hawaii when you're going
right,
out.
and you're in Hawaii. Oh, bro, make a play. One.
Oh, wow.
No, don't go tag him. He didn't turn in. Don't do that.
Look how
he's set.
Look how big that kid at first base is.
Golly.
Yeah, and I mean that was slung by the shortstop. Look at him time it. Foosh.
Make a play, kid.
Take those glasses off.
God.
Take those glasses off.
You know you're going to have to buy the ESPN app in order to get Red Zone.
Yeah, that's what we're. Yeah, that's how it's going to go. I'm so confident in that.
And then probably 17 other packages.
Well, yeah, maybe you'll be able to bundle it with Disney Plus, and
I have no idea. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You'll have to buy Hulu Premiere.
I'm not going to complain about it until I know what I'm going to complain about.
It's Hulu Premiere.
Great. Can't wait. Can't wait.
They keep changing the name on it.
It's going to be elite.
I did find that I stopped watching Hulu because it got lost it's in the Disney bucket. And then I just don't go to their app anymore. And then it's like, oh man, I forgot about Hulu. So I went and found a show and bench watched it real quick. I'm like, all right. John Bull does complain about everything. That's why Kyle wants to punch you in the face, John Bull. John Bull, I don't think we have a character to buy this year for our Halloween front yard stuff. Any Kings player make it on the boat in the lake? No, I've never had a Kings player up on the boats. I did actually have a visitor yesterday. If you guys have followed me for any length of time, my partner at Cowbell Kingdom was John Santiago for years.
Oh, hell yeah.
And John Santiago came up last night and hung out, and we went for a tour around the lake. Hadn't seen John in a little while. John is a nomad. He lives all over the world at all times, doing remote work. So his latest thing, he's been in Colombia a lot of the last couple of years. You ever meet John?
I don't think so.
Okay. Good dude.
Heard a lot about him. Maui.
Office bingo is coming. What is this all about?
I don't know. Let's read it.
Oh, interesting.
Was that an email or a G chat? Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it.
Yeah. Exactly. Where in the world is John Santiago?
Oh, this is so fun.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're hanging out with you until noon. Hey, would it be out of pocket if I took it upon myself to clean out the office fridge?
Okay, so it's really funny you say that because
Thank
we were
you.
supposed to do it yesterday.
Okay.
But when we clean out the fridge, get this, right? Crazy idea. People get mad at us. Because it's normally Jackie and I clean the fridge out once a month.
It's disgusting in there.
I
You
know.
guys deserve medals for going in there.
We
It's
do it
gross.
once a month, dude.
I bring my lunch from home, not to brag. I bring my lunch a lot. And I eat yogurt in the morning. James and I single-handedly keeping the yogurt industry afloat in
Yes.
There you go.
in
Greek yogurt.
the US. We
Yep.
are just crushing Greek yogurt every morning. So hey, remind me to talk to the Johns about this.
Okay. That's true.
So I go in the fridge every morning to put my lunch in there, to get the yogurt out, to put the yogurt back.
Uh-huh.
It is the same. It's like a maze trying to find a place to put your stuff.
Yeah.
Not because we have so many people bringing lunch and it's like, oh my God, where do I put all my things? That giant red
Dude.
Tupperware from when Acrisure, the tall people, brought us cupcakes
Dude.
has been in there for like 2 months.
Oh no.
So
I am going to take it.
Yeah.
It's like, where's the cutoff where I can just grab that and toss it?
please feel free. But yeah, we normally clean it out about once a month, and we were going to do it yesterday, but we forgot to give everyone a full week's warning before we do it, because in the past when we've decided, you know what, it's disgusting in here and we clean stuff out,
Yeah.
some people get a little upset at that.
Which
I had a very strange thing here.
So we have it scheduled for Friday.
Oh.
I am cleaning the fridge out on Friday.
you
It's
guys
on my
just
calendar.
need to put, is it on everybody's calendar? Like set that as a I will do it if you want.
That'd be awesome. We do a Google chat normally, kind of like we just got.
Now that's fine. I would set it for like the second or third Friday of every month.
Yeah.
And just, hey man, here's this. We're doing this.
Yeah.
If you don't want stuff tossed, get it out.
Label it, take it out. Like,
Yeah, label it.
yeah.
So I had a
Sorry,
day
Jim,
where it
sorry.
was a Friday and I was like, hey, I'm going to run the dishwasher over the weekend.
Yep.
And when we get back. So I wandered around the office and grabbed all the cups on everyone's desks. So I'm like, look, the thing's almost full, but I might as well just go around and do a cleanup.
Mhm.
I only took Audacy stuff, not other stuff. So we have Audacy like
Like
pint
branded
glasses
mugs
and
glasses.
then mugs. So I just grabbed all that stuff. I, clean up, put it in there.
Sure.
Someone freaked out because I took the empty Audacy water glass off of their desk. Like, who stole my glass? It's like, it was empty. It was sitting on your desk. It's a dirty dish.
Mhm.
You're not supposed to have dishes at your desk anyways. And yeah, somebody freaked out and got all upset that I took their water glass that, of course, they hadn't been there for 4 days.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I could see it, like, if you're a little bit of a germaphobe, where you're like, you know what, this is the glass that I have claimed. I use this. I wash it. I trust myself. I don't want anyone else touching my stuff. Fine, but then convey that to the person. Be like, hey, you know what? I appreciate you, but next time, this is kind of my deal. I'm kind of a. Just do it like that. Don't be mad that somebody took a dirty dish off your desk.
Well,
That's
and
wild.
also,
What are we doing?
if you're gonna claim something like that, have it just be your own item, not Odyssey branded glass that it's you can just
1000%.
go grab out of the cupboard.
1000%. I have my own coffee mugs. I keep them in my
Yeah,
locker.
yeah. Like you got a
Oh, yeah.
hydro flask, like that's all you.
Yep, 1000%.
Not gonna
Oh, yeah, I'm
bet-
not
It's
I'm
easy
touching
work.
mess with that.
So-
the
so-
other stuff.
I'm just gonna start taking it upon myself that when somebody's rotted ass pear is just sitting in the fridge, and I've got to maneuver around it to put my stuff down, it's going in the trash, bro.
Dude, the stuff I see in that fridge,
Oh my god, it's so disgusting.
it gets really gross.
It's like you're ruining Tupperware.
That's
Oh
right.
yeah,
Whatever's in there is just heinous.
I throw Tupperware away
because
it's destroyed.
yeah, and it's like you see it every day. I know that veal piccata or whatever it is has been in there since May.
Oh,
Like, I know for a fact no one's eaten that. And do you know what the person who that belongs to is going to do if they realize, oh, my veal piccata is in there from May? They're going to grab it and they're going to go, ew. And they're going to toss it.
or
I
they
just-
won't. They'll
I-
just leave it because they don't want to.
Just
Anyone
so
to know it was
disgusting. Dude.
them.
It's so gross.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of places more disgusting than a work fridge that doesn't get cleaned out. It's like that episode of South Park where
there's-
Kyle's a hoarder. All the stuff in his locker. And he's like, this is a moldy sandwich with maggots on it. They're coming out and biting my hand, Kyle. He's like, well, I got to keep that. Ugh, it's disgusting. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to start throwing stuff away.
All right.
I'm the culture coder this month. I can do whatever I want.
Oh,
You're
Yeah,
the
not
what?
to brag. Not to brag.
really?
Yeah.
Are you gonna have the thing running on the?
Oh, you bet your
okay.
your bottom dollar.
There you go.
So wait, what are you?
It's our version of employee of the month.
Oh, I didn't know
It's a
that.
culture coder. It's the person. I don't know if I'm supposed to be making this public. But
I don't
whatever.
think you were.
Uh-oh. Well, people have said it to me, like out loud in the.
I already
in the
knew
kitchen.
because I saw a graphic being made.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey, that's a thing. But yeah, so
congratulations. by the
thank you,
way,
man.
Of
Thank you.
course.
yeah, and it's the person that codes, quote unquote codes, writes the office culture.
Oh, all
Or
right.
what we
and-
want it to be.
Okay, your first order of business is gonna be just
I'm-
cleaning out the fridge. That's
Dude, I cannot
awesome.
wait.
It's a great
I'm gonna
way to start.
I'm gonna get hyper fixated on that one day, and it's just gonna be curtains. It's gonna be
Friday,
night-night.
dude. We're cleaning it
I'm
Friday.
gonna pull the shelves out. I'm gonna Clorox wipe everything.
Oh, I've done that.
it's gonna
I've
be a
done that.
whole. It's gonna be a whole deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyways,
We need to do the employee of the month for you guys, like on the wall in here.
yeah, I'm gonna demand it as the culture coder.
Yeah.
People are like, that doesn't give you any power. What do you think this is? Hey, you feel old today. Why?
Oh,
You told me you feel
man.
old.
Yeah, David Robinson turned 60. Like, what?
Can I keep it a stack? This is probably going to make you upset in some way.
Okay.
If you had asked me off the rip, hey, how old is David Robinson? I'd have been like 71.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, like his hoops card, you don't like his hoops rookie card, like
Mhm.
88, 89. Like he doesn't look old at
No.
all.
Mm-mm.
And to hear that he's 60 is like, oh wow. Like I can't believe like first of all, he's been out of the league for like
Yeah.
probably 20 years,
Yeah.
20 something years. But yeah, just like shocking because he's never looked old and it's like, oh man, that's when you start looking at your heroes in a different way.
I kind of think David Robinson might be the most underrated player in NBA history.
You think so? I don't know.
Some of his numbers are just outrageous.
We won the scoring title the 1 year, but he scored 70 on the last day of the season to beat Shaq.
I know, but even okay, if he didn't, if it was 29.7 points a game,
Yeah.
rookie of the year, 6th in MVP voting, 3rd team All NBA, All Star, 2nd team All Defense in his first year in the NBA. And then he goes 3rd in MVP voting, 3rd in MVP voting, 6th, 2nd, 1st, 2nd. DPOY voting, he was 2nd, 1st, 2nd, 2nd, 4th, 4th. He was an all-star all those years. NBA, all NBA, 3rd, 1st, 1st, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 1st. All defense, 2nd, 1st, 1st, 2nd, 2nd, 1st, 1st.
Oh yeah.
Like he's putting up, what did he put up that year? 29.8 points, 10.7 boards, 4.8 assists, 1.7 steals, 3.3 blocks. Oh my God.
But he's lost in an era. This is the greatest center
It's
era
unbelievable.
in the sport.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, David Robinson is probably in that era the 3rd best center, maybe 4th.
Yeah. Hakeem, Shaq.
Hakeem, Shaq, Patrick Ewing,
Oh God.
Dikembe Mutombo. Dikembe Mutombo is probably the 8th best center in that era. Like there were so many good centers. Like every team, well, any legit team had a great center. But yeah, Alonzo Mourning. Man, there were so many good centers.
Wow.
Yeah.
2002, 2003 was his last year in the NBA. He was 37 years old that year, which is how old Steph Curry is right now.
Oh man.
Oh God. Man.
Yeah,
I'm struggling with this. I'm struggling with this. And it's just because guys who aren't even older than me, but players who I remember them entering the draft and I remember doing draft content about them in college, and they're now retiring and had long careers.
Oh yeah.
Like, I remember that guy getting drafted. Von Miller. We did multiple shows at Sac State student radio station about Von Miller and how, man, that if he falls to the 49ers, oh man, this guy's a stud. Talk about that all the time. Von Miller is old as hell now and signing on with the Bills and the Commanders, trying to win a ring at the end of his career.
Yeah.
Like I've been around for just Von Miller's whole career.
Yeah.
It
is wild when you're there. Like again, DeMarcus Cousins came into the league the first year I was covering the Kings.
Oh yeah.
And now he's been out of the league for how many years? Like 3 years. But to watch players come and go, their careers kind of span. Yeah, it's wild.
Man, time, am I right?
Yeah.
All right, that's James. I'm Kyle. Speaking of time, we got to step aside for a quick moment. And then when we come back, we'll answer this 49ers question that I got asked today that I don't know the answer to. And it's either a huge flaw for San Francisco or a huge strength. And we'll figure out which one it is. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. You're clear.
I'm just going through like the centers from that. Like Rick Schmitz was like not even a top 10 center. Maybe back end of the top 10. Man. Golden State didn't have a center. Seattle. They just wasted their money with guys like Jim McElvain. Vlade makes a haul, but not a top 10 center. Sabonis plays in that era. Mark Eaton blocking shots everywhere. Yeah, Hakeem was so good. Sean Bradley, look at that.
Sean Bradley, Space Jam legend.
Sean Bradley got in a bicycle accident and is paralyzed. Right. Mark Eaton got in a bike accident and passed away. Yeah.
Oh, this is the remote. Do you have a charger that I can plug this remote into
Yeah,
so I
right.
can use it for a moment? As the culture coder in this building, I pledge to get a remote that works in Studio 2. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Yeah.
There you go. Let's see.
So funny. That's the culture coder. Like, that doesn't mean anything. You don't get special privileges for this.
Yeah, John Bull, you're right. Morbid sense of, I don't want to say it's not even sense of humor, just morbid.
Oof. Very macabre.
Yeah, because I think I've covered 2 players that have passed away, at least.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the Insiders, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, hanging out with you until noon. Noon-ish. We're hanging out with you until a little bit after noon because D'Lo and KC, they come in for the handoff around 11:45, and that usually takes us past the noon o'clock hour.
Yeah.
So we're hanging out with you until sometime after noon. Hell yeah. I got asked today. Not randomly. I don't want to, I want to make this very clear. I'm not doing the radio thing where I want to talk about a thing so I pretend that somebody asked me about it.
Okay.
I got asked in our Slack group chat as part of a group, hey, what is your team's biggest need?
A true inquiry.
An actual inquiry. I'm not making this up so I can talk about this thing, which I'm not above doing.
Or putting it in tears.
I have. So it's theater of the mind. What do you want from me? So I got this Slack message that said, hey, everybody, what's your team's biggest need right now? And usually with stuff like that, pre-draft, for example,
Yep.
The 49ers that have been defensive end, number 1, right? It's top of the list.
Yeah.
No question. If you want to quibble and say defensive tackle, offensive tackle, fine. But for me, it's defensive end. And then the stuff behind it. I don't know what the 49ers' biggest need is right now. And I think it's a bad thing. It's not, wow, hey, their biggest need is third linebacker because, man, they're just so loaded. I wrote wide receiver.
That would be my first thing that pops into my head.
They just can't keep anyone healthy.
Yeah.
Which is a huge problem. So that was the direction I went. And I think it's the right answer.
I think so too.
But after that, I started like, okay, they could use offensive linemen.
Yeah.
They could definitely use some, because I went through and I wrote out a 53-man roster projection after their first week of practice and just tried to kind of get a lay of the land of where things kind of sit with the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
And man, you go down the receiving corps, it's like, oh. And then you go down the offensive line, it's like, oh. And then you go down the defensive line, and you can make an argument the defensive line is still a huge need for them, but they filled it out with draft picks that they're going to let kind of play things out. So I left that one off. But then, like, you get to linebacker, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but it is Fred Warner, and then, I don't know. D. Winters having a nice OTAs. He's had a nice training camp, but can he play in an NFL game? Couldn't last year.
Yep.
Was not an effective player last year, but it looks like he's going to start this year. So maybe it's that. I think there are so many question marks that I don't know. You and I are on a consensus that it's wide receiver, though. Like, we're both in that camp that if they could add one, they get to add one really good player at any position.
Oh, it would definitely be, for me, it would be wide receiver.
Because
Although,
of the injuries?
Yeah, well, because of the injuries, because Ayuk, I don't know when Ayuk is going to be functional. Juwan Jennings has a calf injury, and like realistically is like a glorified like super number 3 wide receiver, turn number 2, turn number
Mhm.
1. I'm
point.
not sure about Pearsall at all and his ability to stay healthy.
Mhm.
They've got other young guys that they've drafted. They keep like signing randos off, the street
Sure.
to play. Like it just feels like that's the position where the room is just not. It doesn't have the top tier talent that it once had. At least not right now.
One, I think this is kind of what you were alluding to here, but even if they were fully healthy,
Yep.
even if Brandon Ayuk was out there and Ricky Pearsall was out there and Juwan Jennings was out there, I think you could still make an argument like, could use some depth there. And I say fully healthy. I'm not going to take Brandon Ayuk's knee injury away, but even if Brandon Ayuk was working his way back, I think you'd still look and go, man, they could probably use another receiver. I think even more than an offensive lineman.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if we're talking about like future, what is it that you need for the future?
Oh man,
I'm pointing at the offensive line.
I think going into this draft, that's going to be, barring a disaster at any other position, I think it's going to be really clear going into this draft, the 49ers need to address their offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's center with Jake Brendel. Maybe it's offensive tackle, depending on how Colton McKivitz is playing. Although he improved last year, and there's all these stories coming out now about how he wants to be a Pro Bowler and he worked so hard to get him better in the best shape of his life and all that. Best shape of his life season. So I'm not ready to crown him just yet as their future starting right tackle for the next decade. But I in finding some optimism, Ricky Pearsall has been outstanding in camp
Since he got there.
every single day. It's Ricky Pearsall caught all 5 of his targets today. Ricky Pearsall was open all day on deep crossing routes. And it seems that the routes he's most effective at, and this is according to ESPN's Nick Wagner, taking from his notes yesterday, because I was not there, I was here.
Yep.
It sounds like Ricky Pearsall, you remember those intermediate crossing routes?
Yep.
That Brock Purdy just tore up in 2023?
The Ayuk route.
Yes.
Yeah.
That deep crosser where you're going, he makes the catch and has a bunch of room to run after, and you're going, how's he open?
20 to 30 yard chunks.
Yep.
And it opens a space.
Every time.
Yep.
It seems that that's his go-to route, and it's the one that Brock Purdy is really good at throwing.
Mm-hmm.
So those out routes, but those over the middle, intermediate to deep crossers are Brock's bag, and it appears it's also Ricky Pearsall's bag. So I am getting more and more optimistic about Ricky Pearsall by the day, because I did have questions like, A, can he stay healthy? You're right. That's priority number 1.
Yep.
But then priority number 2 is he good? He flashed last year, but he had 4 games out of 11 where he was good. And then there were like 7 games where he was non-existent.
Yeah.
So I'm leaning more away from the is he good thing, because I think he is. I think he can play. But I continue to have very, very serious questions about, is he going to be able to stay on the field?
Well, that's always going to be the problem.
Yeah.
And I think, durability, availability is, one of the best abilities there are.
Mm-hmm.
And, for a player like him who is like, it's been hit and miss.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's missed so much of camp his first 2 years, and you're just waiting for him to actually like have that stretch where it's like, hey man, you probably need to play 15, 16 games this season.
Well, it's about consistency, right?
Yeah.
And performing consistently. And he has in camp. And that's all we've got right now. So it's the health thing that you're not going to be able to prove it until you do it.
Yeah.
You can't go, wow, he had a great training camp. He is going to stay healthy. You don't know.
Well, I think the Niners did do like a lot of really good work. I mean, like addressing the defensive line, not only by getting like a budget deal done to bring in Huff, right?
Yeah,
but also their top 3 picks, right?
Not their top 3, but 3 of their first
5 or whatever. Yeah. But addressing that position,
mm-hmm.
like, okay, you understood the sense of urgency. I just don't understand how they don't understand the sense of urgency on the offensive line. To me, that's been the one. It's like, okay, if McKivitz is going to have like the greatest season of his career, that's fine. But you're the center position, the guard position, you're still looking at guys. They found one guard last year that, looks like a stud in Pooney, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So you've got that, but you don't even have a long-term replacement for 36-year-old Trent Williams.
Yeah.
So yeah, it could get a little dicey there at that position really quick.
Yeah, I think if it looks like Michael Williams can really play, their first round pick.
Yeah.
Drawing rave reviews. Okay, that's good news. Alfred Collins is enormous and still trying to learn how to play in a league where he can't just move people because the other people are also going to be big and strong.
Yeah.
So he's still learning how to play, but it sounds like CJ West, one of their other defensive linemen, can really go. And then the other one is their third round pick, Upton Stout, who they took with the 100th overall pick. Go find your favorite beat writer's practice recap, and Upton Stout is doing something good.
Yeah.
And we've got Kyle Shanahan talking about how he just knows how to be a pro. He stepped in day one. He's showing up early already to watch old film, and he's talking to K'Wan Williams, who used to play nickel in Robert Saleh's scheme, trying to get the nuances from a guy who's played the position. I think if Michael Williams can play, if Upton Stout can play, and I'm talking like quality starter, Pro Bowl caliber starter, and if Alfred Collins can at least be a rotational guy, and if CJ West is starting or is a good rotational player, then I have a really hard time being like, wow, they messed up not going offensive line.
No, I get that.
But
you had a lot of picks, and it seems like you could have found a way to sneak in like an upgrade at the center or guard position, especially the center position. There were like the top center on the board was there forever.
But that's it. They love Jake Brendel. They're big. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch would tell anybody with ears how good Jake Brendel is.
Yeah.
So they know more about football than I do.
They do.
Yep. So
me too.
I don't see it, but I get, if that's their process, I get it. I worry about the process though.
Yeah.
Did you see this other thing from camp yesterday that George Kittle said he considered retirement because the NFL banned smelling salts?
Yeah, that's wild.
So check this out. If you missed it, here's George Kittle. It was a Fred Warner interview with generic NFL Network guy A, whose name I forget. What is this guy's name?
I don't know.
I don't know either. He's another Tom Pelissero, Ian Rappaport variant. All of Jesse Palmer. All those guys just kind of look vaguely similar. That's what this guy looks like.
Okay.
And then he's with David Carr, and they're interviewing Fred Warner. And then George Kittle crashes the set and broke some news about the NFL banning smelling salts, and also said he's considering retirement because of it. Here you go.
And as long as we have 85 on the opposite side, we were always going to have a chance. You know what I'm saying? And
just right there.
Buddy, I didn't even know he was there.
Good.
I was just letting Fred finish.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
great.
appreciate that.
Yeah, get out of here, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah, this is the linebacker time.
Smokes.
Worse.
Now it's a 4-shot. That's right. We can pan out. Look at us.
Wow,
We can get everybody
that's
in.
not a bad looking
sorry for
picture right there.
interrupting.
Look at that.
Everybody's in now.
Yeah. But yeah, man. I mean, the goal, of course, is being in Levi's. Beginning of 2026. That's always the goal.
Sure. And George, hello, friend.
Sure.
How are you?
I honestly just came up here to air a grievance.
Oh,
Our team got a memo today that smelling salts and ammonia packets were made illegal in the NFL,
wow.
and I've been distraught all day.
Okay.
Illegal?
He even said that he's not practicing anymore.
I considered retirement.
Yeah. So they gotta go ahead and bring that back for George Kittle. If
Yeah,
you're hearing
so
this,
we got to figure
Mr.
out
Goodell.
a middle ground here, guys.
Yeah.
Somebody help me out. Somebody come up with a good idea.
Send
Fred,
an
it's
email.
on you.
Airing of grievances.
Yeah, that's all I had to get out there. I'll get that off.
Is it
Yeah.
before every drive is a
I'm an every guy. I'm an every drive guy.
I've seen
Every
guys
down.
like that.
I'm an every drive
In
guy.
between every play, he
No,
keeps
that's
one
too
in
much.
his sock
That's
that pulls out the
that's
sock.
way too much.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like the energy's still out here, though. I mean,
No, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, that's enough. I don't care anymore. So the NFL did, in fact, ban smelling salts.
That's crazy.
Which
That's
you
Rhett Lewis. Just so you
Rhett
know.
Lewis, that's
Rhett
it.
Lewis
I knew it was some.
Kleinschmidt is his last name. He actually just shortens it. It's Rhett Lewis Kleinschmidt.
So Lewis is the middle name, or is it Lewis hyphen Kleinschmidt?
No, it's not hyphen. Like he goes by Rhett Lewis, but his real name is Rhett Lewis Kleinschmidt.
So he goes by first name, middle name.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to start doing that.
Uh-oh. What's your middle name?
Welcome into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's Joe Brazeau behind the glass. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Anthony, and we are talking about Fred Warner George Kittle nearly retiring. No, he didn't actually. I doubt he actually considered retirement, but it's really interesting because Mike Garafolo from NFL Media posted the memo that was sent out to players. George Kittle also broke that news. That was not out there until George Kittle mentioned it. I'm just going to read directly from the beginning of this. In 2024, the FDA issued a warning to companies that produce commercially available ammonia inhalants, as well as to consumers about the purchase and use of ammonia inhalants regarding the lack of evidence supporting the safety or efficacy of AIs, ammonia inhalants, marketed for improving mental alertness or boosting energy. The FDA noted potential negative effects from AI ammonia inhalants use. AIs also have the potential to mask certain neurological signs and symptoms, including some potential signs of concussion. As a result, the NFL Head, Neck, and Spine Committee recommended prohibiting the use of AIs for any purpose during play in the NFL. So the NFL has now banned ammonia inhalants, smelling salts, etc.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I think here in Sacramento, we all have seen Doug Christie.
Oh, just ripping him on the side.
Yeah, he has like a little jar that he uses to kind of wake him up, which is interesting. But I didn't consider the concussion situation.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah, because it does make sense.
This is my issue with this. I don't mind the explanation. They're ostensibly saying like, hey, there's no proof that there's actual benefit here.
Yeah.
And there is some proof that you can hide concussion symptoms with this. So we're going to ban this, which is fine. I like that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Player safety issue, ostensibly. My beef with this is that the NFL is going to do this, and then we're going to get an 18th game.
Yeah.
I don't.
We care so much about the player safety
of this faux concern about player safety.
Yeah.
I appreciate that they're doing things to try and cut down on concussions, and they're changing the way teams are allowed to practice. They're trying to change the kickoff rules to make things safer. Like, I get it. Cool. That's great. They're trying to legislate out helmet to helmet hits. That's all great. But the problem is that it's all superficial. The only reason the NFL is doing that is because there was public pressure. But like, hey, guys are getting concussions and CTE and then dying young and taking their own lives because of brain injuries they sustained while playing in the NFL. That's just bad PR. If the NFL really gave a damn about player safety, we wouldn't be talking about an 18th game. They wouldn't even be playing a 17th game.
Yeah. But
everybody knows it is the most open, quote unquote, secret that at the next CBA, 18 games is not only on the table, but it's a thing that the owners are going to be like, here's what we're doing. What do you guys want now?
Yeah. It's their chip. It's what they want.
And they're going to get it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, players get paid buku bucks. I get, like, I am fully understanding, but this NFL is going to ban smelling salts because, hey, you might be able to hide a concussion, but also, hey, go play another game for us, please.
Well, I mean, like, what did we think that they were using the smelling salts for? I mean, literally, that's what it's like. If someone gets knocked out, like you break open the smelling salt, the ammonia in front of their nose, and like, whoa, wakes them up.
Right.
So, yeah, it does make sense that that's exactly what it's doing. It's like, and it could mask things for sure.
I definitely think there are players because Kittle says in there, we gotta step aside for a moment. We'll keep talking about this and the NFL faking the funk on faking the funk. That is not a thing I say.
There you go.
It should be.
What in the world?
What did he just say?
I've never said that in my life.
That was cool. I liked it. That was a good one.
What in the world?
That's
Get
funny.
me out of here. We're CSPN 1320. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
I'm gonna go get a half a cup of coffee.
Okay. Good luck. Joe, did you text me? Oh, great.
I also sent you guys something. I think it was on Sunday. You should check it out in the group chat. It was on Saturday. It's really cool.
Sorry, I've got a lot of text to scroll through. I'm super popular. Hang on.
Well, it's in the insiders chat, but you don't need to check it out if you're busy or something.
Friday?
Just go to the insiders chat. It's right above what I just sent.
Oh, sorry. I thought you texted me, just you and me on that. I didn't realize that was in the chat. Oh, I have not seen this.
Check it out when you get it is quite a long watch, and it actually is interactive, but it's cool, dude. It's
Okay.
really cool.
Sick. Will do.
I don't know if anyone in the chat saw the Sacramento Kings experience. That's what I'm referencing. It's like a YouTube series, sort of, where the dude breaks down everything. He lays the foundation of the Sacramento Kings, or just the whole organization, and then he puts you in the shoes of making the draft picks to see if you could have done a better job. It's very interesting. Yeah, Zabo knows what I'm talking about.
And I'm back.
Dude,
What's up, everybody.
There's nothing to talk about with the Giants right now. Really, just not much. We're playing right now, and Encarnacion just hit another home run. So, that's 2 in 2 games since he's been back.
Dude, spoilers.
If you don't mind, hit the thumbs up for us.
What, spoilers on
no,
the
wait.
Giants game?
Never mind. Casey Schmidt is at the plate.
Oh, this was a while ago.
Oh, okay.
This was like the second inning.
Oh, here we go. Candlestick Chronicles Hazy IPA is back at Cooper's Brewing. Let's go.
Oh, dude, I gotta try that.
Come on. Yeah, you do.
on.
I'll bring you some.
Okay. Do they can it too?
Yeah.
Oh, no way. With the logo and everything, huh?
Dog.
Oh, dude.
I have cans behind me when I podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Salute.
dude, I absolutely need that. That's fire.
Might have to buy some Pumas. I need you to answer that.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Now, it's a great question by Johnny G. Ham, when you go out on your boat, do you wear a captain's hat?
Okay, so I have...
It's a yes or no question, James.
The answer is typically no, but I do have a flat build hat that says Captain Awesome that, like, for big events I might wear. And then on top of that, like, if you go to Yacht Rock, you have to have a captain's hat. So, like, do we have captain's hats in the house? Yes, but not that I wear out on a
You
boat.
have to wear a captain's hat?
Oh man, you got to do the Yacht Rock thing.
I don't think I want to do this.
It's so much fun. It's ridiculously silly, but it is a lot of fun. That's a good night out.
If I have to wear a captain's hat, if it's a requirement for entry that I wear a captain's hat, I'm not going.
It's not a requirement, but when you get there and every other person is wearing one, you'll be like, okay, I probably should have worn the captain's hat.
Nah.
Oh, come on.
It's a
Nah.
good time.
I'm wearing the hat.
So you have a flat, like a snapback that says Captain Awesome?
Yeah.
That doesn't count as a captain's hat.
No. But I do have a captain's hat.
I
It might
actually
even
have
be a
But
one
you don't
too.
wear it on
hat
the boat.
in the trunk. No.
Got it.
No.
All right.
No, I don't drive.
Okay.
I don't drive like a yacht. Like,
We've been watching a lot of Below Deck.
and if I
Captain Lee does not wear a captain's hat. by
and
the
if
way.
I did drive if I did have a yacht, I'm not going to be the captain of the yacht. No. Like
Yeah,
if
you gotta
it's-
work your way up to that. You're
yeah,
gonna be like
if
like a deckhand.
well, no, like if somehow
On
there's
your
a
own
way
yacht.
that I got wealthy enough to own a yacht,
All right,
like
you're gonna hire a crew.
yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
going to be wearing a captain's hat. That would be disrespectful to the captain.
He's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. Is what?
The chat is ridiculous.
I know
which
it is.
Yeah.
No, that's why we love them. The handoff of D'Lo and KC coming up in about 20 minutes. Hey, did you see the score of the A's game last night?
Come on.
I was watching.
Holy smokes.
Like you couldn't look away.
16-7, and it wasn't even that close.
Oh, it wasn't that close. It
So,
was
yeah, 16-3 going into the ninth.
yeah.
So Shea Langeliers is just ridiculous. Shea Langeliers hits 3 homers in his first ever game as a leadoff man. He is the first player in Major League Baseball history to do that.
That's wild.
I'm sorry. Since at least 1900. Always love that caveat.
Okay.
As if it happened in 1898. it would be
We
less.
just don't have the data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say he's the first player to ever homer 3 times in his first ever game as a leadoff man. The A's top 4 players, their first 4 batters in their starting lineup, went 16 for 22.
Oh, man.
They had 24 hits, man.
The top 4 guys went 16 for 22 with 5 doubles, 4 homers, 13 runs scored, 12 RBIs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. That's a great game for an entire lineup.
Oh, yeah.
If your entire lineup has 5 doubles, 4 homers, 13 runs scored, and 12 RBIs, you're like, hell yeah, what a game.
I think it
The
was
first 4 guys did that.
Colby Thomas, who is struggling since he's come up from the minors. Struggling. He was the only one that didn't have a hit, and then
But he scored a run though, right?
Maybe, but there was only one other batter. No, he actually got a hit. The only guy who didn't have a hit was drawing a blank. Oh, Schumann.
Max Schumann, that's right.
Yeah, he's the only one that didn't have a hit. And then Colby Thomas had 1 hit. Everyone else in the entire lineup had at least 2 hits. It was crazy.
It's ridiculous.
And then you get to the 9th inning and they go 1, 2, 3, and you've got Langeliers left on deck.
There was probably so much pressure from the 7, 8, 9 hitters to get on, for one of them to get on.
Yeah.
To get Langeliers to the plate again. Having 2 guys hit 4 homers in a game. 4 homers in a game has happened 20 times in MLB history. And the A's nearly had 2 dudes do that feat within 2 weeks of each other.
Yeah, and Langeliers had a deep double too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that team, like, flat out, they can rake. They are so much fun to watch as if you like offensive baseball. I don't know. I mean, like, that team is going to be really good in the next couple of years.
Jeff Passan called the A's lineup the best lineup, one of the best lineups in baseball, or maybe he said the best lineup in baseball.
Yeah.
And when he said that, I was like, all right, let's relax. But then just game in and game out, it's Kurtz, it's Langeliers just jumping into the leadoff spot and going 5 for 6 with a double and 3 homers. It's Brent Rooker continuing to mash. He was 4 for 6 last night. JJ Bleday was a player, I think, that had kind of been left for dead down in the minors. And he comes up and is, what did we say, 8 for 12? 8 for 10?
like that in his last 2
8 for
games.
10 in the last 2 games and goes 4 for 6 last night and drove in 6 and scored a couple of runs.
Jumped his batting average all the way to 219.
Man.
Yeah, you're looking at their lineup too. Like Langeliers now has 22 jacks. Kurtz and Rooker both have 23. You've got 19 for Soderstrom. You got 15 for Butler. like, man, just up and down the lineup. And then they've got, Jacob Wilson, Blade, they both have 10. And then you got guys that are close. Max Muncy has 9, even though he's on the IL, I think. Yeah, this team can hit, and then they just went out and traded for probably the best shortstop prospect in baseball.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. They traded away Mason Miller, who, speaking of records,
Oh yeah, it's
gave up a
crazy.
game-tying homer last night on the fastest pitch ever hit for a homer.
Since I think it's been tracked since 2008.
Congratulations to Mason Miller.
103.9 miles per hour.
He cranked up 104-mile-an-hour fastball, and it got dinged over the left center field fence.
It's crazy.
Can you imagine throwing a pitch? I can't imagine throwing a pitch 80 miles an hour.
No, my shoulder would fall off.
70 at this point in my life would
Yeah.
be a feat. Yeah, 104. He threw a felony,
Yeah,
and it got
so wild. And a pressure situation, like, that's not a good thing.
I think the A's are gonna go down as having won that trade pretty substantially.
I hope so.
It sure feels like that.
Yeah,
You said the future of the A's feels so much brighter than the future of the Kings.
it does,
That
doesn't it?
couldn't be more true. Because the A's are doing what people hoped the Kings would be able to do.
Mhm.
And there's reason, like,
It's hard.
it's difficult.
It's apples and oranges.
Correct. But the A's they're flawed. They're not a good team. Nobody's mistaking them for a playoff team. They've got question marks in the lineup. They've got some question marks on the pitching staff. But when you squint, you don't even have to squint that hard. You see the outline of a Kurtz, Jacob Wilson, who's out on the IL right now. Kurtz, Jacob Wilson, Shea Langeliers, Lawrence Butler,
Rooker.
Brent Rooker, Max Muncy. Like, you start to see the outline of,
Yeah.
and then DeVries is just in this 18-year-old who's tearing up high A.
And Geloff still has a ton of talent.
Yeah, Geloff too, man.
So he broke his hamstring bone right as the season was starting, but then cracked a rib as he was coming back. And so he's been in and out. And, I think right now he's at AAA, but he's one of those guys that, like, he was the face of the team 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And then last year he had a rough go, but he struck out a ton. But man, if you can get him on the right page, that's another 20 home run guy from a middle infielder.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Is there a way the Kings get to that this year? Where, again, not saying they're going to be awesome, but where we get to toward the end of the year and we go, okay, if you squint, you can kind of see the outline of what they're working toward.
You would hope.
Yeah.
Because, again, if you just kind of match up the type of players, the problem is they don't have a Nick Kurtz. The Kings just don't have a young player with superstar potential.
And that's not to say that Nick Clifford couldn't get there this year. Like, if he just steps on and he's just incredible.
Yeah.
Then okay, they have, but as of right now on August 6th, Kurtz was a player who got drafted, and then less than a year after he was drafted is up in the majors mashing homers.
Yeah.
And everybody knew, like, oh, this guy is in AAA in 4 months or however long it took him to get to AAA.
Yeah, I think, like, being fair to Nick Clifford, he's more like Max Muncy in this conversation than he is a Lawrence Butler or a Tyler Soderstrom. So the problem is they have, like, the top tier talent that's coming up into the bigs all at the same time, like the A's do, and, like, super, except for the pitchers, they don't have a staff, but yeah, the young hitters are just incredible.
Yeah.
And it's really, really tough to see an outline of the Kings where they can build up through the draft because of where they are right now. It's like, we can talk about, like, how many wins we can project and stuff like that, but that's why the draft matters so much in the NBA. And that's why being mediocre is the worst thing ever. It's, it is how many times just in the 90s, how many times the Kings drafted at this number 7 pick in the draft? Like Walt Williams, Lionel Simmons, Bobby Hurley, Jason Williams, like I think Brian Grant was the 8th pick. Like, that's how you stay mediocre, unfortunately.
Right on the edge of the cliff.
Yeah.
Where usually drafts, an awesome draft is like 5 guys deep, 6 guys deep. Pause.
Yep.
An awesome draft has 6 players where you go, all right, top 6, picking 7 and 8. You're like,
Yeah.
I think you can find we've talked about this ad nauseum. You can find stars throughout the draft, but I think that's why so many people have in from the Kings side of things have been saying just do what you can to play the young guys.
Yeah.
Because
Or
you would rather see this year like, hey man, Maxime Reynaud can play, or man, Nick Clifford can go. He might be able to run the point. That would be so much more exciting than a first play-in game loss.
yeah.
That was almost exactly what I was going to say too.
Mhm.
If in order for me to feel better and to feel as if there's a strong future, you got to have one or the other. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It has to be our younger guys playing tons of minutes, and we're not going to make it to the playoffs that way. But you might start to see that outline if we see Nick Clifford, Reynaud, all of these younger guys, even people that haven't got as much time, Isaac Jones, stuff like that.
Sure.
If you see these guys start balling out and gelling together, then maybe.
But you have to open the door for that possibility.
Exactly.
And it's just not right now. It's locked.
That's the problem. I don't know how you open the door to that possibility.
Well, and Damian brought this up yesterday when we were talking about it on the handoff. But there's this dream world, right? Where I say dream world, not exactly that, but where there's this hypothetical where, okay, the Kings get to the deadline and they can move some of their big contracts, and it's the youth movement. It's just a full for 2 months. It's going to be youth movement in Sacramento. And you can hope for that. You can watch Summer League and go, man, it would be really awesome to see Nick get this kind of opportunity in a regular season, or Maxime Reynaud, or Isaac Jones, or whoever it is.
Yeah.
It'd be really cool to see. But when you reel it back in and you get to reality, if they were going to move Zach LaVine or were able to move him, they probably would have done it this summer. And it's doubtful that by the trade deadline, that's going to be a contract they can move.
Yeah.
It's doubtful that you're going to move Sabonis at that point. It's maybe you move DeMar, maybe, but it's just there's not a lot of, you said, like opening that door. There's not a lot of ways to open it right now.
Yeah. I mean, this is the really difficult thing. We talked about the Suns going for it, right? The Suns built a team and went for it last year and completely flopped. And now they've like got themselves in a situation where they're just like, I mean, they paid Bradley Beal. They're going to pay him $20 million for 5 years to go away. And the Kings are in the same situation, just to a lesser degree. They have some of those big contracts, but not all of the big contracts. And they're shorter term, so there's actually light at the end of the tunnel, and you don't need to do something like a buyout. But it doesn't matter. It's still like a bad situation to be in, where the Kings are right now. And so they've got to get through that. And the problem is you're going to win enough games to not be in the top 3 to 4 picks in the draft.
Right.
But you're going to be good enough where you're not really winning enough. So
I think this scenario, it's not going to be apples to apples, because the A's have been rebuilding. The A's are on year, when did they last go to the playoffs? 21, 20?
Yeah,
2020.
Like that.
Is that they've been doing this. They've been accumulating assets. And they now have this opportunity where there's no expectation really that they were going to be competing for a playoff spot. And it's just, hey, going to play the young guys and see how it works out. The Kings aren't in that spot, but I think there's the Kings version of it. I think is one where Nick Clifford becomes the first or second guy off the bench.
Yeah.
Depending on what happens with Malik Monk, but he's a reliable rotation player off the bench by the end of the year, where you're going, all right, you're trending toward this being a 30+ minute a night guy.
Well, I think that's the first one. The other one is where you find a way to get Keegan Murray up to 14, 15 shots per game.
Sure.
And I don't know if that's going to happen, but that would be the other option here, is that you start pushing the team towards a more Keegan-centric offense just to see if he can do it.
Sure.
And like, look, what we're talking about right now, it's exactly why the Kings are in the Kuminga sweepstakes,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's because if you are able to add a Kuminga to this roster, all of a sudden you're looking at him and saying, okay, could he be a Lawrence Butler type player? Could he be a Tyler Soderstrom player? Could he be even more than that? Could he get up to the status of what, a guy like Jacob Wilson is?
Mm-hmm.
You still need a superstar, because I don't think that's hiding even in Kuminga, but it would at least like be more encouraging for fans, where you're looking at something that's not like there's upside because there's potential internal growth.
Right.
Where as of right now, there's very little potential internal growth.
Right.
And most of the players that you hope for internal growth from are blocked. So like the Keon Ellis of the world, who sitting behind a Zach LaVine at 34 minutes a night, that doesn't help. But again, a Neat Clifford, who like that might be one of your avenues for internal growth, but he's locked behind a guy who plays 34 minutes a night in DeMar DeRozan. And so you got to find the way to get these guys on the court. And it can't be like, hey, look, Isaac Jones is awesome, but he plays behind Keegan Murray, who's one of the young guys you're also trying to promote. Right. So it's just a difficult situation.
And then you try and go, we'll move Keegan to the 3, but that's where DeMar DeRozan is, and he's going to play 34 minutes a night. Well, then move DeMar to the 2. Well, that's where Zach LaVine is, and he's
and you're just blocking the young players behind all of those positions.
Right. It's not ideal. I don't envy Doug Christie and his coaching staff at all here, by the way.
They got a lot of work.
This is going to be brutal.
I mean, I don't know if it's going to be brutal, because you can catch lightning in a bottle.
No, sure.
Yeah.
But while we sit here and because I'm sure they're having the same conversations, or maybe not at this point, but at some point they're going to have these same conversations, and there's no easy answer.
Nope.
That's what you're going to be navigating a season. You're conceivably, at least theoretically, trying to be competitive because you have these veterans in LaVine and DeRozan and Sabonis, who you kind of owe it like, all right, if you're going to be on the team, we got to try and win. So you're trying to navigate that, and that the interpersonal dynamics there, plus the Keegan Murray thing is in its own little box.
Yep.
And then the Keon Ellis thing is in its own little box because he's making $2 million this year. And okay, you got to play him because you don't want to not play him and rob him of more money and unrestricted free agency. So you got to navigate that. Plus, Neat Clifford looked awfully good in Summer League. Maxime Reynaud looked awfully good in Summer League. Isaac Jones looked awfully good in Summer. Like there are a lot of things to juggle.
Yeah,
that's gonna be really tough. So that's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We got the handoff coming up next. D'Lo and KC going to join us here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I'll be right back. How much time? 1, 2, 2.5. Is that it? 3, 4. Oh, hell yeah.
Run, Kyle, run.
Run, bullet.
Run. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I mean, I get this, Tyler. The owners don't force you to be a 40-win team instead of developing youth. One of the problems is they don't have the youth to do it. That's where I have an issue. Like, we can say like Keegan and Keon Ellis. Both those guys are like, Keegan's almost 25 and Keon is 25. Like, I get that they need more minutes and all that stuff, but developing the youth is going to, like, how much stock do you put in developing the 23rd or 24th pick in the draft or the 42nd pick in the draft? There has to be a move to get somebody that's young. And that's why, again, I think they keep sitting here on the Kuminga deal and they haven't just like given up. Yeah, it's kind of a mess. Like, you hope that there becomes like some sort of avenue where a guy like a team comes after Zach LaVine. A team's like, hey, Zach LaVine is what we're lacking right now. We're trying to get over the hump, and we need that player, even if it's a short-term thing. And maybe you get something positive out of that. Maybe you get a young player who develops, a couple of young players, a couple of picks, something that develops. And it's not just like waiting for him to expire. We have any other questions? Yeah, if the Kings, the Kings could land in the top 30 of this draft, there are some star level players, or at least guys who project as all-star level players, like the Boozer twins, or at least one of the Boozer twins. Looks like he can be a star, and there's a couple other guys in there too. No, Norm, I don't think the A's thing has anything to do with the Kuminga situation. I in all honesty, I don't. So, Lakeup has always been like, hey, I'll buy the A's and I'll build the stadium, but he's not like sitting there, like going crazy for that. It's not like when, what was it?
The Warriors are the most highest valued franchise in sports right now, or in the
Yeah.
NBA right now. They're not going to screw that up for the A's.
Yeah. No, he would buy the A's and build the stadium, like, for sure. But he doesn't have anything to do with, I don't think it has anything to do with that. But that's just me. What's up, Dame?
Hey, man. How are you?
Good.
Excellent.
We got Kenny on his way in.
I never know.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna, like Eric B. I'll do my research this afternoon, and when I come on from 3 to 4 with Damien and Kenny, we can have this discussion for sure.
Yeah, that whole thing confuses the hell out of me. Not the 6-month thing, but
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome into the Handoff. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham, Joe Brazil on the ones and twos, Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway of D-Lo and KC. They are here. They're in the building. They have arrived. What's up, guys?
what's up, man?
Oh, hanging out.
Yep. That's what
Trying
we
to
do. That's what we
vibing.
do.
Really, really excited to show you guys what we got here for our daily Jonathan Kuminga update.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Good.
Yeah.
Well,
Really,
you
really
know,
thrilled
I
about
might
this.
know. You was with the ops.
Yeah,
He was with the ops
that's my
last
guys.
night.
That's my guys.
Yeah, I mean, whose side is he on?
Said, hey, can we talk about the Kings? I was like, yeah, we can talk about the Kings.
I'm just
Well,
joshing.
Yeah, so here's what we're on
Why
day.
is KC in standard definition?
I don't know. I'm on the
There it is.
screen.
We're on day
good.
31.
Kaminga Watch.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Isn't that incredible?
It's terrific, man. It's terrific. Absolutely terrific.
You're jealous. It's okay.
I am.
You can
I would-
use it if you want.
Oh, thank you. I won't, but thank you. I mean, I might. I might.
I want to loop you guys in on something we were talking about a little bit because we didn't really finish the conversation. Did you follow the George Kittle smelling salts thing yesterday?
We did. Yeah, we were talking about it. I mean, off the air on KSFM, but yeah.
What a clown show from the NFL. I can't do the faux concern about player safety anymore.
Yeah.
I can't. Hey, you might be able to hide a concussion, so we're going to ban this thing. 18
By the way, the
games, though.
NFL is going to 20 games.
18 games, and we're going to expand the playoffs. And
they're going to play on two. We're going to experiment with the first ever Monday, Tuesday back to back. We're going to see how it goes. You get the mini bye after, but you're going to have a Monday, Tuesday back to back.
Yeah, just even the Thursday night football thing. This is several years ago. The Troy Brown, former Patriots wide receiver, I interviewed him about Thursday night football games, and he said, "But when you turn 30, by the time Thursday rolls around, your body is just starting to feel like, all right, I can get ready to play in an NFL game." And they're asking guys to every week, hey, suit up and play on Thursdays. Like that's one. Now there's 17 games. Now they're playing on every holiday. It just so when they come out and they're like, yeah, we're gonna ban smelling salts because you might be able to maybe hide concussion symptoms with it. It's like, all right.
Well,
it's just annoying to me.
I've always felt that the NFL has been trying to what's the word I'm looking for? The terminology. Maybe run two races, right? Like they're trying to make money.
Two timelines, perhaps?
Two timelines.
Kaminga watch
Oh,
day
I got
31. See, you missed it. Come on, rookie. Hey, thank you.
They've been trying to do everything that they can to maximize every dollar that they can right now, while also, if they're smart, keeping an eye on the future and making sure there is a future for the NFL. Now, I never thought the NFL would go away. I'm not saying that. But there is a generation of parents who are like, now I'm a parent with a decision to make on my kid who's like, he's not playing football. It's not happening.
Yeah.
And they're entering that. So like they're running this thing of like, oh, no, the game is safe. You can allow him to play.
Yeah.
You know, look what we're doing with the concussion. Like we're taking it serious. We're making the game safe. What is it? Play safe 60 or safe 60, whatever.
Yeah.
Like we're making it safe. They've been trying to play both sides of the fence because I think in places like Texas and Florida and stuff like that, they don't ever have to worry about
Doesn't
that.
matter. Yeah.
But
they don't really have laws in Florida or Texas either.
There's that
You do whatever down there.
too.
Yeah.
You can just
But
vibe out there.
You actually eat smelling salts down there.
And they play in 60,000 seat stadiums in Texas as well for high school, for Pop Warner.
It's crazy.
3 days a week.
Man. But like now they're entering that I would say our generation right here is the first one that has like the most knowledge of what football can do. And they're like, yeah, no, you're not playing. So while, like I said, the NFL is not going to go away, like if they were smart, they'd be mindful of trying to make sure they have as much of the talent pool as they always have. So they got to play this little charade of, no, we're making it safe and all this other stuff.
Yeah. They're going to do all this so they can say it's safe now, so we can do 18 games.
That's
It's
exactly
actually
what they're going to
fine.
say.
Kenny, did you play football?
No, I wish I did sometimes.
Okay, so I played 3 years and I didn't play my senior year. I was very clear with both my sons, you guys will never put on a helmet. And they were okay with that. Like both of them were fine with it. They're both soccer players and they play volleyball, they play other sports. Like I'm just not doing it because if you're just like a run-of-the-mill player in high school, you can walk out of there with 3 or 4 concussions and never ever play the sport ever again. Not maybe you throw a football on a beach somewhere, but that's about it. Like there's no like you can maybe you have like the glory days. You can talk about the glory days of what you did when you were a high school football player, but there's the long-term like negative possibilities are so like it's all over the place,
Yeah.
And so I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. And I know certain people will be like, oh man, you won't let your kid play football. It's like, no, like what's it good for? What is he going to look like, when he's 23 years old and his shoulder's ripped out or he's had 5 concussions? Like there's no redeeming quality for me. And I played, I got battered and, you still feel it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I love the game of football. I really enjoy the game of football
I do too.
and everything. But yeah, it just wasn't anything that I thought was worth, like James just said, putting my son out there, Pop Warner practice. I used to watch Friday Night Tykes. I used to love that show.
It's crazy.
Those 8-year-olds
It's crazy.
would launch into each other so violently.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Man, it's crazy.
Well, that's the crazy thing when you get to high school and you're out there in your freshman year and you put a helmet on for the first time and pads on for the first time, and then you run up against the Pop Warner kids. They could be half your size and they crush you.
Mm.
And they know how to hit and you don't. And a bunch of the kids who haven't played, they're getting injured because they don't know how to take a hit or how to hit somebody, ducking their heads, hurting their necks, like all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's really crazy. I mean, kids out there 6, 7 years old run around in full pads. That's wild.
You know what I remember most about freshman football is the start time.
Yeah.
When you went to your first, because there were other teams that had to practice. There was varsity and junior varsity that had to practice before you. You were practicing at 4:00.
Right after
4:00, right after school. No, my brother. I'm talking about 4:00 to start conditioning in July.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so that might not mean something in very many places, but in Sacramento, California, you're throwing those pads on. You know, Fly Eagles Fly over at El Camino, and you're throwing up or passing out by the time practice ends.
Yeah, going to play at what is it, Del Paso? Is that what it's like? They had no lights, so you always had to play during on a Saturday in the day.
That's cool.
And their field is dirt, basically.
Good Lord.
Yeah, just brutal.
Yeah, there were a lot of schools around here that didn't have lights.
Man, the good news for the NFL
El Camino
and all
just
this,
didn't have talent, but I digress. Go ahead.
The good news for the NFL is they've got their 2 timelines thing, and no matter what happens with the second timeline, like they're going to be fine.
They're going to be fine.
Unlike
Kaminga Watch.
Nice.
That 2 timelines did not work out.
Boy, if you edited that drop properly, it would just be the worst thing ever.
Or talk over just like a certain part, like it'd be crazy.
Yeah, like there's a way you could edit that to just change the whole context of what's happening.
I'll let you guys.
I'll let you know. Whoa! Oh, well, I don't know. That little sound effect at the end would have gone crazy with it. Leave that to your boys over at the Light Years podcast or whatever it is.
Eesh.
Quick question though about Kaminga that I just James probably knows.
Give him some smelling salt and tie this whole story together.
Yeah,
nice.
What happens? The deadline for the qualifying offer is like October something, right?
It's October 1st, but we learned today, sort of.
It's a soft deadline.
It is a soft deadline. If the 2 sides negotiate, they can push the deadline back, and they can do it multiple times, and they can extend the deadline out. They can't do it indefinitely. They always have to put a date. But let's say they bump it to October 15th, and then October 14th rolls around. They're like, okay, we're going to push this back to November 1st. They can continuously do that. And then,
but they mutually have to agree.
But they mutually have to agree. And then the drop dead date for that is March 1st.
Okay.
So you could literally just
the end of the season.
Well, but Kaminga wouldn't be playing.
Right.
He would just be sitting there like, hey,
that makes sense. It feels like all these deadlines. Like remember Fred VanVleet, like he had to opt in. No, the team had to opt in deadline.
Yeah.
And they were like, nah, we're gonna make the opt-in deadline this. And obviously Fred VanVleet was on board for that. So they moved that. I guess that makes sense. I didn't know you could do it here, but I guess it makes sense. You could do it with most of the deadline set.
Welcome to
the contract deadline.
My question is, what if he doesn't sign a qualifying? He just doesn't play. He doesn't have a contract.
Yeah,
he doesn't play.
He has until March 1st, and if he doesn't, then he doesn't get a year of service, I believe.
So see, would
reset. And
so that's the thing that is kind of frustrated me the most from that conversation we were having about the no trade clause on the 1+1. A team shouldn't even have the option of asking a player to waive that no trade clause.
Right.
I'm still completely unclear as to how all of this works with that 1+1 no trade clause, but it seems like it is put in there from the Players Association to protect a player. Because as on the qualifying offer, you are protected. You're still in control of what your future looks like. They can't take that from you because they didn't want to sign a long-term contract with you. So the idea that you can just ask a player to do it as almost a negotiation tactic feels to me like the Players Association says, no.
Defeats the purpose.
That's not what this is put in place for.
Yeah.
You, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Any other general manager or basketball franchise, you can't ask a player to waive this one. Now, when you have a 4-year, $300 million, 5-year, $300 million max contract, and you've built a no trade clause into that, sure, you can ask a veteran to waive their no trade clause, the two guys in the entire league that have it. But you can't ask a kid on a qualifying offer or threaten him on a 1+1 to waive that. That to me is where the Players Association has to step in and go, no. You guys need to get this dealt with, but you're not doing that. That's in place for a specific reason, and you can't ask him to take that away.
Well, I'm guessing
that sets a terrible, terrible precedent.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm guessing the players union is having conversations about this.
Well, I'd imagine. So I started to wonder, at what point does the Players Association start asking, okay, what is going on with all these restricted free agents? Like, I understand playing out the market. I understand to a certain degree what we're looking at, but also, are we using these concessions that we put in place for owners and teams as weapons? And you may find nothing, and that'd be perfectly fine, but I think you have to ask questions. You have to start looking around like, okay, what exactly is happening here? Because it's not just Jonathan Kuminga. There's 3 other really good restricted free agents on qualifying offers that are just, or being offered, that are just sitting here, facing the reality of playing on a 1-year deal.
I don't want to make it as if I'm always like anti-Warriors without having like a real conversation or anything else like that. But it does feel like the Warriors are playing some dirty pool right now with Jonathan Kuminga, with the way the season wasn't even over. And they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to sign and trade him. His agent go find deals. He finds deals that he like, no, we don't want to do that. Or, let's do this 2-year deal. Now we're asking you, hey, give up your rights with a no trade. Like, everything that they've done. And maybe the Bulls and the Nets are doing the same thing, and I just don't know about it because I'm not paying as close attention to it. But everything they've done has just kind of seemed not in good faith and for the betterment of what they want to do as a franchise. Like, let's do this so we can trade you and get a better player. No, we're not going to allow you to go somewhere because we want a better trade package or something. Like, it's just been, and it's maybe no different than any other NBA team, but this whole thing has been pretty underhanded by the Warriors.
They're exercising like every bit of power and control given to them as a team. And you are listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRQHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Audacy app.
Real quick, do I have to read it, or can I in front of me? But if I say, hey, Kyle, this is what you got to do, is that a point for me?
No, I'm sorry, not really. You've been here 5 years. You don't know it by heart yet? Do not put that monstrosity in view of your camera. That is a grotesque.
Dang, man.
I
knew it, man. I knew I was about to, man. And
I had one.
No, not this week.
James, do you know the legal ID? I know you did it the other day. Do you know the legal ID by heart?
I read it off the thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I close enough. Yeah.
I don't know about
Damn.
it. I'm almost
You don't?
there. I'm almost there. You're listening to
KIFM.
ESPN 13.
KIFM West Sacramento.
West Sacramento,
Odyssey
KRQHD2 Sacramento.
Oh, whoa. Now
ESPN 1320.
Getting out of control with that. I had the KIFM West Sacramento, but then you talking about KRXQHD. I would have been lost. That would have been like spelling
That's where you listen to the
KRXQHD2.
Hey, when you
had no problem with Gerald though.
when
Gerald Wayne was fine, but Daquan roughed him up a little bit.
When you read your legal ID, Kenny just goes boop, and he's just out.
Yeah,
which I feel because same.
That's funny.
It's a.
I listen. We have the legal ID play twice. It plays twice, and I don't.
No,
I got nothing.
Okay, but I never hear that.
Right.
Yeah, because you turn it on after.
No, Joe turns it on.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I'm not sure if we say it every day.
It's not. I mean, the most important part is KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320.
We do
Yeah.
say it every day, by the way, every hour.
Yes, every hour. Yeah, I don't know what Kenny's talking
I don't-
about.
I don't-
Four times a day.
We
God
definitely say it
damn,
every
yeah,
day and
like,
every
what are
hour.
you
I don't know what
talking
the hell
about?
I
Kenny's
don't know.
talking about. Stop tuning out, Kenny.
That Colgate Ferris State basketball game's not gonna
Bro,
work.
you wouldn't last on the streets. Can I tell you that?
Get your voice pumped. Get your boy, dude.
Bro, no, that's
Hey.
not my boy. That's your boy.
Hey,
Came to the 1320 party with you.
No,
look, I'm gonna pay attention now. Well, I actually now I do remember saying
That's funny.
often.
Tell the people who they're listening to. That's what he's gonna do today. Watch, he
Oh,
can't
yeah.
wait. He can't
We
wait for
gonna start a home
12:59
league.
to get here.
We'll start off.
You're gonna come in tomorrow. There's gonna be 4 KC check marks.
We're gonna
up there.
start unrivaled ESPN 1320.
Zabo knows it by heart.
Yeah. That's funny. To get back to like the restricted free agents. I would like to say that there's collusion or something, but it's clearly not, because every single one of these players are in completely different situations. And I get it.
Well,
like,
I don't think it's collusion. That I didn't mean to
Yeah.
imply that. I don't think it's collusion. I think it's
The second apron.
yeah. I think it's a. I think everything that's happening right now is a fear of the aprons.
of course.
But it's also like, I mean, that's why I say I think if you're the collective, if you're the players associate, you ask questions. You're probably coming up with nothing, because we went over this the other day. There's one team in the second apron. I think that was Cleveland. There's 4 or 5 above the first.
Mhm.
Everyone else is above the cap. That means except Brooklyn.
Except for Brooklyn.
Brooklyn and Utah. Everybody else is above the cap, and that means they're at least flirting with the second apron. So you're looking at what would traditionally be contracts for Jonathan Kuminga, Josh Giddey, Quentin Grimes,
Cam Thomas.
Cam Thomas.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, yeah, he puts me over the first apron in 2 years,
Mm-hmm.
or he puts me over the first apron this
Now.
year.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you look at those incumbent, Philly's dead. Philadelphia's dead. Brooklyn's not there yet. I don't know what Cam Thomas does for him. I don't even know what Chicago is doing at this point. So you're like, I'm not hitting first apron numbers to be fighting for a playing spot.
Well, typically,
God, that hit a little too close to home. But
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, I think that's what we're.
Kuminga watch.
Thank you.
There you go. There you go. This guy's on fire.
it's like the market always sets the player's value, right? That everybody always says. It's go test the free agent
Yeah,
market and see.
Facts.
There's just no market right now.
Mm-hmm.
So the Bulls are going, all right, Josh, you want 30. We're at, I don't know where the Bulls are. I'm just going to say 20. We're at 20. You have no means to go get 30. So here's the qualifying offer if you want to play for that, or here's our contract. And what is Josh Giddey's recourse?
There isn't any.
There's none.
None.
To play on the qualifying offer and then become an unrestricted free agent and try and get his 30 a year, or you sign for 20 now.
Yeah.
Well, that
And
it's-
James is right. All of the situations are different. Like everything that we've heard, I mean, with it's not that it's tapped in with everybody. Chicago wants Josh Giddey.
Mhm.
They just aren't going to pay him
Right.
what they don't have to.
Right.
The situation that makes the Kuminga Warriors thing situation is the Warriors have made it clear through the media for the last year they don't like this kid.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Steve Kerr doesn't like him. You can question who else on the team likes him,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't want him.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, well, we've got to get the most of our protecting the asset. We got to get the most out of our asset.
Mm-hmm.
they don't want him, but they want the $20 million placeholder.
Right.
Right.
It's like the draft pick is one thing. The $20 million placeholder is as big as
Yep.
anything else, because there's no way to get to a $40 million player unless you have that placeholder. And then on top of that, you throw in Buddy Hield, you throw in Moses Moody, and
Mhm.
boom, you're a 40 million. You can take back a $50 million player.
Right.
That's what they're looking at. So I don't understand why they don't just go, okay, just give us Malik Monk. It makes us a better team. It's still a $20 million placeholder. We'll take the first round pick. Like, that's where I'm kind of, but
We
then they
tend-
have to dump one of those other
We
players.
tend to lean on the analogies we know. Like James uses the house analogy all of the
Mhm.
time. These like Mike Dunleavy, these guys have all been around Bob Myers. Bob Myers was a financial guy. I've told the line before. My financial person says you don't lose till you sell.
Mhm.
They know the moment they sell, they've lost.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have not lost anything until you sell it. And you feel like what James was just talking about, you can recoup that value. You could recoup this whole 2 timeline disaster
Mhm.
if you have that $20 million placeholder, and they refuse to let it go.
That's it.
The other thing about it in the grand scheme of things that you guys have talked about is Jason Jones put it perfectly when we were talking about this a couple months ago.
Mhm.
And this is the crux of the issue with the CBA first apron, second apron. It gives these owners, one, a reason not to spend money, two, a reason not to compete.
Yep.
And that is infuriating as an observer, as a fan of a team and all this other stuff. You look at, like, sometimes we get too smart for our own good and the money starts clouding everything. If Cam Thomas went to the Mavericks, are the Mavericks a better team? Yes,
Mhm.
they're a better team, but they can justify not trying to be good, not competing, and not spending because, like, oh well, if we get the Cam Thomas, we got all these penalties, and now it's not the best bang for your buck because
Mhm.
the money you're putting out to be a second round team just doesn't make sense. So let's not do anything at all, and we've lost the plot of all of this. Aren't we supposed to be competing?
Yes.
Are we supposed to be trying to win and trying to be the best team that we can be? And the whole league is fixated on these aprons and their monies and the taxes and all this other stuff that has given them a reason not to compete.
Well, that, and Kenny, to add to that, I mean, the Kings are basically, like, they're putting it out there that it might take till 2027. We're going to have to ask all of the fans in Sacramento, just like hold out, like hang out there. We're going to be bad for 2 years because we have no way around it. We have no way to get good today. Even if we were going to spend a ton of money, there's not a way to do it because we have 2 contracts, or at least 1 contract that is so astronomical that it messes up the entire salary structure of our team.
Mhm.
And you guys are just going to have to hang out. Like, sorry, fans, you're just going to have to buy tickets for a team that's not going to be very good.
Well, even then, in that aspect, though, and I know a lot of people are on the different sides of the fence with this, but it shouldn't just be let's just hang out. Hey, let's try to put the best team out there to win.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And if the best team out there to win is a second round team, that's not a failure. That's not no
Sure.
man's land. That's
Sure.
not a bad thing. Like, you're trying to compete and win. I think if you never know what might happen, and they're a good team, but like at the beginning of the season, we looked at Indiana. It's like a second round team at best.
Right.
They played better than we thought, and they got some breaks. They got to a game away from the championship.
Mhm.
Like, but they did that because they went out and they competed. They went out to try to go be the best team that they can be. And I just feel like, with sports, with the NBA in general, with this whole CBA, I feel like in the grand scheme of things, we didn't lost the plot of all of this, man.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
and
get
we're
what you're
giving
saying.
the
How much-
owners an opportunity to not spend money and not pay these guys.
How much actual basketball we talked with the Kings outside of summer league?
It's been a minute, not a lot.
Yeah.
Made a
Just to-
maybe
just to
little
your
bit.
point.
Like, what do you talk about at this point, though? Like actual basketball. Like, what are we talking about? Because it's there. Like, we know what it is.
Right.
There's not much to discuss. So, like, everything, we joke like, oh, we can't live in hypotheticals. The whole goddamn offseason is hypotheticals.
Sure.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah.
It's like, what if this happens? What if this happens? Well, what if they could do this? Well, what if they can't do that? We just had one yesterday about, well, what if it goes bad and you sell off this and you sell off that and you get rid of the high price? It's like, that's all this is. Like, it's difficult to talk basketball because so much of what we're talking about is centered on, like, it's centered on essentially like chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
DeMar can play.
Mhm.
Zach can play. Domas can play. Keegan can play. All of these different guys can play. Doug can coach. Mike Woodson can coach. Scott Perry can. Great. Can they all do it together?
Right.
And no amount of grabbing Will Z stats and evaluating, no amount of that work is going to lead us to any conclusion. people are going to enter this season either really, really down on Sacramento or whatever. I don't think anyone's high on them. And I'm talking Kings fans only. I'm not talking, Brian Windhurst or whoever. I'm talking like Kings fans are entering, people in the chat, people listening. They're either, man, this team sucks. This is whack. Like, whatever. Just get this over with. And everyone else is like, okay, we'll see what happens.
Sure.
Well, here's the other element too. Like, I don't think that even if you're able to get Kuminga right now, it even changes the potential outcome of this season. But what it does do is at least gives you like a hope for the future. And that's the one reason why I think a lot of people are clinging to this. It's like, well, at least we would have a 22-year-old that we don't know how good he can be because there's possibilities. As of right now, it does not feel like there are possibilities. It's like optimized Domas, DeMar, like Zach LaVine, Schroeder, Keegan Murray. What is that optimized? Like, what if everything works out perfectly? Is there a way this team could win 50? Okay. But like, I don't really think that anyone believes that. Like, it's just like the structural like flaws of this team are just sitting there still. So you're hoping that you can reach some weird height that doesn't make any sense.
But
I
think as improbable as 50 is 35.
Really?
35 feels nuts to me.
If I had told you they win either 50 or 35, you have to bet on one. You would bet on 50?
I said they're equally as improbable.
I think when you go with the context that this is the team this year, 35 seems crazy.
Sure.
The scenario that gets laid out of, hey, they're not that good. They start moving people, and you lose games that you probably would have with a full roster. I can understand that. I get that. But if you're telling me these guys, if you're telling me that's the roster all year, 35, they should. 35. They should be a lot. They should be better than that. But I also think, and this goes to the larger point that I'm talking about. Like, I think there are a good number of people that the Kings get into the playoffs this year, and they're mad about it. We're so paralyzed by all the information that we have that we're losing the plot of what we're supposed to be doing.
That's a good point.
Because they're like, it doesn't matter. Their future isn't good. I'm sorry, we're hosting game 3 of the first round here in Sacramento. And I just think, just as fans, observers in general, not that it doesn't matter. Like, you want to see the bigger picture. But we have so much information, and we got so much disposable information and all this other stuff that we're losing the plot of what we're supposed to be doing out here.
I think there's a lot of that stuff that's talk too, though. There might be a person who going into game 82, Kings win, they're in the playoffs. I guess it would be the play-in game. Get to the play-in game. Hey, if they win, they're in the playoffs. They lose, they got a lottery pick. And I think there's a lot of people who would be like, rather be in the lottery than go lose to Oklahoma City in 4 or 5 games. I'd rather lose. But once that game tips off, that person is wanting the Kings to win with their entire soul. Because, hey, if you get into the first round, who knows? Right. Maybe they take us lightly. Maybe Zach LaVine gets hot. And you start to talk yourself into it that way. And that's what I think. Once the ball goes in the air, game 1, all this stuff about, oh, you want to be bad and you draft picks and trade guys, I think kind of goes out the window. But I think Damien's right. It's just the nature of the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, offseason's not over. like
we don't even have a schedule yet.
Like we're trudging through August. Like we're at this point we're at NFL preseason games now, which is like, oh, NFL preseason returns tomorrow, and then we watch a game and we're like, God damn it, like I don't want to watch this.
That Raider game is going to kick off, and I'm going to be excited when kickoff happens. And 5 plays in, I'm like, all right.
You know what kills it for me is the game. Those games like on a they kick off while we're doing KSFM, so we can't hear it. So we had the Hall of Fame game on the other, the other day. And it's like, for me, anytime I was at home and it's like, oh, there's Tarico and Collinsworth, or there's, whoever's on the call. It's because it's always the A team. There's Troy and Joe, like, oh, okay. And then like you forget what you're watching when you can't hear them and you look up and you're watching like, what he just fell? What is happening up there? You just realize you're watching sketchy football.
Well, what a throw by Lance to Ooh.
Someone.
Oh God.
Well, at least he caught it. That's fine.
We got breaking news.
No,
over there?
we have a potential one of those things you don't talk about in sports happening in the Cleveland
Is it?
Mets game.
Kaminga watch.
Is it one of those top tier things, or is it the one just below it?
The one just below it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cool too.
Well,
That's
they
cool,
can't
too.
hear us. Are we allowed to say it?
Yeah, you can say MLB.
Like, what
I don't know. I'm
Dude,
just following
just
James's
saying,
lead.
the MLB
No, we
is
gotta know,
promoting
we
it.
I don't want
know
to jinx
either.
nobody.
The MLB sent out a notification like, "Hey, this is happening." And now I'm afraid to say it.
Well, no, it's a
Because I get it. I get it. I'm
I
with
sent a
James
no hitter
on Pete, but-
notification.
Hey, no one is.
Oh
hey,
boy,
no one
first
has
pitch.
killed a baseball story more than me. So
Oh,
What?
You want to put the Giants game on real quick, Dan?
it's already on.
Oh,
Yeah.
They were
Hey,
cooking
I
last
watched
night.
yesterday.
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
8-1, and we watched a lot of
Yeah,
that.
they was
yesterday.
cooking last
Where'd you
night.
say
Don't-
it was?
don't
Reverse the curse.
The
Cleveland
Guardians
in New York. Yeah.
Gavin Williams is heading into the 9th inning.
I actually got that game on right now too.
He's at 112 pitches heading into the 9th inning.
Hell yeah, let him go for it.
What did Lincecum throw that one time? He threw-
138.
Was it
It
138?
wasn't. I think that was Edwin Jackson. There's a
What-
lot of pitches.
Oh,
We're
no,
not-
that Edwin
we're-
Jackson one
Where
was
he walked
crazy.
like 9 guys.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I think
The
Lincecum
only
was around
no-hitter.
it.
Like
I
a
think it was
4-hour game. He was out there for the whole thing.
The only no hitter ever that it's like, did he pitch that well?
There's a Juan Marichal game, right? I think that they had dueling no hitters, and the guys just kept going, and they ended up both like at 170 something pitches.
Jesus.
That I don't know. I know Harvey Haddix threw a 12 inning no hitter and lost the game.
Oh yeah,
He
Yeah,
got
They
that
asked
in the
him when he
12.
got to the locker room. So what went wrong today?
Didn't give up a hit. They're like, hey, you really struggled out there.
really
Really
struggled. Really
One
struggled.
away.
Really struggled out there with
One out.
one out.
Oh,
That's
okay.
like my boy from the Yankees. I can't remember his name, but he threw a no-hitter and lost against the Chicago White Sox. 1990, I believe it was.
The greatest thing that's going to happen in sports today happened in the Little League World Series earlier.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you guys are following along on this program, but we were tapped in.
Oh,
I did.
brother.
Florida is up 4-0 on South Carolina in the Southeast Regional Final.
Okay.
So this is
In
to
the
go to
sixth.
Williamsport.
Yeah.
Should only go
Bottom
6 innings.
6, last inning, 4-0, bases loaded, 2 outs. Pitcher walks a guy,
Oh.
makes it 4-1. Now the big bopper's up. That 12-year-old who
Ooh.
looks 28,
Yeah.
he's at the plate.
yeah.
They go, hey, walk him. So they walk him to make it 4-2 and put the tying run on second. This kid
Oh.
who looks like the most 12-year-old you've ever seen in your life
Oh,
comes to the plate.
Real quick. Hey, real quick. Juan Soto said to hell with your no hitter.
Oh, it just blew
I hate
up.
you, man.
That's on Kyle.
Yeah,
Kyle.
I'm so fired up I did that.
he hit a bomb to center right now. Oh
amazing.
my god.
420 feet to center field.
I don't want to say. I was like, hey, what if Juan Soto does something too?
Oh.
Shout out to
that's
me for
tough.
having the power to
all
break
the
up a
way
no,
from
no.
Sacramento,
It's a
California.
huge
man.
for me.
You know what's funny? Real quick, because I want to hear the end of the Little League World Series story.
Yeah.
But like when I'm talking Niners, I'll be talking crazy with the Niners, right? And people will get in here and they'll be like, "Yeah, KC, you should have humbled yourself. That's why they lost." Yeah, all right, I'll shut up and they'll win every goddamn game. No, I don't have that power.
Like
I'm
they're sitting
so
there
crazy.
during team meeting, they're like, hey, did you hear what KC said? It's a lot of pressure, guys.
Yeah. So I have no power over this. So I'm gonna talk crazy.
Do you
What are
guys
you talking about?
do you guys just want to go to your break?
Yeah.
At this point,
That's fine.
up to
Yeah,
you.
28. That's fine.
Okay. So 4-2 now
Mhm.
after they walk, and the most 12-year-old you've ever seen comes up to the plate.
Yeah.
Shaking in his boots. Coach calls him over his tongue. He's like, okay. You see he's getting up there. He's all nervous. Cranks a double off the wall, clears the bags. South Carolina wins at 5-1.
Hey, South Carolina, let's go.
Unbelievable performance.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Shout out to that kid. That's probably the best thing in sports that kid's ever going to do.
Probably.
Like, that's amazing. You get
Yeah.
walked in the bottom of the 6th. They were so confident they were going to get you out. They put the tying run on second,
Come on, man. And he made
and you
him pay.
crank a double that clears the bag.
I love that. I still love watching the Little League World Series and the regionals. Although the regionals being broadcast, they need to settle down. With
They need to relax.
Yeah, they need to settle down.
It's not
It should
top end
only
talent.
be
Facts.
Little League World Series.
Yeah.
Too much is being televised nowadays, at least on the big networks. You can go find them if you want to, but
Mhm.
on ESPN, we should not be having the regionals. That's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. But I used to watch those just to see the kids crying when I was a
Oh.
kid. When I was a kid, not as an adult.
the,
There was a
the pitcher. The pitcher really broke down after giving up the double.
I could imagine. I would have.
The shortstop started
distraught.
crying because there was like a low line drive that he one hopped and tried to pretend like he caught it,
Mm.
and then didn't make an out because he
Mm.
was trying to pretend like he caught it. He started tearing up.
Yeah.
That poor kid.
It's tough, dude.
Poor kid.
Yeah.
Really tough.
There's this kid on Reese's travel team that sometimes I'm like, okay, what am I watching right now? This kid the other day,
In a good way or a bad way?
in a good way, in a great way. This kid the other day hit one like 340.
What? How old is he?
12.
Get out of here.
It went, and it was a rocket. Like just, he's about my size.
See?
Yeah.
He
Where do they build these kids?
There's just a 6', 12-year-old just roaming the
It's
streets.
ridiculous. Did you run into that playing ball where you would play against a team that
Brother, I was
just, they
like
were
5
all-
feet tall. They were all like 6'7" to me.
No, right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It just doesn't make any
They were
sense.
like
man.
340. They play on like this. So now it's like 60-90.
Mhm.
They've stepped up to 60-90.
At 12?
Yeah, it's time. It's time.
Man.
That's what they do, 60-90 at this time. So they
60,
play
60-foot pitcher's mound, 90-foot
90-foot,
bases
yeah.
for those of you who
real
don't know.
baseball.
Okay.
Before, I think it's like what, 45, 60. I think that's Little League World Series too. I think it's 45, 60. 45 plate
Mhm.
mound, home
60-foot
plate,
bases.
60. So I'm with Jazz, and we're like walking to the car, and look at it, man, we could park right behind the fence. Like, these kids is not hitting this ball this far. Are you crazy? This is a real major
Yeah.
league field. Like, they're
Yeah.
not hitting it this far. We didn't park behind the fence, but sure enough, it was probably
Set a
like
tank.
340, 345.
Golly.
Damn.
Golly. I remember my freshman year of high school. So we had just gone to 60-90s in travel ball. So I'm very, very new to the 60-90 thing. And I make this play. It's early in the game. Diving stop to the backhand. Get up, throw, get the guy. I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. Dad, after the game, I'm like, hey, did you see that play I made? And my dad was like, yeah, I was walking in and I saw your throw rainbow across. I'm like, come on, man.
Oh,
I'm 13 years old. Give me a break.
that's brutal.
I was 14. I guess I was 14.
Those throws are a long ways away. They're a long ways away at 60-90.
Is it the right thing to do, speaking of preseason, NFL preseason, is it the right thing to do for the Raiders to play all their starters?
At
week
all?
one?
Like,
Sure. For a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it is
have no
for them
problem with that.
I
specifically.
agree.
They've got new coach, new quarterback,
Mhm.
rookie running back, all this other stuff. Like, they need to start building some cohesion.
Yeah.
With that group. So I think they should.
Unpopular opinion, starters need to play more in the preseason because every
I
year,
agree.
in
I
week
don't
one-
hate that.
Every
I
year,
agree.
week one, we're like, oh my gosh, this looked horrible. It's like, yeah, because they haven't played since last season.
Yeah, everybody treats the first 4 weeks as the preseason now. And it's like, hey, these count.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If you missed the
can-
playoffs by a game because you were messing around in week
Right.
1 and 2,
You know the stats when somebody starts 0-2.
what are they?
What is it?
Well, it doesn't matter.
85%.
I
It
don't know the
doesn't matter
stats.
anymore because the season's an extended a week. So the 0-2 stat
Right.
that they used to regurgitate every time someone went 0-2 is obsolete now because there's a whole other game to be played. Also, I think there's more playoff spots.
There is.
Yeah.
And there's about to be another game.
So no one cares when a team goes 0-2. Stop bringing it up.
Which reminds me, they said, hey, shout out Damian, man. We kind of scoffed at it. They said, that boy, man, Stafford got an epidural.
Yeah, I saw that too.
What? But they
Yeah.
still hope he's ready for week 1.
Something's
Huh?
not right,
His
man.
back is disintegrating.
So and so what I'll ask James. He has his issues. I'll ask both of you. Who was the last professional athlete who recovered from a back issue? At the age of what are we talking about? 36?
36, yeah, 36.
36 years
37.
old, 36, 37 years
Mm.
old. Who did Dwight do it?
No,
Dwight
No.
wasn't even that old. Did Steve Nash do it? He was. No.
Larry Bird.
Larry
did
Bird
it.
did? No. Like once that happens, that's kind of it.
Where did I hear the phrase, or the saying is, you never hear the phrase, I used to have back problems.
You're right.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
It feels like, and they're treating this the way the Niners treated the McCaffrey injury.
Mm.
Oh, it's good. He's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
He's taking all of training camp off, but it's good.
You
Like,
know
there's-
it's cooked as well too, just because we've already got they feel great with Jimmy Garoppolo playing if he needs to.
Dude, that's it. That's
like,
it. Yeah.
Like when
Mm.
Sean McVay talks about him, it's like, yeah, we hope to have him back.
Yeah.
You hope
Is
whatever
this
you
What?
want.
backup offensive lineman?
Like, what do you mean you hope to have him back? It's Matt Stafford. Like, he's your starting quarterback. You don't know?
Hmm.
And it's the Keon Ellis, Monty McNair interview all over again.
Should have never listened.
First
to that.
time I heard Monty McNair talk about Keon Ellis, it was like, oh, he doesn't care for him. Like, he doesn't think Keon accomplished
good
anything
call.
for that team.
That was a good. Call.
It was
Nailed it.
hearing Sean McVay talk about Matt Stafford was the same exact way. Not that he doesn't love Matt. It was like, hey, something's wrong here. And
Yeah.
Matt Stafford, or excuse me, Sean McVay is very clearly downplaying it.
Yeah. I don't know that Sean McVay is capable of being negative. He just
Yeah,
feels like
that's
one of
fine.
those guys who's like, yeah, we hope to have him back. We feel really good about Jimmy Garoppolo.
I
That's not
remember.
a bad
Perfect.
impression.
That's
I remember.
That's
That was a good one.
Hey,
That
we're
was a
gonna
good
work on
one.
that one.
That was
I've
a good
never
one.
worked on that
We got
before. That
something
was
to
off
work
the-
with.
That was
Yeah.
off.
that's-
That was
I
off.
remember when
Can't wait till you overuse it and do it for
Every
2.5 minutes.
every
Hey,
day.
we don't
Matter
need
of fact,
that.
read
What?
the
Well, the
Matter of
Cowboys
fact,
are down here in Oxnard.
do
so-
the read in Sean McVay's voice every day.
Oh. All right.
I remember
Then
when
we'll go
Sean
to
McVay.
Morton's.
Oh, God damn
What do you
it.
guys got coming up on D-Lo and Casey?
Well,
More of this?
it got really expensive to be a wrestling fan this morning.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's bad. Like,
Yeah.
This is why your show
It's
rules.
bad.
This
For
is
Kenny
why,
again.
This is
Look
why
at-
your show
look at-
rules.
okay, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase this.
Yeah.
For regular people,
Go-
not for the rich, not for
I'm
the
not
1%.
rich.
It got really expensive to be a wrestling fan this morning. So we'll talk about that. I also have questions. The ESPN made a ton of news this morning. So we'll deal with that. But De'Aaron got a contract extension. Luka got a contract extension. But there is a star out there that didn't. And I think I think it's interesting.
Oh.
Or I should say, there is a star out there who hasn't yet.
Mm.
We'll talk about it.
D-Lo and Casey coming up next for James Ham and Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until tomorrow at 10. Drink water. Be nice, people. Appreciate you, Jody Austin.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize these were off, man. What's good? Okay. You see what's back next week.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? What's good? What's good? What's good? We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, August 6th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. I love Jerry Jones.
Oh, my bad. That was wrong. Hey, my bad.
What the hell is that?
Hey, that was me.
What the hell is that?
That was me.
You see how this goes down?
Why did you say it?
That was my bad.
Bro,
that was nasty work by you to start. Like, that's crazy, but that's crazy.
It's wild, bro. It's wild, bro. It's wild. It's wild.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside. Yes,
I was like hitting him with a chair before the match even starts.
Yeah. Bell hasn't even rung yet.
Oh, we rung it right now, so.
Well, now it has. But he beat me up before the bell rung.
Oh. Well, that's how every Money in the Bank cash-in works. You beat the guy up with the briefcase, tell the referee to ring the bell, become the champion a couple seconds later.
Hey, shout out to the Gigantes. Got the win.
Oh, did they? Good,
Yeah,
good.
Shout out our guy Bonte on the post game right now.
So Bonte?
Shout out B. But yeah, it doesn't matter.
That's
They're
2
not
in a row for the Giants. Or
What
3?
are they now? Like 7 games back of the final wild card spot? It's whatever.
Oh, look at corporate Bonte with his little NBC Sports California quarters. Look, he the Black Manning up there now. Look at him. Got the collared shirt underneath. Look at that boy. Hands folded. Look at that. Corporate Bonte.
Corporate B.
Good for Bonte. Man.
But yeah, I think the Giants are, if things are going perfectly, I think they're 5 back in the final wild card spot. But
It's a 500 ball club. Let's be real.
well, I'm not disputing. Well, yeah.
I feel like they'll go on a bad run, pick themselves up, maybe go on something decent, and then bring themselves back down every time this year.
Every time, and it's always bad losses. Like I said, losing to the Marlins, losing to 2 or 3 to the White Sox, getting swept by the Pirates a little while ago. Hell, they couldn't even sweep them back. They blew a lead on Monday night that would have put them in position to sweep the series, but they did win 2 or 3. They've got like you want to right some wrongs, they've got like a 10-game homestand coming up. So we'll see. Maybe it's their last
still
gasp.
I was gonna say there's still a lot of baseball to be played. There really isn't, though, right?
They're about a
little over
about
a
month and a half. Yeah.
Okay.
About a month and a half. They're 5 back of the Mets, who broke up a no-hitter after Kyle Madsen said something. They're 5 back of the Mets for the final wild card spot. So,
hey, but a win is a win.
A win is a win. I'll take it. And D'Lo was watching. That's 2 wins in a row.
That's facts.
While D'Lo was watching.
The D'Lo curse may be broken.
It could be over.
Good luck, D'Lo. Jumping off here.
Good luck, D'Lo.
We were talking about the offseason with the insiders a few moments ago, and a couple of 2 of the biggest stories, certainly the biggest story so far this offseason is probably centered on Luka Doncic and the contract he signed with the Los Angeles Lakers over the weekend. Not just the fact that he signed a contract extension, that's of no surprise, or not really of a big surprise, but the type of contract he signed really put him in place to be the next guy for the Los Angeles Lakers for the better part of the next decade. Like, there is no question this is Luka Doncic's team moving forward. There's no question who they're building around moving forward. Obviously, De'Aaron Fox's contract extension has gotten a lot of response. I've yet to come across the write-up that praises this contract extension.
The Fox extension.
The Fox extension, yeah. think it's I think being too critical of it might be a little short-sighted, though I won't fight with anyone who says, that the eyes on you now are a little bit different. You sign a $220 some odd $1 million deal with Sacramento. No one cares. They just chalk it up. If you don't like the decision, they just chalk it up to another bad decision in Sacramento. When you're Wemby's guy, when you're with an organization that has the pedigree that the San Antonio Spurs have, this is going to get looked at differently. And part of the reason I look at it perhaps a little fonder than others do is because the San Antonio Spurs did it. And that leads me to believe they've gone over multiple scenarios that involve their number 2 pick, Dylan Harper, that involve Steph Castle, last year's Rookie of the Year. Like, they've gone over all of these different scenarios about, okay, what if Steph does this? What if Harper does this? What do we do? What if De'Aaron is this? Where does De'Aaron put us on a trajectory with Victor Wembanyama? What do we have to add to go with De'Aaron and Wemby to make us a true title contender in the next, year or two? And to me, like, bringing De'Aaron Fox in, like, I think it would have been far more difficult to, like, yeah, De'Aaron, you're just gonna have to play the last year out, man. We'll see what happens between now and February, and then just hope things continue to escalate with Steph Castle. I'll use Keegan Murray as a great example. Everybody had feelings about Keegan Murray his rookie year, and the sophomore, follow-up didn't hit. It's possible to have a really good rookie year and not a great, next year or the following year. Like, that's not crazy. It's not terribly uncommon. Like, it can happen. So the idea that just because Steph was good or just because you drafted Dylan Harper, that you don't sign De'Aaron Fox, I think is wrong. I think De'Aaron Fox is still a really, really good young basketball player who, if something does materialize with those other groups and you feel like you need to use that money on other parts of your roster, I think De'Aaron Fox is still very, very tradable. But a guy that we talked about to start this offseason is still kind of twiddling his thumbs, waiting for that contract extension, and it's Trae Young. I feel like this entire offseason for Sacramento started, or I shouldn't say for Sacramento because we don't know, but the entire offseason with us and our conversations about the Kings started with Trae Young. And now here he is, on the doorstep of a max contract extension, and it hasn't been offered. And this is an Atlanta team that I think had a really good offseason. I think you can ask a couple of questions about Kristaps Porzingis, though he's kind of given the green light on his health, but they have been almost universally praised for the offseason that they had. So it felt like, hey, maybe this team is finally taking steps forward from being something more than a 39, 40, 41, 42 win team and really trying to make a push to have a basketball team that could compete in the East. I feel like you have to have Trae Young to do that. And so far, Atlanta hasn't extended that offer to Trae in his camp yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to believe with Atlanta and Trae Young and how they feel about Trae Young. You could look at some of the moves that they made, and on the surface, it feels like, oh, they're trying to put some things around Trae Young. But when you kind of dive in it, maybe with a different outlook on it, you might be looking at it more so as, hey, they were just kind of doing what they felt they needed to do as a roster outside of Trae Young. You go get Kristaps Porzingis. Isn't he in his final year of his contract?
Yeah.
He's an expiring. That's not a building piece.
Mm-hmm.
You go get Nickeil Alexander-Walker. That's a good look.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good look. But that could just be part of what you're doing is right. Like, it doesn't have to be related to Trae Young. And now you look at them not offering an extension as of yet. And depending on who you believe, Trae Young was available.
Yeah, that's
Trae Young was available.
And that's the other thing. And yeah.
So you combine those things, and we just felt like when nothing happened and they made a move or two, like, oh yeah, they're starting to put something around Trae Young. It could have been they weren't sold on Trae Young from the moment this new guy got here. and they were just making different moves outside of Trae Young to kind of fix their cap situation, fix their roster a little bit, and prepare for maybe life outside of Trae Young.
And Trae is due the De'Aaron numbers, right?
I believe so. So.
It's 4 and 2.
He might even get more.
See, that's the
because
thing.
He's with the same team.
That's the thing I was thinking too. But he doesn't have the full list of accolades to hit. He doesn't have the full list of accolades to hit that second benchmark.
He's got. Oh, maybe he doesn't. I want to say he's got all NBAs, but maybe he doesn't.
Oh, I don't think so. Maybe. He has all stars.
I'm looking through other articles right now because the first one was AI, but it says he's eligible for 4 years, 229 this summer.
So that's
he's got one all NBA. 21.
And you need
22.
two.
You need two.
You need two. That's what De'Aaron was looking for.
Yeah, 4 years, 229 is what he's eligible for.
Okay. All right. And he has he has an opt-out after this season. There's a player option after this season. Man, could you imagine Atlanta enters this season without Trae under contract? Like the frenzy that would cause headed into February?
Yeah, it feels like.
Because if you're Atlanta and you're finally making steps to build a basketball team, in like you're now looking at losing Trae. You're having conversations about trading. Maybe to your point, you're having more conversations about trading him.
Kind of makes sense.
I guess it does. I mean, and this is that first and second apron investment. Like, are you willing to make it?
I think he's worth it. Me personally, I think that's somebody that you build around, and you put a team around. But we're in that age now where if you don't believe that, you're not spending that type of money on a guy like Trae Young.
I think there's a superstar there. I just don't think he's just gotten the right team around him. This year would probably be the first where it's like, yeah, now do a little something more. But I think there's a superstar there still.
I agree. I agree 100%. But I mean, there are a good number of people around the league, including some close by that wouldn't want to pay him that type of money, and that's the market for a Trae Young. I don't know if anybody would be willing to pay him that type of money. They may end up doing it, but I don't know if they'd want to necessarily.
I don't know what you do. I mean, this was a question we asked before the offseason when we looked at the contracts that were going to be due. De'Aaron, the Luka situation, Trae. It was like, yeah, what do you do with Trae? And then we started hearing the Sacramento thing, and Scott Perry's calling. No, we're not trying to. That's not what we're doing this time, Scott. No, we're just talking about what happened in the past. Scott's still telling us stop talking about Trae Young and the Sacramento Kings.
Damn it, I wish they would stop talking about that. I already made my decision.
He sounds like a younger Jerry Jones.
That's little East Coast, little twang to it, but yeah, he's not as slow and old as this.
Well, yeah, because he's.
But
that's senile.
Check out my Monday motivations.
Oh, he got those. He got those. Scott Perry, by the way. Huh.
65.
Not bad. Jesse, you want in on this?
Scott Perry?
Yep.
We'll go 62.
Jesse wins again.
What the hell?
61 years old. This man's unbeatable.
Bro, that's not even how it goes, bro.
This man's unbeatable.
I don't know.
This
Now
man's
we want to have those
unbeatable.
rules where the guy who won last time gets
you
the big
can't-
second.
you
I thought we
can't-
have to do it at the same time.
You can't. You
Wow.
can't
I
win.
just threw a little shot up, saw what happened, and hey, it
You-
went in. What do you want me to
can't-
do?
You can't win nothing
Just threw a little something
anymore.
up in the air and it went in.
Well, there's a game coming back next week.
Oh, there definitely
New
is.
season coming back.
No season indeed. You know where Scott Perry's from? Everyone talks about the accent that he has.
Mount
New
Vernon,
Orleans.
New York.
Man's from Detroit.
Oh,
Scott Perry's from Detroit. People talk about Scott Perry like he's from Louisiana or something. That man from
I
Detroit,
thought he was
Michigan.
from New York.
from Detroit, Michigan. Where do you go to school? University of Detroit Jesuit. Never heard of that. It's
Probably a
in
big
Detroit.
Bill Lambier fan.
To Oregon, Wayne State.
Well, this is not the Scott Perry I thought I was looking up.
Yeah, I know exactly who you just found. Was he like a congressman or something? Yeah. You have to type in Scott Perry, general manager, or Scott Perry, Kings GM, and you'll be able to find him that way. Yeah, my man from Detroit. Shout out Scott Perry. He does not want us talking about Trae Young.
Detroit, Michigan.
Do you think that De'Aaron's contract deserves to be panned as much as it is? Because again, I and not that I scoured the entire internet, but I haven't read a lot of positive.
Deserved. I don't know if it deserves it, but it's the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about this. This is what I always bring up too when I talk about De'Aaron. We're talking about a guy that's gonna make 53, 55, 57 million dollars a year, and I got that guy on my team. And you talking about I need something else, like I need more, and that's potentially what people are talking about, unless they feel that Wemby and Fox alone, obviously you got the young guys, but those guys can win a championship. If they get into a situation 2 years from now where they're like, oh, they might be in the sweepstakes to go get, KD, because that'll put them over the top. What do you mean put them over the top? This guy making $57 million a year. Now, that's what happens a lot with sports nowadays. You look at their contract and kind of place expectations based off of that. That's not necessarily always fair. But we see that a lot with Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns is a hell of a basketball player, but I don't know about 50
that money. Yeah.
57 million.
Well, that's not Karl. That's every basketball. That's
Right.
every athlete probably.
Right.
I think it's good for De'Aaron. I think as a number two, he's a 24, 25 point per game player. I think looking at the Spurs, if Wemby turns out who he's supposed to be, you probably need to add another high, like elite level role player, maybe a Derek White type or something like that. But I think if Wemby is who he's supposed to be, I think De'Aaron will be fine.
He's not putting up 24 a night in that role though. He's going to be at where I thought he would be. This dates myself a little bit, but I thought it would be him and Bagley. Bagley would be the 22 to 25 point per game scorer. Fox would be the guy that would put up 18 to 19, 9 assists and do it that way. I think that's where he's going to be. Hell, they didn't play
Securing the Bagley over here.
Yeah, I don't think I like that at all.
Man.
If Fox is around 18 to 19, then that's going to be a problem.
Well, he averaged 19 last year when he started playing with him.
Yeah,
Now
but
a
it's
new
just
team and all this other stuff,
the
but-
dynamics and all that stuff. I wouldn't put too much stock into it. I'd imagine Wemby at his peak is probably around 28, 29. I think Fox can come in around 23 to 25. I
He
think.
ain't averaging 25,
No?
23, 25.
Fox is a, like,
I
I think he's a good
absolutely-
enough player.
think-
Like he'll stand out enough. I think he'll get his.
I think De'Aaron can average 22 to 24 points per game for San Antonio.
Maybe.
Because if he is like 18 to 19 or 17 to 20, whatever you want to call it, then yeah, you're going to need someone else. That's
what do
not
you
good enough
think-
for number two.
What do you think Wemby's going to average?
27, 28, like Jesse said.
Really?
Yeah, he could get to that.
Yeah, I think it'll be high. He'd be
No,
good.
I think he could. I don't know that he will.
That's how I feel about De'Aaron. I think he can average what you guys are saying. I don't think that he will.
Because Wemby opened up a lot for De'Aaron as well, and vice versa. I feel.
Yeah.
Like
I
Wemby's
think
kind of a cheat code.
I think De'Aaron is going to, in that situation, play more of that point guard role. And he's going to go back to facilitating a little bit more. He averaged 25, 26 here as the number one option and a guy that has to score that level to give them an opportunity. Now, I think if you put De'Aaron in a situation where I don't have to do that every night, then I won't.
What's the problem, De'Aaron? We kind of need you though. Still,
Mm.
like he has to as a number two though.
Uh,
For them to be as successful as they want to be, I guess.
if Steph Castle is who a lot of people think he might be, Dylan Harper,
But what's Steph Castle's role going to be now that De'Aaron is back there full time?
shooting guard, like shoot and lock up on the defensive end. Like you're gonna be the one, almost like a J-Dub situation.
He's going to be more offensively aggressive than De'Aaron is?
I think so.
Huh.
Or at the very least, I think.
And I'm the
De'Aaron-
one who hated De'Aaron. Like, what?
Well, no, I don't even think it's a bad thing. I just think like he's gonna go more into a PG type mode, and he's gonna look at it where, all right, I can get mine at any time, but he may believe or may be being told his coach, as the coach might say, hey, we got to get Steph going. Get Stephon Castle going. Let's make sure he cooks. And then when Dylan Harper goes, hey, Dylan, I want you to, be aggressive. Go to the cup. Shoot your shot, all this other stuff. He's going to look to get these. And then Wemby, of course. Give Wemby his look. You shouldn't be taking 15 shots. You should be taking 17 to 20. Let's make sure you get yours.
You're not maximizing De'Aaron Fox at that point, though. Like, De'Aaron Fox is a lot better than, I guess, just running the point and, like, Steph, Castle go get your shots and Harper. Like, I think De'Aaron Fox needs to be a focal point on that team. Like, what are you paying him for if you're trying to get, like, he's got to be one of the guys, no?
Yeah, I feel like
Castle and Harper got to kind of take a step back, if anything.
I think they had a lot of time since securing that number 2 pick to decide, like, what do we expect? What do we want? What do we believe that De'Aaron Fox can do for us next year? I have to believe they came to a conclusion before offering that contract extension. They expect him to be he's supposed to be one of their guys.
Yeah, if I'm the Spurs, it's Wemby and Fox right now. Like, that's who's leading us.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you guys think that's enough?
To what?
To win a championship.
We're not there yet. Like, we still got like Castle's got to develop. Harper's got to develop. You got to see what else you have, but it's a hell of a good starting
Wemby
point.
would have to go,
Wemby's got
to 2008 or whatever, 9. It wouldn't even it might have been 2000. Whatever year that Spurs series was with Booby and Mike Brown, like, he gonna have to do that. And I don't think he's going to.
I'm not too concerned about Fox. It's just more so like, if this team's going to go anywhere, it's because of Wemby. Like, that's all, like, ultimately who's going to, I guess, fall on and stuff. I think Fox, I think he'll do his thing. But if they're going to get to where they want to, yeah, if Wemby develops to his, I think they can reach that.
There's a number of different reasons why I agree with you when we talk about, like, you had to sign him to that. This whole notion of, sign him to a smaller deal and all this other stuff, while it might have been the right move. Like, I just don't know if you could have done that. Rich Paul, setting the precedent for how you pay these players. You said all this stuff that you wanted them and everything. Now when situations change a little bit, it will look funny, and it might be bad for business to now renege on some of the things that you talked about before you got the second pick. So because of that, because of the way the game is played, yeah, you pay him what you probably said you would pay him to start.
Do you think Fox is the number 2?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
On a championship winning team, can he carry away? Championship contender.
Is can De'Aaron Fox, can he be as good or better than J-Dub?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. I agree. I think he
I don't know. Like, say what you want to say. Like, what are we doing?
I think he can. I'm just not like.
He's afraid Mama Fox is watching or something.
I think
like,
he can. I'm not locked in. I'm not dead set on it the way you guys are. I think he can.
I don't know if it's. I don't know if I'm.
Y'all
betting
didn't
your
think
life
twice,
savings.
but y'all didn't think twice.
No, because I've thought about this. Like, I formed this whole conversation based on the fact, like, I think De'Aaron, like, he is getting there. He's getting destroyed. The contract that he signed is getting destroyed, and I think that's one, unwarranted. Two, I think it's short-sighted.
I understand what you're saying on that one. I understand. I'm not 100% convinced he can be the second best player on a championship team, a really good team. Absolutely, like, better than the Kings and pushing to get into the conference finals and all that. Absolutely, championship. I think he can. I believe in his talent level.
J-Dub better than De'Aaron Fox right now.
Yeah, and I fought that. I fought that for a while, but J-Dub is he turned some corners in these playoffs. He turned some corners. He did some things in this playoff. Now I was a little sketchy on J-Dub.
I'm gonna give De'Aaron a year in San Antonio with Victor Wembanyama and that group before I make that judgment, because De'Aaron's a hell of a basketball player.
Absolutely,
he's really good on both sides of the floor too.
Absolutely.
I don't know what he's missing to not be a number 2 on a championship caliber team.
You just never know what you're getting with De'Aaron.
I agree, but I don't think that matters anymore. J-Dub scored like 8 points in a playoff game this past postseason.
Yeah.
That's been my, I think that's been everyone's main frustration with De'Aaron. You're 100% right, but I think it's going to be different now because it's not going to have the same impact too, because he's not the guy. When you're the guy, it stands out. When you have a 12-point night or whatever, but Wemby has 41 and 19, that might be, if he had 29 and 19, why are you thinking about your ass?
But right, but what if he doesn't have that? What if Wemby's in foul trouble and he's got 22 and 7 and you're still putting up 12 shots?
So that happens. So it depends. Does that happen a dozen times throughout the year, or does it happen once or twice? Happens once or twice, you move on from it.
100%.
It starts to happen multitude where you start noticing patterns. Yeah, that's the De'Aaron Fox problem that's now San Antonio's, and it apparently doesn't matter what position he is on the roster.
I think he's got the talent to do all of this. I'm just not sold. Even being in the number 2 role, I'm just not 100%. Like, yeah, it's for sure gonna happen. Not saying that's what you guys said, but like, oh yeah, for sure he can do that. I want to see him. I probably want to see him in this role and see if that maybe helps his game out a little bit or frees his game up a little bit because he doesn't have the burden of carrying a franchise. He could be a better version of De'Aaron Fox in this situation. I just want to see it a little bit more.
You have an alternate theory as to why this deal might have happened the way that it did. We will discuss that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Looks like it's getting hot this weekend.
It's hot this morning.
Yeah, it was. It for real was. What's up, Cole? Cole heard J-Dub and had to check in. I ain't even Cole in the week. He's like, hey, what's going on in here?
Somebody, it might have been, I can't remember. Was it Zach Lowe or was it Kevin O'Connell? Or maybe neither. I don't know. But somebody said they think J-Dub is the best small forward in the league today.
Wow.
And I had to think about that. And I don't know where I gotta really think about that. I would say no off the top of my head. He's not better than Tatum.
Thank you.
Not better than Tatum. But that might be it.
Well, what position does LeBron play?
Power forward at this point.
Any position he wants to.
Today, nah, LeBron's better. LeBron is absolutely better. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think he's the best, but he's.
I mean, does that position even exist anymore? Isn't it just wings?
Just wing. Like, what do you think Kevin Durant is today? I would say traditionally he's a small forward.
Yeah.
I don't think J-Dub better than KD today.
Oh yeah, so is J-Dub a top 3 wing in the league then?
Well, now because that's all encompassing. That's
Yeah.
2, 3, maybe even 4. I don't think J-Dub better than Jaylen Brown.
We love sports media and like sports media news. I have never been more excited to get to the sports media topic than I am this ESPN one from this Disney conference call this morning.
There's a lot in that thing.
And I don't know.
There is so much in here that I
I
still can't completely understand.
see it a little different, maybe just a little different.
Well, you're rich. For the rest of us,
Why do you always take the corporate side?
I
Why?
don't
every
take anybody's
time.
side.
Yes,
You
you
always
do.
fine. You don't take their side, but there's always a maybe I understand it a little bit.
Well, no. Damian just said it's going to get very expensive.
I said it's going to be very expensive to be a WWE fan.
Unless there were things I missed. I don't know how much more expensive than it already is.
I do have questions about that too, because I think I saw some things where maybe it's bad, but not so bad.
Okay. That's so I think I know what you saw. And I'm trying to read through it. And the wording is extremely specific. So we'll get to that.
I know what you're talking, because I've heard both, and I'm taking it. That's not so bad.
Okay,
We're all just honestly guessing at what we're all talking about right now, by the way.
I know that's the best part. That's the best part, because I know this is our short block here, and there's no way this is going to be a short discussion. So we'll get to this in 10 minutes for those who just kind of like the business of sports media. Like we've got something here, and it involves wrestling fans, and we talk a lot about wrestling on this show. And salute. They got the bag again.
They
got the bag again.
That's crazy.
But we were talking about De'Aaron Fox a minute ago. Really, we weren't. We landed on De'Aaron Fox, but the conversation started with Trae Young.
Mm-hmm.
Trae Young is due the contract that De'Aaron Fox signed with San Antonio. That 4 years, 220, 223, 229, depending on the projections of the salary cap and all that. He hasn't gotten it. That led to a discussion about the deal that De'Aaron did get, which is not being received favorably across the NBA media. Led to a discussion about De'Aaron, whether the contract was the right move for San Antonio. Can De'Aaron be a top guy on a championship caliber team? And, all of the different things that you talk about when a player, signs that very, very rich deal. We call them Kenny Caraway deals in the studio.
I don't know
but
why.
Not everyone else
I have
does.
no idea why you would call it that.
You have an alternate theory as to why this deal might have been so important for San Antonio.
Well, I do believe that everything that we talked about, San Antonio made that deal, paid De'Aaron what they paid him because, you I don't want to say you had a deal in place with Rich Paul, but this is what was discussed,
Mm-hmm.
months ago, maybe a year ago, that we want to come here to San Antonio. We want to get the contract extension, the max contract extension we could get. That's how we want to go about it. And San Antonio may look at it like, or Rich definitely looks at it like, I don't really care that you got the number 2 pick. That ain't got nothing to do with what we talked about. Let's make good on what we've already talked about. And San Antonio, doing good business in that situation, probably said, yeah, let's just do it. It probably creates more problems to do it another way. Let's just handle it this way. But I've said, since we heard about that contract, I was like, man, people would ask the question. They said, that contract, is it untradeable? I'm like, absolutely, it's untradeable. Like, I can't imagine someone saying, yeah, I'm gonna take on $57 million contract from De'Aaron Fox, and this is gonna get me better. This is what I need to take me over the top, all this other stuff. Nah, this is a borderline untradeable contract. And that's probably some of the stuff that you've read as well. They may not have said that, but they're like, oh, this is crazy for De'Aaron Fox.
Well, yeah, in the the backcourt and the way the backcourt looks, a lot of that is based on, Steph, and I feel like we can't call him that. A lot of that is based on Castle and Dylan Harper.
Yeah. So then I thought about something though. And I saw something where it was just like, oh yeah, the Spurs, you know, they're tied up with all this money and all this other stuff, but you know, they're still kind of monitoring Giannis Antetokounmpo. I said, oh, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. I went to my old spot track. How much is Giannis? Oh. And to be honest with you, if it ever came to that, a Giannis to San Antonio for Fox, a player and picks, I think helps everybody involved. If you're Milwaukee in a year or two, you get a guy like De'Aaron Fox to be the anchor of your new rebuild, along with some picks and stuff like that.
Good luck.
That works. I mean, you can at least you can sell people on it. It might be the best you can do.
Okay. You got to yell at me to sell your argument. It wasn't the trade, because you're right. Because in the end, we do this all the time. Some of y'all you're not trading for players. I mean, one team is. The other team's trading for money. That's ultimately what we're talking about. One team wants a player. The other team is just figuring out how to make the money work. The line that got me was the anchoring your rebuild. De'Aaron's not anchoring your rebuild, man.
I agree.
He's not.
But I don't know where you get that.
He's the guy who's eating up salary, so you reach the floor, and you know he's a guy who could play.
Yeah.
You know you're not. You know you're able to get enough. You know Devin Vassell, we learned, is under contract till 2040.
Forever.
Like you could get your backcourt. You know you could get a couple of guys, and obviously the picks, which will likely have little to no value at that point. But if San Antonio's been able to get picks from elsewhere, maybe you're moving those instead. Like I hear you. It's about making the money work. But sure, being in position to acquire a player like Giannis Antetokounmpo using the De'Aaron Fox contract, yeah, that absolutely works.
Yeah, and I think about
it works for San Antonio, to be clear. Milwaukee at that point is just done.
Right.
They're out. My guess is fine, send De'Aaron, but anything else you send back is going to have to be expiring.
100%. I mean, at that point, I don't even know if we have the money to like make it, because Giannis and
there's also
De'Aaron,
remember Milwaukee's paying for Dame Lillard for like 3 more years.
Well, there's that.
It's because he's not on the Milwaukee Bucks doesn't mean they're not paying Dame Lillard.
That's a good point as well. But the contracts, the numbers are almost like similar, and money wise.
Yeah, I don't think it's crazy money wise.
So I don't even know if they'd be able to take back a whole lot. I'm trying to see. Yeah, they wouldn't. Not a whole lot of money that they would take back in that situation. I want to see what San Antonio has to offer in terms of draft capital. So let's just go. Yeah, let's just say 2 years from now, 2028. They got 1 first round pick, 4 second round picks. 2029, they got 1 first rounder, 3. Like all these years, they got basically 4 picks in every draft. De'Aaron Fox, 3 first rounders, 2 second rounders. That would potentially help Milwaukee jumpstart their rebuild.
Sure. Yeah.
And at that point, De'Aaron is probably 2 years into that extension. Yeah. So you're not going to have him for that much longer, contract-wise. While I agree with you, it's not like, oh, we got De'Aaron with the rebuild. Well,
remember the extension doesn't start this year.
Right. So I'm giving the San Antonio
you're probably
a year or 2.
Okay.
And saying like that's when the trade would be made.
But it might not be up to San Antonio.
True.
Could be up to the big fella in Milwaukee.
Yeah. The whole thought process,
which also that could happen in like a month.
It could.
Like that literally could happen.
It could happen in 22 months. We don't know, to be honest.
Who knows?
He says, I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. But the whole thought process for me was like, all right, yeah, you sign Fox, and if you keep him, you keep him. That's good too. I think they've staggered the contracts where it's not ever really gonna hurt them with the rookie deals and Dylan Harper and all this other
Yeah.
stuff. But you have that chip there where if Giannis ever says he wants out, you might be the one team that has the chip now, that has the assets and the contract to match up. I know you can mix and match salaries, but it gets tough for people to get to $55 million a year.
Well,
type
and just
deal.
as importantly, because of Victor Wembanyama, whether it's Giannis, Trae, Tatum, Brown, name another star in the league, when that list of destinations comes out, San Antonio is going to be on it because of Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
So if you're one of those, we're going to do right by Giannis, then you're going to have a conversation with San Antonio.
Do you think De'Aaron Fox finishes that contract in San Antonio?
I do not.
I don't think so either.
They could win the championship next year, and I still don't think he finishes that contract in San Antonio.
He got it though, so that's all that
he
really
did.
matters.
Yeah, he did, and I think he's going to play well under it. For the first time in the Giannis era, for the first time in the Wemby era, I really want to watch San Antonio play. Like we joked about Wemby's rookie year. I wanted to watch Wemby play. I want to watch San Antonio play now. Like, and the dynamic, they're transitioning. Now I know Mitch was the coach at Mitch Johnson, right? He was the coach for bulk of last year. Like, he is the coach now. Like, the Greg Popovich era is behind us. And while he's still around, being a figurehead for that team, like, this is a new version of the San Antonio Spurs. We'll come back. We mentioned Disney made some announcements today, but the 1% sitting directly across from me, they say it's no big deal. I say it's difficult for the working man. You'll get both perspectives. I'm with you, KC. He's taking the corporate side again. We'll talk about it next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Here's Cole. The question is, do we think Fox thinks he finishes the contract? We just said that. What's up, Cole? How you doing, man?
Better than that Yankees bullpen.
They give up the lead already?
It's 2-2 now, yeah.
Your boy's pitching today. That's where I
Showing?
turned my attention. Yeah.
Are they playing right now?
Yeah.
Usually if the Reds aren't playing, that's a Yankees hate watch for me.
I understand. I watch a bunch of Dodger games. I gotta know the enemy better than I know myself. And I got them saying guns like T.I. T.I. What are you doing?
Rangers might have the best uniform combos in the league.
Well, I'm partial
Not too
to
crazy, but they're all good colors.
I'm partial to red, which is my second favorite color. So I'd say the Reds.
The Cincinnati Reds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reds is fire. Reds are more fire than the Cardinals.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Rangers is fire, though. Rangers is fire. Man, I don't even know who has a bad one. I don't like the Angels.
The Rockies are pretty boring. The Rockies just might be trash, I guess.
What's your issue with purple and black? What's your issue with purple?
No, purple and black can work, but the Rockies just do it in the most basic way.
Cleaning it up now. Cleaning it up now. What's your issue with purple and black?
Dude, if I think of the Rockies purple and black jerseys, I think of like Troy Tulowitzki or something. Like it's all retro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm partial because I like the color black, but the White Sox.
White Sox are solid. They're just simple but clear.
Giants. Big. I'm partial there.
Norm, keep it real. Kings don't even wear purple at this point.
So I never really paid attention when Shohei, because of the DH rule, when he comes out of a game as a pitcher, nothing changes with the lineup. He's just still in the game.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Which doesn't seem legal. You took him out of the game. How is he still in the game? Obviously it's different because it's a
Because
position.
he's the DH. He's the pitcher, but he's also the DH. It's separate.
If you took Freddie Freeman out of the game, he's out of the game.
Well, yeah, because you taking the first baseman out of the lineup. I'm not taking the pitcher out of the lineup. My DH is still there, which is Shohei. He's 2.
No, we need to regulate this. If I know the reason why. I'm just trying to find a way to make it illegal so he can't do this anymore.
Why do you hit on greatness so much? I'm talking about Shohei Ohtani,
Because he's a Dodger. That's why.
So if he was like a Colorado Rocky, would be cool.
Yeah, it'd be fine. Sure. Throw 4 no-hitters. I don't care.
This is like your Costco gas pump thing yesterday.
Oh, no, it's not. Like, no, he's a Dodger. Like, I don't want him to succeed. No, I'm not. No. What are we talking about? No, not at all. You want Aaron Judge to succeed?
Aaron Judge can do everything he wants because I know come up till October, we know what's happening.
That's always uncalled for when you do that. Always uncalled for. So, yeah, when Shohei's done pitching, get him out of the lineup.
How you doing, Damien?
I'm great, man. Casey is down bad when it comes to Shohei on the mound. Goodness gracious.
He's good. Man. I saw, because he's pitching today, I saw his ERA is like 2.17. I'm like, when did he give up a run? When did that happen? This guy been lights out. He's been lights out since he went back to the mound.
Disney had a earnings call this morning that had so much in it. Some of it we expected. The announcement about the acquisition of NFL Media was announced on the call. A couple of it's interesting. It's not just a straight acquisition. The NFL Network, it's not really going anywhere. There are things about it that are changing. We'll get to that in a minute. The thing that we didn't see coming, though, I guess we should have given their relationship with UFC, is there had been rumblings that WWE premium live events, formerly known as pay-per-views, were going to be leaving Peacock after WWE moved their Monday Night Raw show to Netflix. Well, that was announced today as WWE is moving their PLEs to ESPN's new direct-to-consumer platform, which is being called ESPN. It's launching August 21st. That was another big announcement today, so that's just a couple of weeks away. And that service will cost you $29.99. Now, I have been reading through all of this, trying to figure out, does it cost me $29? And of course, this is brilliant. This is the way it worked with the WWE Network. This is the way it worked with Peacock. This is the way it's always worked. WWE premium live events will move to ESPN for WrestleMania 26. You always start with the big dog, and WrestleMania 26 will be available on this ESPN platform. There is no extra charge. It's not like ordering a pay-per-view. It's not like you have to pay $29.99 for the monthly service and then pay whatever it costs to watch WrestleMania or whatever WWE event you want to watch there. But $29.99 is a far cry from the WWE Network, which was $9.99. It's an even further cry from the Peacock Network, which for some was $5.99. For a while, it was free for some, and for others, it was like $10.99. It is a substantial increase for watching WWE products, for WWE premium products. If you have a cable or subscription, if you have a cable or satellite subscription, you can log in with your Verizon account, your DirecTV account, and you can authenticate this ESPN app and get it for free. This ESPN app is all of the ESPN channels available in one place. They're calling it direct to consumer. You don't have to have YouTube for it. You don't have to have anything. If you just watch ESPN, you could pay $29.99 to just have all of the ESPN channels. That includes the NBA, NHL, NFL, includes everything. That means if you're a wrestling fan and you have YouTube TV, which is not cable, it is not satellite, it is a streaming service. So that means if you watch ESPN and all of the channels that are available on YouTube TV, all of the ESPN channels that are available on YouTube TV, you have to double up and get this ESPN subscription to continue watching WWE premium live events. That means you now have a premium live event cost of $29.99 a month. You have a Netflix cost, which is Monday Night Raw or Raw, which I think is, I guess, depending on what you get. I think for me, it's like $25.
That one's going crazy.
That doesn't even include SmackDown yet, which that's YouTube, cable, like whatever. That's probably another $60 to $70. You're starting to look at upwards of $100 to watch WWE content each month. You don't think that's a big deal, though?
So let me get this straight, because I was under a different impression, and maybe you saw it differently. Right now, if I go to ESPN, the app, and I put in my YouTube TV account, I can watch everything that's on the app. That's how it is right now. Is it a situation where that is no longer available?
Give that to me one more time.
If I got YouTube TV, right?
Yep. He's going to use his YouTube TV credentials to watch the ESPN app, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's no longer available.
So this PR release from ESPN says cable and satellite. To the best of my knowledge, things like YouTube, even Hulu Live, neither one of those are considered cable or satellite. Those are streaming services.
No, YouTube, I'm reading it right now. YouTube TV is going to count.
Oh, well, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, YouTube TV will count. Comcast, DirecTV, Hulu, Plus, Live.
Oh, then it don't matter, because then you get to $29.99.
Yeah.
Because it says you can log in with those credentials.
Yeah, Ariel.
Oh yeah,
talked about it. If you have YouTube TV.
So back to De'Aaron Fox.
We're good, boys.
I thought that was insane. I was like, how are they gonna? They're essentially that would have essentially been bringing back pay-per-view.
So let's assume that's not. We never found that out. We just assume.
Oh, did I break kayfabe?
Because I was we
got to
weren't sure.
Okay, as much as ha as the show may be, our information has to be correct.
No, yeah.
I saw cable and satellite and thought that does not include Hulu and YouTube.
But let's just say you don't have YouTube TV. And you're looking at this like, man, I got to pay $30 a month to watch wrestling and watch these PLEs and everything. I'm also assuming that you already had ESPN Plus, which was already like as is. And maybe if you have the Disney bundle with Hulu and Disney Plus, I think that's like $16 to $18 a month. Peacock, like you said, let's just meet somewhere in the middle and say you're paying $6 for that already. It's already $22 a month that you're already paying. It's not $30 extra. It'd be like $5.
Real quick to that Disney bundle, if you want to insert or add this new WWE stuff, that's going up. The Disney bundle is going to be $35.99. If you want Disney, Hulu Plus, and the new ESPN.
And it's $29.99 for the first 12 months.
For the bundle or just the ESPN?
So I think for the bundle, but that's just for 12 months, which means in a year that's going to change. And I think those bundles are the commercial bundles, aren't they?
Probably, I think.
Yeah,
one first.
Yeah, like those lower price bundles are always the ones with commercials. So I mean, if that doesn't bother you, whatever.
Right.
But I know the
Twitches
last thing
me.
I do if I'm binge watching a show, I don't want like I have the commercial free version of Peacock. If I'm binge watching The Office just for fun, I don't want to see a Colgate ad while I'm watching The Office.
Shout out to those of us still sent through the commercials.
And please show all the commercials. I don't give it. I am not going to pay another $5.
That's right. Yeah, that's where I put my
to
foot
not
down.
get commercials.
You keep raising
Really?
the price on the basics. I'm going to keep paying it, but I'm not paying $5 more at that point.
No.
You used to spend $8 a day on the vending machine out there, but you're drawing the line at $5 a month to get rid of the commercials?
Yes.
It's principle.
No,
man.
show the commercials. It's fine. What you say with the little thing? Say a minute 30. Cool. All right. I'll scroll my phone for a
See,
minute.
yeah, exactly.
It's all
If
good.
I'm watching on my iPad, you can do a thing where I shorten the screen or whatever, and we scroll Twitter for 45 seconds.
But
Wow.
what
You got like a premium Peacock.
damn.
Wow.
Well, I think that's kind of going away too if they're losing. Although,
Well,
I'm
no.
gonna keep-
As long as The Office lives on that channel, it's that network ain't going nowhere.
No, I don't.
And
think
as
the
soon as they
network
can
going
acquire the rights of Seinfeld from Netflix, yeah,
well, even
Peacock is
then,
cooking.
they about to get the NBA.
Oh, that's right. That's
Hey.
right. That's right.
And they keep putting playoff games on there too. So yeah, Peacock is fine.
I think there's rumors they might be doing like actual sports network too.
Yeah,
I don't know how real that is, but
Comcast has been kind of talking about that, bringing that back because they're also, I don't know how far they're in it right now, but they talked about picking up Major League Baseball. With this whole thing falling apart between ESPN and MLB, they're like NBC jumped in like, hey, you need a home, come over here. Since I think ESPN and Major League Baseball have started talks again, but that
yeah,
doesn't mean
ESPN saw those numbers were up.
yeah, man, they was just cooking. So they still might be Major League Baseball still might be on Peacock, so Peacock will be cool. But did that math work out though? Like I said, like if you were already paying this type of stuff, like me, I'm people, right? I would be paying for the bundle already. It's $25. Well, you tell me this new ESPN and WWE, that goes up. Now I'm only paying $7 more than what I would. And who knows if I keep the Peacock subscription because the WWE ain't there no more.
I don't know how you're getting the $7 more. Oh, it's because of the bundle with Disney and Hulu.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see.
I think they've even gone up on years without that. If for just ESPN Plus, at one point it was $5. I think it's like $12 now.
It is. You know where ESPN Plus really destroys you? Like it destroys me. Is the articles.
Oh yeah.
They have articles that you have to have the login for, and it's like
The Insider.
Hey guys, sorry, I couldn't read Shams Charania's latest article because I refused to pay $11 a month.
Yeah, guys, I don't know what grade they gave the Kings for the offseason. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry guys. We couldn't get $10 a month for Spot Track. We are certainly not going to get $11 a month for ESPN Plus.
Now, one of the things that, and I think you cleared it up, but one of the discrepancies that some people thought were, is it going to be are you going back to a pay-per-view format with WWE in the PLEs? And it doesn't seem like that's the case. That $30 will get you, it's all inclusive with WWE or their PLEs and your ESPN app access. So that was one thing that people weren't sure about this morning. And yeah, I mean, it is more than you normally were paying, but it's a few more dollars, less than $10 more.
That's assuming you already had the bundle though.
Very true. And if you got the cable or YouTube, like you're good.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. We'll see how that goes. Another big announcement from ESPN today was the acquisition of NFL Media. Now, as we said a second ago, it's not just a completely blanket. They're just acquiring all these assets. There's multiple things in play here, including ESPN. The NFL now owns 10% of ESPN, which
That's what Mike Florio was saying. That's a slippery slope, huh?
Well, I think the fact that they were a partner was already a slippery slope.
Well, now
And
it's just they own them now.
yeah, like when you go back to the man, it was something related to concussions. It was one of the first big launching points for concussions in the NFL, and I think this sound crazy. I feel like it was like a PBS special, and like Bob Lee, Outside the Lines, they were on top of it, and then all of a sudden they weren't.
Just went away.
And you remember for a long time, maybe 2 or 3 years, there was a theory that the NFL was pissed at ESPN, which is why you got trash ass Monday Night Football games, and every Sunday Night Football game was fire. And it was like, oh, okay, I guess someone's in the doghouse. Now that's all conspiracy theory, JFK, Oliver Stone stuff. But it sure as hell added up.
You know how the NFL moves. I mean, I don't think they're above those questions being asked.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
The most important detail, at least to me, was about the Red Zone channel. The Red Zone channel will still be owned, operated, and produced by the NFL. It'll be distributed by ESPN. I don't think, if I read this correctly, I don't think they'll even be able to. I don't think ESPN will be able to put it on the platform. Yeah. But my biggest fear was Stephen A. Smith popping up on a Sunday afternoon at 1:00 after 10 minutes of commercials, telling me why the Dallas Cowboys are terrible. It sounds like, again, if I'm reading this correctly, the Red Zone is still owned, operated, and produced by the NFL, but the ESPN will have certain broadcasting rights to it.
Carl Renetta throws in the chat house. It's essentially what they're doing with inside the NBA, right?
Yeah, I think everyone thinks they know what they're doing with Inside the NBA, but hell, it doesn't even appear that people on Inside the NBA know exactly what ESPN is doing. But to Jesse's point, TNT still operates and produces that show that will air on ESPN.
What was really interesting to me about this, as I started to think about this more, I'm not a complete cord cutter because I have YouTube TV, but I moved on from cable, from traditional cable. And when they talked about this ESPN situation, I really sat down and thought, I was like, I don't know if I need cable no more. Like at all. I thought about the time spent watching YouTube TV and what I watch. And it's nothing that's on TV. Then I thought about and if Adam Silver gets his way and those games are off the NBC Bay Areas and all this other stuff, that's another strike against cable. Everything I know for me and others that I want to watch, whether it's shows, whether it's old shows, they're all on these apps. Love Island was on USA, but it was on the Peacock app.
I had no idea Love Island was on USA.
Maybe it wasn't. I always saw USA underneath it.
Okay.
And I thought it might have showed on there as well, but maybe that's like reruns or something. That would be on USA or something. But it's on the app. You got Netflix. They're doing live stuff. The ESPN, which consumes a lot of my time, they got their direct-to-consumer situation. I even learned this morning, Fox is also having a direct-to-consumer station. Fox One, I think it's called, comes out the same day as ESPN.
August 21st.
August 21st. So outside of the news,
Well, like, yeah, kind of going off your point too. Like, it used to be the TV shows, all right, now that they're done, they get sent to streaming. Now it's the streaming shows when they're done. Like FX is picking them up or True TV is picking them up. Now you're getting the streaming shows on cable now.
Is it
like they're just dumping stuff there?
There's a scenario, HBO, that's who it is, HBO Max. Work through the flaws in this. If it's sports and news, is there a situation where you could have HBO Max and their live programming with this ESPN app and that's it?
The one caveat is The NFL's still on traditional
Yeah.
TV.
You're right. And as I'm working through this, Peacock has the NBA, Amazon has both. That like
Netflix is still there.
We're
But
screwed, man.
But as far as
Like,
getting away from, because YouTube TV right now, with like I got this sports bundle, all this other stuff, I think that's like $90. If I eliminated YouTube TV and went with the apps, I probably would be saving money. As many apps as we have and all this other stuff, I'd probably be saving money. If it wasn't for local news, I think that's the only thing that really keeps me having TV. Hell, I know we're in the sports world, but family-wise, Ryan don't watch nothing on YouTube TV.
mhm.
Roku has channels
Yeah.
on that just show Baby Shark all day.
Yeah, Bluey's on Disney Plus
All that stuff. If it literally wasn't for
or whatever it is.
the local news, check us out on CBS 13 Sports Sunday every now and then.
Mhm.
If it wasn't for that, there's no need. But the NFL is still the one. The NFL still comes on regular TV for all their games, unless you have the package.
The what?
Hold on.
What?
Where's that? Hold
Unless
on.
you-
I
unless
can't
you
find
got-
my flag. Where's my flag?
Wow.
We moved
Hey,
on.
it's all good.
We moved on.
Hey, it's all
Next
good.
play.
I
No
got
huddle.
you. I
No
got
huddle.
you,
I
Ref.
need no huddle.
Talk with the insiders.
I got you, Earl Hebner. I
No
got
huddle.
you right here.
No huddle.
It's right
I
here.
went no huddle, bro. I went no huddle.
Nah.
Snap the ball in time. Moved it back. That's a
I
5-yard
went no
penalty.
huddle. Oh man, I still wonder if I'd ever just completely give up. I'm sure there will come a time, but
Give up what?
TV, like
TV.
yeah.
Be one of them crazy people that live in a van. No TV. No nothing.
Well, I bet the cable aspect.
no,
Ken Casey's going to live off
know
the
what you
grid.
meant.
You guys see Roger Goodell talking, I think, this morning? Well, I saw the quote.
No.
Said the NBA is not competition for us. We're trying to compete with Google and whatever, insert big company.
I'm sorry. What are you competing with Google against?
I don't know. That's what he said.
He's just saying companies.
Roger, what are you talking about? Bro, you sound like Vince McMahon. Sit down and shut up.
He's just saying companies at this point.
We're competing against Google. What? Don't act like you don't understand the spirit of the question either, jackass. Goodness gracious. We're competing against Google.
Yeah, hold on. He said we're not competing against the NBA or MLB. Our competitors are Apple and Google.
What are you talking about?
What is he referring to?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Maybe he's talking about money.
All right.
Okay,
bro.
he knows that that's not what that question was framed around.
I think he was just trying to big dog the leagues real quick.
He probably was. Vince McMahon did that stuff for years.
Yeah.
You're like, no, WCW is in our Ted Turner's wrestling company is in our competition. We make movies. All right.
All right, big dog.
All right, Roger.
You got it. You got it.
Go ahead, Raj. Yeah, right.
You
Go
got
ahead,
it,
Raj.
If they ever figure out what to do with these sports, the team stations like NBC Sports, California, Bay Area, all this other stuff, that might be it for.
But
cable.
here's the thing though. Like at some point, like when is too much?
I'll say
let's I absolutely believe Adam Silver's wet dream is these personalized streaming things.
Mhm.
Like a King's app that you can watch anywhere with your subscription thing.
Mhm.
That's absolutely what I think he wants. And the league can help the Kings, the league can help the Lakers, the league can help the Blazers sell ads, sell entitlements, all of the things that have a universal sales package that comes with team specific channels. That might be great for Adam Silver, the NBA, and maybe probably even the Sacramento Kings. But what's it mean for us? Is that something else that we have to buy?
It probably is, but here's the way that I look at it. And once again, maybe me and Mark Jones' outlook on spending money isn't the best. But
it's the worst.
But I have all this stuff already. All the NBA and Major League Baseball has to do is not exceed $100, which is what I'm paying for YouTube TV. If they come with a sports league pass situation that doesn't exceed $100 and allows me to get rid of cable, I've won. I'm saving money from what I'm already doing.
But you're so the hell with Jake Gaden, the hell with Matt George.
That's why I keep it, because those are my guys.
Also, CNN is gone. Like all of the
CNN,
news
you can
channels are
stream-
gone.
You can stream all those.
That's on HBO Max now.
Yeah, you stream all those. It's literally
But it's not free.
no, but I'm already paying for it. I'm on.
You
on
have
it.
HBO Max with the live channels?
Yeah,
I
I don't watch them there.
No,
but I have,
no, that's extra.
Well, I don't know.
The
Maybe
live
that-
channels
maybe
are
that-
With the
extra.
provider, then maybe if you got the YouTube TV provider,
that's
because that's how I got HBO Max through my provider or whatever. I got the live channels. Through
Maybe
there,
that's
then.
the case. I'll
But if
never
the
watch those.
provider is gone, you don't have it.
Once again, you got to, from the way I look at it here, if you come in under the first apron of $100, if you come in under $100, I'm saving. Say
I don't.
Say I get Max through the provider right now. Say I get it through a provider, and I get rid of the provider, and now I got to pay $10 a month for Max. If I'm paying $10 a month for Max, if I'm paying $20 a month,
$10 a month extra.
well,
Because
look,
you always have you're already subscribing to HBO Max. You're paying $10 extra
but
for the live channels.
sure. So let's say $15. If I'm getting, let's just say it's $5, because you said extra. Because right now I'm not paying for it. I have it.
Right,
because
right. So
I-
HBO Max will say it's $20. Now you're going to pay $35 for it.
Hear what I'm saying? If I have HBO Max free through the TV provider, I get rid of the TV provider, which is $100. Now I'm paying for Max. That's 10. Now I pay for the NBA thing. Let's just say that's 20. I'm at 30. I've gotten rid of 100.
You're a sweetheart for these prices, but keep going.
That's 30. I get Major League Baseball situation. That's another 20. I'm at 50. If that's it, I've saved $50 because I've gotten rid of the $100 that I'm paying, and I got.
And how are you watching the NFL?
I don't know. I could probably watch it on the NHL or NFL app. I think you can watch the local stuff on there. But that's
Right,
also
which is
through-
about what, $120?
Well, no,
right?
But to your point, it's also through the TV provider.
But the TV provider is gone.
Right. So, but say that's another.
You know what this
$20.
sounds like? This sounds like Shaq's gas conversation.
No, it's really
That's
simple.
what this is.
This is Steiner math.
This is Shaq getting
No,
gas.
it's 100% simple. I don't understand how you don't recognize it.
Okay, go to commercial. We'll come. I guess I don't get it. Go to commercial.
If I got,
hold it. Okay.
If I'm putting $20 of gas on Friday instead of $80, saving money. NFL Plus, I don't think you get to watch the games till after.
No, you gotta
So
wait
after
till
they're live,
after. I think the reason why I can watch what's in my region is I think it's because I'm signed in, or it's connected to the TV provider. Because like on my app, I can go to the NFL app and whatever game is on Fox, I can watch on my phone.
Got it, yeah.
On the NFL app. But I think it's connected somehow.
Why haven't we just gotten the Super Box?
What?
I said, why haven't we gotten the Super Box?
That's crazy.
What?
That's crazy.
It comes with everything.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. And look, I don't know nothing about that, bro. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing. Look, I pay for my TV. I don't know what you're talking about, big dog.
I just heard there was this magical box out there.
Yeah, I heard it too. I refuse to partake. After I heard it's not legal. I heard it's not exactly legal. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, the way I watch fights isn't legal either.
That's why Dana White's coming to get your ass. I got a guy too. I don't think it's 150. I think it's a little bit more expensive than that.
So Kenny's teaching us about financial responsibility.
So check it out. YouTube TV. I got YouTube TV. Let's just say you pay $100 a month for YouTube TV. Like, man, this is getting too expensive. I'm getting rid of this $100 bill. Now, because of that, I can't watch HBO Max because I was signed into that. ESPN, I'm signed into that. The baseball, the NBA package. I got to go get that on my own right now. I've eliminated $100 a month. If HBO Max costs me $10, that's $10. If ESPN Plus costs me $30, that's a total of $40. If MLB Pass costs me $25, I'm now at $65. From what I was already spending, I've saved $35 to $40. Is that correct?
Sure.
This isn't the Shaq situation. I've said now where you get into a situation. This is what I was talking about. If you can stay under $100, like, yeah, you're winning. But if all the subscriptions after like not having free subscriptions because of YouTube and all this other stuff get me to the point where for those subscriptions I'm paying $150 a month, now I've eliminated the $100 that I was supposed to be saving and I've added $50. So now I'm in the negative. As long as those subscriptions keep me under 100, I'm actually saving from what I'm already paying.
How is there an HBO, Disney Plus, Hulu bundle?
Bro, they're all
Where
working
did that
together.
come from?
It's all a conspiracy against us.
Disney, Hulu, and HBO Max will cost $29.99 without ads. Okay, wait a minute. Here wait a second. Now, okay, wait a minute. Now we get rid of all of that. And we just go to HBO Max and live sports and CNN stuff. That's $20.99 a month.
What is it's HBO Max and what else?
It's HBO Max, and then you get NBA TV, NBA on TNT. You get baseball on TBS. You get the NHL on TNT. You get the Turner channels basically. You get CNN.
Make sure I don't get that bundle. NBA's not even on TNT anymore. They're just scamming me right in front of my very eyes. Hey, sign up. You can get NBA on TNT.
Yeah, it's still on there.
They're scamming me. The other aspect of it too is because Kyle says you're not staying under 100. Where's Kyle at? I can't find him. But he says you're not staying under $100 in that situation. Me personally, and I think a lot of sports fans too, the whole point is you already have subscriptions to this stuff. Some of it you get free because of your TV provider. Some of it you just subscribe to. Like ESPN Plus and ESPN Insider, I subscribe to because it's for work and I like watching the stuff on there. So I would say half the stuff you already kind of subscribe to. If you're able to eliminate cable, and
I wonder. So you know this also doesn't include Stars.
But
any
Stars,
of that stuff.
But Stars is also an extra charge on your YouTube TV.
There's also some
It's not-
sacrifices you got to make.
Yeah,
Just
but
don't get stars.
you might not, but you're already paying for stars. Because what is it, $10 a month on YouTube TV?
Yeah, it's $10.
You get the app.
It's $10. It's $10 on the app. That's what I
Right.
mean.
That's
It's
what I'm
like
So that's
I don't see any way that stays under $100.
I'd have to.
Peacock is $13.99. Netflix is $24.99, and Disney,
Netflix doesn't
which
count
Netflix doesn't count.
because you're already paying for it with the cable subscription. Like you're already paying for Netflix. That doesn't go into the $100 that you're saving. The $100 that you're saving goes into like HBO Max. I have HBO Max right now because of the.
How
TV
much
provider.
does your YouTube TV cost?
It's literally like $100, like $98, $100. I have stars on there too, so that affects it. But right now, I technically don't pay for HBO Max because I have
it
the
through
TV provider. If I got rid of the TV provider, now I'd have to factor that in there. Netflix, whether I have TV provider or not, I have to pay that. So that doesn't go into trying to stay under $100. I'm already paying that. I think Peacock is like that too, right? Like that TV provider.
No, that's separate.
I don't think I don't think so. I used to have Peacock used to be free from like Verizon or one of my Comcast, one of the internet things that went away. I'm trying to look to see what all of my subscription things cost. I can't even find all of them.
Damn, baller.
Do we get recess after that math class?
Yeah, that was tough, man. That was brutal. Absolutely. If I look, I'm going to my July transactions. Let me go back to the beginning.
YouTube actually has a nice little feature on it, a little easy feature.
Netflix $24.99. Man, I can't even read.
See, the way you got to do
$10.99, $12.99. That's stars. Oh, you ain't getting TV for under $100.
At this point, you just gotta. I pay for this streaming service. So and so pays for this one, but I get their password. They got my password.
No, you're not getting TV for $100. But right now you're paying. Here's how you put it. Right now, for everything that you watch, you're probably paying like $250. If you're able to eliminate $100 with YouTube TV, so now you eliminate $100, you're paying $150 a month for TV that you watch, Netflix, all this other stuff. If you can get all these other little apps without getting back to $250, you've saved money that you were already spending.
Got it now?
So no one sees the correlation between Shaq and the gas and Kenny's math?
No, because this actually makes sense.
Okay.
Shaq also said, no, this makes sense, but.
Well, Shaq was wrong. Actually, I understood the basis of what Shaq was saying. I just don't think it works that way.
Shout out.
No, it absolutely doesn't work that way.
Doesn't work.
It was one of the most insane things someone ever said on television with that level of confidence before.
Shout out John Bull. This is about as August 6th as it gets. Peak offseason is debating cable packages.
Look, I see all the stuff that I have right now.
Okay.
I have League Pass. This is a sham. I got Red Zone Sports Plus.
Yeah, so they put Red Zone in a tier where you have to pay $20 for 15 other channels you don't want. You just want Red Zone.
And I got Stars. This is about $100 altogether.
All right.
So with that,
your monthly bill is $100.
Yeah. So with that, I'd have to get Stars by itself, which is $10. NBA League Pass and that actually probably be the same because it's just connected.
I wonder how many people crash their cars listening to this segment.
Bro, we're doing math. I hate this.
Yeah. I'm trying to help y'all out.
It's not. It's not working. I have a bad
it's super.
This is worse than James talking about the collective bargaining agreement.
It's super hypothetical because you can't get rid of TV yet. You still got your local news stations and you still got the Kings and the Giants playing on those channels.
I chose this job so I didn't have to do math, and look where we are.
Yeah.
Although I think, there are apps where you can watch those games. The legal ones, like I remember you used to be able to stream anything on NBC Sports, whatever, you could stream that on the NBC Sports app.
With a login.
Or you could pay for it too. Like
I
if you-
didn't know. You
I used
could
to do
that.
it with the login, or still
Oh.
do it, but yeah.
All right.
No, just like I said, trying to save the people a couple dollars.
Now, please do not follow. Hey, listen to this man's
Save
sports
the
takes.
people a couple
Do
dollars.
not follow this. You want to follow this man's advice? Head over to Baker Family Wines. That's how
that.
you could follow Kenny Caraway's advice right there. Head over to Baker Family Wines. Baker, that's our man, Dusty Baker.
Yes, sir.
That's the Hall of Famer, Dusty Baker. He has taken his passion for the diamond into creating these beautiful small lot wines that are available right here in his tasting room in West Sacramento. They are crafted here, not in Napa, not in Amador County, not in Lodi, but right here in West Sacramento. You head over to Baker Family Wines. I'm holding the 2022 Sauvignon Blanc right here. Nice little crisp summer wine right here. Join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. The tasting room is awesome. It's very chill. It's very relaxed.
Good
and
times.
The wine is absolutely incredible.
Absolutely.
Head over to bakerfamilywines.com right now. Join Dusty's Clubhouse for these exclusive releases and tasting rooms. And head over to Baker Family Wines in West Sacramento. Grab you a couple bottles for the weekend.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I think they're available at certain Nuggets too. Like
Yeah.
if you in the
Nugget for
Roseville
sure,
area,
yeah,
there's a Nugget store all like on every corner. Go check that. Go check those spots out. Look for Baker Family Wines. You'll recognize the baseball stitch right away and partake in some responsible beverage consuming this weekend.
CJ says CBS 13's on Paramount Plus. I didn't know that. That's another subscription.
I actually pay for Paramount Plus. I forgot about.
You could
that
watch
one.
football games on
You
there.
could
right?
watch a lot on Paramount Plus.
Like the CBS games.
Yeah, you could watch a lot on there.
And I would assume, because I would assume with Fox's new thing, you could probably watch the Fox games on there.
Here we go. Well, are we at $100 yet?
I don't know.
Hey, shout out Jake.
$25.
Jake hit me up yesterday. He must have been listening to Run It Back because he hit me up. He was like, "Hey man, just to give you a heads up, that flight from Sacramento to Newark gets canceled all the time."
Oh man.
And he was like, "The JetBlue one's better." I was like, "I don't think that JetBlue flight exists."
Oh.
He was like, "I'm taking it tonight. It exists."
Oh, it's back.
No, it's seasonal. So it doesn't run in, I think, November, December, or January. We're going to New York in Christmas. So when I did the search, I couldn't find it. I searched it yesterday. You talk about taking a knife and just carving your insides out. Not only is that flight available, I mean, to go to direct to JFK.
Yeah.
It's like $500.
Wait, the one.
The JetBlue
JetBlue
flight,
is
because it's available right now.
Uh-huh.
It's not available
Okay,
in
I thought-
November,
yeah.
December, or January.
Yeah.
It's a seasonal flight. That's where they scaled it back. So
That's whack. Come on, JetBlue.
shout out Jake. He took the flight yesterday. He was like, "Hey, stupid." Let me
Shout out
teach
Run
you
It
to
Back, by the
travel.
way, too. Still going strong.
Yeah,
Shout out
hey,
Run It Back.
shout out Run It Back.
Yeah, big ups. Big
Run It
ups.
Back beats a lot of first run programming.
It's always my favorite when people call in like during Run It Back. Oh, I got something to say. It's like, oh, sorry, this is not the real show, bro. Call back tomorrow.
But we appreciate you.
We do.
Always, yeah.
Thank you
We
so
do.
much. Thank you so much. 916-909-1320. If you have any questions about Casey's math, man, you can hit us up.
Math is
He'll be happy.
perfectly fine.
It was like when
This
Crystal
is-
used to try to help me in high school.
This is literally add and subtract. There is no calculus going on here. It's simple.
Whatever you say, pal.
It's simple as it gets.
You're all right.
What's better math,
It-
KC math or Steiner math?
No, now
Oh,
that
Steiner
now
math
that
is
calculus.
crazy. Steiner math is crazy.
That's some calculus right there.
I mean, we are like when you like this ESPN Plus, this ESPN app. This will be an interesting thing to watch. Like this is, it's Fox is fine, Paramount, like that's cool. When you're ESPN and you're like, hey, here it is. Here's what we have to offer you. Like HBO has done that, but HBO's always been a premium. Like you always had to pay for HBO.
Right.
It's always been a premium channel. ESPN is, packaging all of their content and putting it together in one place. There's sometimes you can't even get all of ESPN's content.
Well, see, so this is what I was wondering. I'm still wondering this right now. You're putting this together as if this new venture that we have to charge you $30 a month for. And I'm sitting here as somebody who subscribes through, actually, I think it's not through the TV provider. I actually have the subscription because I have the Disney Plus joint and everything too. And that's like $12, $15 a month. And I'm like, okay, what's different? What am I getting that's it? Right now on ESPN Plus, I can watch EuroLeague basketball. I can watch anything that they have to offer on ESPN Plus. And they're like, yeah, we got this new service and it's going to be $30 a month and you can watch all our programming. I can already do that. So you're just upping this thing $15 for no reason. You're not giving me the NFL. You're not giving me NBA basketball games or a league pass type deal. You're not giving me anything more than what I already have. Now you got WWE. I guess, is that worth $15? Maybe, I don't know, but that's the only difference. Even if I was into this type of stuff, UFC, I still got to buy the pay-per-view.
I think they are creating. So I think one thing that could really, really be interesting with this is they're creating, one, stuff will be on demand. Two, they're creating what they called a personalized sports center. So a lot of time when you create I think this happens with the ESPN app, it'll say, what's your favorite sport, your favorite teams. I don't remember if it has players or not, but it definitely has sports and teams. And I think the idea is they're going to create highlight reels that are based on your preferences. I don't, obviously there'll be a narrator to that, just like when you go to NBA.com and you watch like the quick 2-minute clip, there's a narrator to that. I don't know that you're going to get a 5-minute breakdown from, Scott Van Pelt or Tim Legler or whoever, but I think they're trying to do things with this app outside of just putting all of their channels in one place. I'm also a bit confused about the UFC thing. Are they doing away with pay-per-views and UFC?
No, right now, UFC, you get like the prelims and all this other stuff, but for the pay-per-view event,
you pay for the pay-per-view.
Pay for the pay-per-view.
Okay.
Do you watch the ESPN Plus app often?
Never.
Yeah, that's why I'm listening to this and I'm like,
never.
This is not worth $15. $15 more. I have everything at the disposal.
I don't need it. Yeah.
I can watch all the shows that they have. I can watch all the 30 for 30s that they have. I can watch all the games. They're on demand and live, college sports, college, high schools. I have all this already. Why are you charging me an extra $15 again?
WWE, pal. I don't know.
ESPN is like, yeah, we've got this new app where you can watch all our 30 for 30s, all our original programming, all games from college to pros all over the globe for $30. I already do that.
30, you know what the thing that it might be truly scary about the $30 is that might set a new price point. Like these, I remember Apple has this thing called, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like Apple Premiere where you get like cloud storage, you get the Apple News app, the arcade app, and the Apple Music. And there's 3 different tiers, but they position them perfectly. All I want is Apple Music and Apple News. If you get them separately, it equals what you wind up paying anyways.
Right.
You can't get, and they're smart. They separate that you can't like, oh, you can get the first tier, but news isn't going to be in there. Oh, you can get the second tier, but Apple Family Music isn't going to be there. Like they position it to where you just wind up getting I think it was $19.99 when this started a couple of years ago. That bitch is $37 now. And the funny, woo, it's going to be a bitch of a contract negotiation. The funny thing, Apple won. Thank you, Bryce. The funny thing about all of this is the cost of living has skyrocketed. Salaries have not. what people make has not increased at the rate in which it costs to live. And you have to start making cutbacks. You have to start getting rid of things because you used to be able to afford all of them. But because all of these prices have gone up, all of this inflation, all of these tariff removed, all of these different things have drove the prices up. Meanwhile, your company is starting to lean on artificial intelligence and driven your salary down. Like, at what point are we just going to be extinct? I'm dead serious. Like, at what point do they go, like,
closer than we realize?
Nah, things were great on Earth, and then inflation and humans couldn't survive anymore. Artificial intelligence took over. The robots came. The aliens, popped off that hill, and it was over.
Look, I half joking about it, but these robots will build things. Like, you would think at some point, like, all right, well, maybe the physical labor is something that you would keep humans around for. These robots are building stuff.
You hear yourself. The physical labor. You're right. The physical labor is what they're going to keep humans around for. And you know what they're going to do? Pay them minimally. What's that sound like to you?
Yeah.
You hear what I'm saying?
Well, to your point of being extinct, they're getting the robots to do the physical labor. Like, before, it was just like, you think about AI could answer a phone and be in a call center or something like that. You could automated services. So now you're eliminating people that answer the phone. They're getting these robots to eliminate anything, that building stuff, putting whatever physical that you can think of. They're trying to get these robots to do that. So, to your point, what do you need us here for anymore?
Well, soon enough, they won't. They won't. My man said to me, "Hey, times are tough right now." You're goddamn right, times are tough. Yeah, they absolutely are. I got like a family of 5 all of a sudden. Every trip to the grocery store is $350. God forbid we go to Costco and it's $700.
Bro, you want to go to McDonald's, that's $50 to $60 every trip to McDonald's.
We cooked, man.
You got 5. You probably got, that's another $12 meal. It's crazy. Fox 1, the Fox.
De'Aaron?
No.
We back to De'Aaron's contract. Full circle, everybody. We're back to De'Aaron.
That's going to be $20 a month. Once again, I have the Fox Sports app on here, and I read the kickoff for the NFL season and news programming that appears on its broadcast and cable TV channels. I already do that. Why are you charging me $20 a month for this? Then I can already do that. Or if I want it standalone without the subscription service, it's like $7. Now you're charging me $20 and telling me, you're like, no, all this stuff that you can do, like, it's brand new. Like, no, I already could do this. I don't tell me it's just a price hike at this point. Don't try to trick me. Like, oh no, you don't understand. It's new. It's the same damn thing.
No, this new. You got a personalized sports center. Hey, Kings fans, guess what? You can finally watch highlights on something that's related to ESPN.
Look, they don't even show them on there.
You click Kings and it just comes up air. Just an error message pops up. Hey, sorry, man. That ain't gonna happen.
I remember when ESPN Plus was $5 though. And you're right, they do get you on the article thing too, though.
Yeah, that's the killer, because you can't read Shams. Really, the one that kills me is you can't read Bobby Marks. You can't read Bobby Marks without having that log in there.
Man, guess what?
I tell Bobby Marks, I pay your salary.
Act
like a fan. Hey, Shams, I pay your salary, bro.
Oh man, that's what they did to Windhorse in New York.
Oh man, that's awful.
That was wrong.
That was so awful what they did to Wendy. Just terrible.
Hey, I'm watching this this Dodgers Cardinals game, and there was a runner on second
Is
base.
Shohei pitching? Is that why you were fussing earlier? Or was he
Yeah,
pitching?
he's pitching today. And he hit a 2-run home run today.
With a bum, huh?
Man.
Hit a 2-run homer.
Aaron Judge is over 3 today.
Okay, he's hurt.
1 for
Relax.
3, excuse me. 1 for 3,
He's
excuse
hurt.
me. 1
He's
for
hurt.
3.
Chill out.
Walk 2.
And there was a runner on second, and he still goes to steal in third. There's a right-handed batter in the batter's box. Cardinals catcher gets up, tries to gun him out at third base, hits the bat. The ball goes flying somewhere, and the guy goes to third and then comes home. I don't think I've ever seen that. It's the bat.
What's the score in this?
3-1 Dodgers now. But it's not hitter interference because he has a right to stay in the box, in the batter's box. That was a calamity of errors.
Calamity. It's always funny to me when you use that word. We'll come back. Let's dip into the NFL a little bit. We really did 2 straight segments on ESPN Plus, inflation, and just generally being poor.
You did a segment on Kenny Nomics.
Well, Kenny Nomics was wild.
Kenny
Nomics was wild. Let's go to the NFL because the Browns have made a decision. It's got people asking questions, and Jerry's still talking. This time, I think he really got our attention.
Dadgummit. You're right. I am.
More of that ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear from Jerry. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Brandon, there's nothing crazy about it, bro. I saw you message this earlier. Ain't nothing crazy about it. I love those girls. I've never had kids in my home. I've never had anyone to take care of. And I love those girls. And I love Katie, so why wouldn't I take those kids on like they mine, man? Those are my girls. Nah, I need to hit up Kyle about that. I'm sure. Yeah, we'll go over that. I think we'll talk with Miller and Bill for a little bit, and then once they leave, I think we'll have a little talk amongst us, kind of go over some things. Yeah, I saw that. That was kind of crazy. Yeah, I thought that was pretty wild. Zabo. That's funny. That's become a nickname, so I appreciate that. That's funny. Man, it's pretty dope. And I got a wide spectrum of girls in that house too. Can you even upgrade a phone plan anymore? I feel like they're all the same at this point. Oh, that's Kyle. Kyle, please don't do that. I'd appreciate it if you never ever did that. I'm laughing. I looked at the Ring camera. I was like, what is this person delivering? You had said 2 minutes ago, man, you get McDonald's for all those people in your house. I'm thinking, well, we don't eat McDonald's. It's no big deal. I'm pretty sure they just have McDonald's delivered.
Shout out to the spicy chicken sandwich, spicy deluxe.
They do have the $6 meal deal. That's a good look.
Yeah. Picked me up a filet-o-fish the other day.
I still haven't gone that route.
Let's see what TC talking about. They don't ever miss. 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? How you doing, bro?
Hey, just vibing, man. Just vibing. So, hey, I'm at the point, right? I guess it's a staring contest. I'm hearing all y'all talk about it, and I guess we just falling back on the whole Kuminga deal. And right now, as we talk, bro, I think I stand on that, man. As far as unprotecting that first, right? Just to get the guy in. I know how everybody's feeling, but to me, that's not an overpay, bro. If you're getting a guy in that you like, a wing, athleticism that you believe that can help this team, that actually, from a King standpoint, we need that type of player, bro. So unprotect the pick, bro, and get the deal done, man. And then we'll sign him to a contract. In my opinion, this whole stare down, stare off, and all that, bro, it's wasting everybody's time. I love Scott. I love BJ. But at the same time, we got to get past the staring contest, bro. Unprotected and get the deal done.
Okay. I think there's more to it than that, TC. I'll also say I don't think anyone's off the Kuminga deal. I just don't know what there is to say today.
Right.
I mean, we can manufacture a conversation with the best of them. I don't know what else to say about Jonathan Kuminga. We have cut and pasted NFL topics that we planned on because Sham said something, because Sam Amick said something, because Mark Spears said something, because Mark Spears called. Like I don't know what to say. I think it's probably I'm with Sam's. I'm leaning closer to Sam's original report that he kind of walked back, like, you know, we can interpret things our own way. But he said on the morning roast, I think if the Kings, you know, took the protections off that pick, this deal would be really close to being done. He didn't say it would be done.
Right.
He didn't say that that's the sole hangup. But he said this probably be a lot closer to being done. The other note of that is if the follow-up reports are accurate and they want to stay under that apron and want to move one of those other guys, it's been difficult to move in this market. The idea that the Warriors can just up and trade either Buddy Hield or Moses Moody, I don't think I don't think we're paying attention to what's happening, to what the league looks like. And trades outside of ones that are in the $3 and $4 million range, the vet minimum range, those haven't really been much of a thing.
Yeah, I agree. There is an aspect of whether I agree or not, or how I would go about it. I understand not wanting to give up unprotected picks in this situation. I also understand, I think Matt George has talked about this a couple of different times. If you're the Sacramento Kings, you may feel like we've already been on our stance a couple of different times. Like, why do we have to keep on going? Like, there comes a point where it's like, I'm not doing this no more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, like, this is the offer. If you don't like it, that's fine too. You can go on and move on with your day. But I'm not going to keep giving in and giving in and giving in to the point where it becomes potentially a bad deal for me. So we don't know how many concessions, if any, the Kings have already made up until this point. Maybe they've changed their offer 2-3 times already, and they got to the point where it's like, I'm not doing this no more.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and that's what we've seen, that the Sacramento Kings have increased their offer. We don't know if that was a Sarge Carter offer that changed to Malik Monk. If it was Malik and it didn't include a pick, we don't really know the different machinations of all of that. But I know one of the reports is that the latest offer that the Sacramento Kings made was an increased offer from a previous one. At this point, show me a better offer. And that's why I think Scott Perry has gotten so much praise from the likes of Mark Spears, Sam Amick to a certain degree. He doesn't have to do anything.
Right.
These probably aren't waters he thought he was going to be able to dip his toe in. But there is a unique situation involving a restricted free agent and a basketball team that doesn't want him. There probably is a certain, and I know Mark Spears brought this up with us as well, there probably is a certain hesitancy on the behalf of the Golden State Warriors. They don't want to do a deal with Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Sacramento is a threat to them, not that they probably just don't want to do anything that helps this Sacramento franchise.
100%. I think that plays a big role in it too. I think, we've talked about this. If it was any other team that had Jonathan Kuminga, or if it was any other team going after Jonathan Kuminga, would a deal already be done by now?
Well, would a deal the likes of Malik Monk and a protected first-round pick? Because we know Phoenix is making a move, but Phoenix doesn't have as strong of a move to make.
Right. Like I believe if Chicago gave you the type of deal that the Kings are giving or offering the Warriors right now, deal might be done by now. He's in the Eastern Conference.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to watch him 4 times a year, couple times in your own arena, all this other stuff. If things, go super bad for you, talking about the Warriors, you can only see him every 2 times a month, 2 times a year, excuse me. The fact that it is the Kings, I think, plays some part into why things haven't been done.
Let's talk a couple of things that are going on in the NFL. James Ham is going to be with us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. That Kenny math is much of a headache as it gave me, and it gave me a shoot headache. Boy, this show was flown by. I looked up like, oh, James is going to be here in 45 minutes. It's like that. It's the scene in Hangover where all of those numbers just are flashing before his eyes at the table. Like that's what's happening.
What's going on. It's too many numbers.
No,
it is simple. It was simple.
Keep it real, bro. Like, I got your back all the time. There was nothing simple about that.
It was 100%.
No, you were like this, and then you carry this over, and then you had this streaming service with the stars, and you lost me.
No, it was very simple. If you, once again, I'd say it in 2 seconds. If you're paying $250 a month, and you eliminate $100, you have to pay for streaming service. If you can find a way to pay for the things that you want to watch without giving back the $100 that you just took off, that's saving money.
I'd rather go drown myself than have this conversation.
Well, don't do that,
again.
Jesus.
So Shedeur Sanders, huh?
Shedeur Sanders, by all accounts, is going to start the first preseason game for the Browns. Is there a preseason game tonight, or is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I think 3 games tomorrow.
Okay.
Catch the Raiders on 13-20.
There we go.
Right.
There we
Raiders,
go.
Seahawks.
There we go. All right. A lot of people are crying foul when it comes to Shedeur starting tomorrow's game. Many think it's a setup to make the young man look bad. Right now, at least I think I saw this from Florio a couple of days ago. Joe Flacco is listed number 1 on the depth chart. I don't see a single scenario where Joe Flacco plays a preseason game, but he's listed as number 1 on the depth chart. But they're putting Shedeur Sanders out there for this first preseason game. You think there's something off to that?
I didn't think about it when I initially heard it, but hearing guys like Louis Riddick talk about, it's a setup situation because he hasn't been getting the same amount of reps with the first team throughout training camp and throughout practice. Like, it's got my attention. Absolutely has my attention now in a negative way. Shedeur.
I think there's a number of questions in here. Why would this be a bad thing for Shedeur?
So where he's at on the depth chart, he's not getting that many reps in practice.
Mm-hmm.
So you throw him out there in a game where he's getting all the reps, and there are just things that he hasn't seen, progressions that he hasn't been able to make, or decisions that he hasn't had to make or been able to make in practice. So you get into a game situation, and like Louis Riddick was talking about, you make a ill-advised pass, or the coaches come back to you, hey, why didn't you check down right here? This is what this called for. And if the X is over here and the safety's going over there, it's an automatic look here, but you didn't do that. And he's like, well, I haven't had the reps. I haven't had the opportunities to be able to experience these type of situations and make these type of decisions. And what the Browns would say is like, he's just not seeing the field. We can't play him. Well, yeah, you haven't. This is literally the first time I've ever seen this. Maybe if I would have had double the reps in practice, I'd be better prepared to be able to deal with these situations better. But you guys haven't played me in those situations in practice. So it's all new to me.
Maybe,
I'm sure if he gave me another opportunity, I'd handle it differently. But now that he might not even get the other opportunity.
But sorry, Jesse.
Is this situation though any different than any other normal fourth stringer? Like Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel been hurt, Joe Flacco's not playing preseason. They just signed Tyler Huntley. So like Shedeur is next in line.
That's the kind of interesting caveat to this is what Jesse just laid out with the injuries and Flacco just being old. Mm-hmm. The other note to that is like they don't have Joe Flacco's listed as number 1 on the depth chart. Shedeur is listed as number 4, but they truly don't have a starting quarterback yet. They believe Joe Flacco is their starting quarterback, but these guys are getting some version of reps. All 4 of those guys are getting some version of first team reps when they practice. Going through those injuries, and then the Flacco situation, you kind of just landed on Shedeur. And that's where I'll and I also don't know what the benefit is for the Cleveland Browns to make Shedeur look bad. You don't have a quarterback. If your quarterback was Patrick Mahomes and you're putting Shedeur out there in this situation, I think you'd have a little more legs on the conspiracy front. You have Joe Flacco. Any one of those guys Jesse just named, including Shedeur, could wind up being the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. You, as a football team, as Kevin Stefanski, the head coach, you need to find out who the hell that is.
I see this
because if it's not Flacco, and not only if it's not Flacco, but if the idea that it is Flacco, you think Flacco's playing 17 games for you this year, 18 games for you this year, or 17 games, you better have a backup plan. You better have a guy to get out there and play for you.
Flacco will definitely start for them week 1, but I see this as a good thing for Shedeur. Like Dylan Gabriel, I don't really think he's much as a quarterback or whatever. And I don't think there's like, oh yeah, they're setting him up to fail or anything like that, just because it's literally like this is the way it's felt. Like Dylan Gabriel and Kenny Pickett have been hurt.
I was gonna say, but Pickett's the only one who will go out there with like true eyes.
Yeah,
like he's an NFL quarterback. Whether good or not isn't the question, but he's an NFL quarterback. Gabriel isn't or hasn't been. So like he's not in a different situation than Shedeur.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Shedeur. I see it.
It is an opportunity. It just depends on
and how many
kind of how you see it though.
Well, yeah, it's not a setup because he's the 4th string quarterback. How many 4th string quarterbacks are in the league getting first team reps? Like I'm sure there's not a lot, but there's other situations where like the guys that are starting aren't necessarily getting the first team reps going in. Like this is preseason. It's just
there's probably not a lot of 4th string quarterbacks in contention to be the starting quarterback. And I believe Shedeur is absolutely in contention. I believe all 3 of those guys are in contention.
I think they're all fighting for a backup job, if anything.
So,
but
that backup job is going to lead to a position where they're starting because Joe Flacco is not playing 17 games for the Cleveland Browns.
So if you believe
here on Cleveland radio,
honestly, it might honestly be a battle unless Shedeur really stands out for the 3rd string job.
But
just because Kenny Pickett's been around.
So the argument, if you believe that there's some shenanigans, some tomfoolery going on here, is he shouldn't be the 4th string quarterback now. He shouldn't be. He was a better college player than Gabriel. What are you doing with Pickett there? Like that shouldn't be where he's at. And like I said,
could be based on where he was drafted.
Which
I'm just
you're right.
Going.
You're right. he shouldn't be there.
Which is where we get back to the conspiracy.
Yeah. And here's where people think it might be a setup. If you want to keep him there, if you don't want him to be the backup, if you want to justify why he's not the backup, why he shouldn't be out there, why Gabriel and Pickett should be ahead of him, you put him in a situation to fail. So you always have the point. If he struggles, well, see, we did. We gave him a chance, and he didn't play well. That's why Pickett is ahead of him.
So is he in a better position if Gabriel starts and he comes in the third quarter?
Yeah, potentially, because those are the people he's been getting reps with.
Is Dillon Gabriel getting first team reps though? Like
I think they're all getting some small version of first team reps.
Yeah, like
and it's depending on who's available. That
is Shedeur just the one that's like, is Shedeur not then? Like, I don't like.
No, Shedeur is absolutely getting first team reps.
To be perfectly clear, I'm not subscribing to this conspiracy theory. I don't know. I'm just kind of in the middle. Like, I understand. Louis Riddick is the one who said it. I trust Louis Riddick, and he sees things a little different than I would. I hear what you and Jesse are saying. It's like, well, they don't even have nobody to play. But I would say, he shouldn't be a 4-string quarterback right now. He just shouldn't. Like, I've watched enough football. I've watched enough him. I've watched enough Gabriel. I've watched enough Pickett. He shouldn't be a 4-string quarterback. For whatever reason, that's where he's at. If you want to keep him there, you put him in the worst possible situation.
So I asked the question again, how does that benefit Cleveland?
That didn't benefit him not taking these people in the draft. It didn't benefit them signing Cody Pickett. It didn't benefit them not having him.
But you have him now, and you've seen him practice. Mm-hmm. Your job, if you're Kevin Stefanski, if there was some sort of collusion, mm-hmm. the collusion to me was the draft. That was it.
Agreed.
I have to believe that would, if that existed, and it's really tough to believe that it didn't. I feel like it ended there. Now Kevin Stefanski has 4 quarterbacks on his team. He's got to figure out at bare minimum who the second best one is. Like right now today, he has to figure out who the second best one is. He has to figure out who the guy who can win games for them when their starting quarterback inevitably misses time. It serves the benefit of no one to put Shedeur in a position to fail when you don't. Again, if you had Patrick Mahomes and you start looking around like you're setting this kid up to fail, yeah, you could sell me on that. Mm-hmm. It's harder to sell me when you don't have a certified one at that position.
The only thing that I would say, and I haven't been tapped into Browns training camp the way I have 49ers training camp, is by all reports that I've seen, he's been the best quarterback. Take that for what it's worth.
Then why wouldn't he start?
Why is he the 4th string?
What does it matter?
That's just the current. That's just a listing on a depth chart.
I mean, it does matter though, right? Like Brock Purdy's not going to be the 4th-string quarterback.
Well, no, but Shedeur overcomes that by just playing.
Well, no, but there's only 2 or 3 teams in the league that have a true battle at the quarterback spot right now.
True. All I'm saying, like I said, I want to reiterate. I'm just kind of in the middle of this whole thing, but I don't think Louis Riddick is a clickbait type person.
Well, no, I just don't see
he's been in those situations, and maybe he's not saying for sure this is what's happening, but he's probably seen situations where this is how you set somebody up for failure.
If Shedeur has been the best quarterback in camp, I don't know why you wouldn't play him. If you're not playing Joe Flacco, who we believe will be their starting quarterback, I don't see why you wouldn't play him.
And if Dillon Gabriel's healthy and he's not getting first team reps, isn't that the same conversation you can have for him?
And there's also probably a point.
Put him up on the depth chart.
But I think another part of the problem is there's I think it's Gabriel who has the hamstring issue.
Yeah.
Shedeur missed time with arm soreness. Mm-hmm. There's never been an opportunity to okay, we can really, see over the course of the last 2 weeks or something, or a week and some change, and move these guys around. It's been, they
haven't really been together.
It was Flacco and Shedeur today, but then it was Gabriel and Pickett this day. Then it was Pickett and Shedeur. Then it was Pickett and Flacco. And that's how they're working out these first team reps, because it's just kind of worked out to where guys have had injury issues that have had them out a practice or two over the course of the first handful.
Yeah, for sure.
If they brought in Tyler Huntley and started him instead of Shedeur, like, yeah, they're setting him up to fail. But I saw Shedeur starting, but I see it as an opportunity. Like, I don't think this was out of the blue either. Like if Gabriel and Pickett have been hurt, so I could feel like it's been kind of going
that's what you just said. That's the most important thing.
I think that's how Shedeur looks at it, and that, like you said, that is the most important thing. You know, even if it was some type of conspiracy going on, if I'm Shedeur like, well, you messed up. You shouldn't have gave me any window. Now I'm about to go cook or whatever. It just caught my eye that Louis Riddick had that outlook on it, because he's been in those rooms. That
for sure, and he is my favorite NFL analyst, and it's not close. So I don't take his word for nothing. But I'd probably more like to hear the context of how he was delivering it and saying, "Hey, I've seen situations like this," versus, "Hey, this is what I think they're doing to the young man."
And to be fair, I heard the clip. He didn't say that's what they're doing. He said this could be a setup. That's what he said. He didn't say it as a fact that that's what the Browns are doing, but his antennas were up for a possible setup situation.
If it was, well, for the ones that believe it is, like, what is the alternative, I guess, to not setting him up in this situation? Like, how do you fix it to where it's not a setup? Do you just sit him then and start Tyler Huntley? Like, I don't get that part.
No, I think give him more reps in practice. That would be my first thought.
I'd imagine though, yeah, they're game planning. Like, he's getting the reps right now. Like, if he's the starter, like, they're going into the game on whenever they play. Like, with the game plan, like, Shedeur, you're a guy. Like, no.
Yeah, but the way that is explained by those guys is the reps should have been happening all week long, not just the Wednesday before the game.
I disagree with that, I guess.
I don't.
Yeah, I disagree.
That's what Louis is saying. I don't know enough about the structure of practices and who gets the reps to even argue that. Like, that's not really my bag there.
If he's the fourth stringer, then yeah, it doesn't make sense for them to be getting reps ahead of time. And like, when he does find out, yes, he is a starter, then that makes sense to get your fourth stringer in there.
A couple of other notes in the NFL, of course, that'll be one that we're following for sure. Jerry, your boy,
not my boy,
Jerry Jones. Well,
it's not my boy.
Well,
I love Jerry Jones.
Jerry said, of course, he's just talking. That's what he does. He is not confident that Micah Parsons will start week 1 for the Dallas Cowboys. That could be protecting himself. That could be him not trying to kind of throw gas on a fire by saying, "Oh, he's gonna be here." But it is notable when the general manager says, "Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to be around week number 1." It feels like that, regardless of what you thought about the Cowboys before this, they have some talented guys on their roster, Micah being the most talented. This is shaping up to be another completely lost year for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. Maybe
the year was never going to be good, but it feels like it's getting way worse before it starts.
The interesting thing about it for me was, and I guess technically they can do, whatever deal they want to do. So maybe this was never an issue, but we were talking about it on this show when they made the Dak signing, when they signed CD. How are they going to sign all 3 of these guys to the richest contract at that position? How is that going to happen? I think we all talked about it and maybe thought the same thing. They can't have all 3 at that price. Either somebody's got to go or somebody's got to take less. And we also thought Micah wasn't going to be the one to take less.
Right.
We were looking at what Bosa got and was like, all right, bet he's going to get $1 more than that. And it feels like they're here and they're like baffled that this is the case. Now, once again, I think under, cap wise, they were able to make it work with the math, but that was also not going out and getting a George Pickens or not going out and get this guy. Like, a lot of your money was going to be tied up in those 3 guys. And I don't know, maybe they got to this moment and had cold feet a little bit, But yeah, I'm not surprised that they're kind of going through it a little bit. I do think Michael Parsons is going to play week 1, though.
You do?
Mm-hmm. I think it'll be like Bosa.
Jerry has never won any of these battles. And if he has, can someone tell me which one? Like he didn't. I mean, he didn't.
Dak an absurd amount of money that just doesn't fit anywhere else.
Well, Mr. Cowboy is on the line. Let's see what Stanley talking about. Stanley, you think Micah gonna play week 1?
It doesn't matter. He's going. Hey, Emmitt Smith didn't play in week 1 when he held out, did he?
No, he didn't.
Matter. The only thing that matters is what happens in the end. And let me tell you two chumps something. You're talking about Michael Parsons is the most talented. That's debatable. C.D. Lamb is the most talented as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I don't think so.
CD can go. He's a good ball player. I like CD.
I think Micah's at the top of his position class.
And when Dak is right, Dak Prescott is.
That's the one that doesn't need to be there, Stanley. That's that's the one that shouldn't have got the contract.
I'm not going to argue against your opinion. That's an opinion. So I mean that's new.
That means
but you
Stanley
know what?
thinks I'm right.
Stanley, I think the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys.
Anything, Kenny? Have you ever been wrong? You're the same person that thought that the 49ers was going to be so good last year.
I did think they were going to be good last year.
Yeah, I know. And how did that turn out?
Not very good. I thought they were going to be good the year before. They made the Super Bowl.
They didn't win.
And on the way, they beat your guys' ass every time.
Yes, they did. They did. I'll give you that.
Man, appreciate you, Stanley. Appreciate you, my brother.
Appreciate my guy, Stanley, man.
I strive to be a fan with the loyalty, the level in which our man Stanley has. I thought, hey, I was on Stanley's side, and he's still mad at me. Stanley don't even know I'm here.
No, absolutely, because he wants Jerry Jones to replace you.
He's just, he does want to fire me. But he's just sick of Kenny Caraway. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. We'll stick with football for a second.
Yeah, and when we come back, I want to hear. I said something in there. I want to know what you think about what I just said about the Cowboys here on ESPN. As we talk about the Cowboys on ESPN.
Yes, ESPN Dallas. ESPN 1320.
Chris, wish they did it sooner.
Hold on. Stanley, I've got something to say here. Oops. Okay, there we go. 13th round is back with your boy Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope one. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Yes, sir. Shout out Cole Seamoss. Not too many fights going on right now. It's kind of a slow time right now in boxing. But something came up the other day because Oscar De La Hoya, he said that Floyd Mayweather ducked a rematch with him after their fight in 2007, I believe it was, where it was a split decision victory for Floyd Mayweather. And he said that Floyd retired for a year and a day so he could avoid the rematch. I have questions. I haven't seen the contents of the contract, so there are things that I'm not privy to. But they fought in May of 2007. He said Floyd retired for a year and a day to avoid the rematch. Sir, Floyd Mayweather fought Ricky Hatton in December of that same year. So there must be something I'm missing. He didn't retire after the fight. He fought. So there's that. But then you get into the conversation of people talking about, it's the same old sorry conversation that people have when they talk about Floyd Mayweather. He ducked this person. He didn't fight this person in their prime. Yada, yada, yada. He ducked De La Hoya. That's a new thing now. He ducked De La Hoya. Hey, Floyd would have beat the hell out of Oscar that second time. He would have beat him worse than Manny beat his ass in De La Hoya's next damn fight when he quit. Floyd would have beat Canelo probably at any time. He would have beat Pacquiao at any time. He's the greatest fighter in the last 50, 60 years. None of these guys are out here right now. Zab Judah, Shane Mosley, hella fighters, Hall of Fame fighters. They weren't beating Floyd. Especially if Floyd never got hurt. Like they always talk about Money Mayweather. Pretty Boy? Right, none of them boys beating Pretty Boy. I was watching a fight the other day, RIP, Sacramento legend, Diego Corrales. I was watching that fight the other day. I want to reiterate. Ain't none of them boys beating Pretty Boy. None of them. That's the 13th round. Yeah, Dr. David, he didn't lose. And then he came back in the second fight and beat his ass. He broke his hand in that fight. De La Hoya, he was the bigger fighter, the A side, made more money, had the ring that he wanted and everything, and he lost.
The amount of times I walk back in the studio and Kenny is yelling, I just it's something.
The Floyd conversation, and I'm sure 9 months from now we'll have another Floyd conversation. But dog, the only person I put ahead of him is Sugar Ray Leonard. Outside of Sugar Ray Leonard, he's the best fighter we've seen in the last 60 years in this sport. Ain't none of these randoms that you talk about beating Floyd Mayweather. Manny Pacquiao in his prime, in his allegedly juiced up prime, he'd still lose. Although on my boxing channel last night, I was watching Manny versus Ricky Hatton when he just destroyed Ricky Hatton and had me concerned because I thought Ricky might have died in the middle of the ring.
Oh, dear.
That was unbelievably prime. Manny Pacquiao was unbelievably electric.
Okay.
You watched the fights. Like, did you watch any of his fights like that time? Like,
I've seen him fight, yeah. Like in his prime, I saw him fight, absolutely.
The energy that comes through the TV watching Manny Pacquiao. I remember at the time I was working at Comcast, now Xfinity, and I wasn't really familiar with him. And they said, yeah, there's going to be, that's when you take the calls for pay-per-view, right? Take the calls and you press the button and you order it for the customer. And they're like, yeah, UFC fights and De La Hoya fights, and it gets busy for pay-per-view fights. But this dude, Manny Pacquiao, that's fighting, oh yeah, there ain't gonna be no calling out that day. They call in droves for a Manny Pacquiao. I was like, yeah, I'm tripping. Nah, those were some crazy Saturdays. When Manny was fighting, phones would not stop for like 8 hours. It was great. It was
call your pay-per-view provider today.
Yeah, WWF events. Be on the phone, like you gotta order it for the Manny Pacquiao. They used to have the lines tied up. He was super electric, man. It was cool to watch that stuff in the moment.
There's this doesn't have anything to do with Pacquiao. It's more about pay-per-view. There's a clip, and I do not know what it's from. It might be the making of WrestleMania or something like that. But it's a clip of Vince talking to Mean Gene without, obviously the camera's on them, but they're not recording. I mean, you know what I mean? They're not live. They're not recording a segment.
Right.
And so this is, I think, the first WrestleMania. And McMahon is like, okay, what we really need you to drive home is you can't watch this at home. You have to go to closed circuit. You have to find the nearest closed circuit theater. This will not be available at home. You have to go to closed circuit. And I just think how funny it is that you used to go to a movie theater or whatever, or a venue to watch what we now know as pay-per-view, and that evolves into pay-per-view. Now you don't call anyone and say, oh, I want to watch this. Now you go to an app and you click a button and you do Apple Pay, or you scan your face real quick, and the event shows up.
You're in there. I think this,
or you pay $29.99, but it's no big deal, because if it doesn't equal 100, you save $45, like Kenny said.
That is just so far off. That is way off.
Nailed it.
But well, I think you were here. Maybe you weren't. Maybe it was Jesse. Jesse, what wasn't it a sports league was doing a deal with the movie theater?
Yeah, what were we talking about?
Was it WWE?
Maybe it was. Yeah, to watch the stuff in movie theaters.
Yeah.
And I thought that was pretty cool.
Might have been AEW. I can't remember, but I feel like it was a wrestling.
I
company.
feel like
recent.
Yeah, it was when you were gone. I think it was WWE, and that's dope. I've watched fights in the movie theaters, and it's pretty cool, like boxing fights in the movie theaters, and it's pretty cool. So I'm surprised. I think, and me and Jesse asked the question, would that work?
Yeah, it was WWE, and I guess it started with SummerSlam.
Oh, okay.
Select Regal Cinemas started airing it, and that'll be a thing that expands.
Do you
with Regal for some of these PLEs?
Do you think that would be something regular sports could do? I mean, I guess you have sports bars, so they kind of already do it.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that'd be dope. I could watch a Kings game.
Like
at
like a
movie
big
theater.
game. Yeah. Absolutely.
Let
That'd
me
be dope to
trademark
do downtown, but whatever I don't know. Yeah, like hey,
Yeah.
you can't get into the Golden One Center.
Come to the movie theater. Come
Yeah,
to Theater 7.
Theater 7. And if we have to, we'll go to Theater 8.
If they were smart, they would do that. They probably kind of struggling.
I'm sure there's a million reasons you can't. You probably have to have a strong legal agreement as to how that can work.
True.
And you have to come out the pocket, I'm sure, quite a bit to be able to make something like that happen.
Well, it's like I know you've heard like getting pay-per-views at bars.
Is it the pay-per-view price times your capacity?
Yeah. And like all the cable boxes or TV, but it's when somebody explained it to me because I was going to this bar. I'm like, why don't you guys ever get the fights? They're like,
ain't worth it.
We damn near lose money when we do that type of stuff. And they explained it. I was like, oh, okay, I get it.
You were gonna ask me something about the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, when our guy Stanley,
Cowboy Radio here,
or just ESPN.
No, well, hey, that's a good point. We're ESPN National now, folks.
Shout out to ESPN Sacramento.
That contract negotiation hit different, man. We're national now. Talking Cowboys, and stick around. We'll talk to Lakers with James Ham here in a minute.
We started the show with Luka.
That's true. That's true. We did.
When Stanley was calling, I said of those three guys, Dak was the one they should have not paid. Do you agree?
No. I don't think you can afford because Dak isn't a terrible quarterback.
No.
And it's tough to determine. It was probably tough to figure out how good of a quarterback he was. What they did, they took risks, right? They took what is essentially a qualifying offer risk with Dak. And yeah, they had to pay him. They paid him a lot.
They went above and beyond.
Yeah, they paid him a lot.
If you don't pay anyone, I think it's CD.
That's the one I think.
It's just
too.
the position that's easier to replace, I guess.
That's the one I think.
Quarterback
too.
and that edge rusher are just the most important.
You cannot not pay Micah.
If you got a top 12, top 10, depending on who you're arguing with, quarterback and a top 1 edge rusher, you got to pay those guys.
I think a lot of it too wasn't just the position that Dak was in. Like, one, he had played well, but he put the Cowboys in a tough spot. Like, he showed what that team looked like without him. And well, we can't live like this.
I feel a lot better about them if it was Dak, George Pickens, and Michael Parsons rather than Dak, George Pickens, and CeeDee Lamb. If that makes sense. Like, I think you can get by with George Pickens as a number 1, but still pay Michael Parsons and still be somewhat successful. Like, I don't think they're going to be very good this season, but there's a less of a fall off than I think keeping a receiver around.
I know that's the way things go.
If Dak made $30 million, would you feel different?
Yeah, compared to the $60 million, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's yeah.
I'd feel different, but I'm not really a believer in Dak. Like, I just don't. Well, I'll put that back. I take that back. The way that they have him quarterback, I don't think he's good enough for that. They want him to pass the ball. They want Dak to be Josh Allen,
right?
And that's not it.
Okay.
If you got him more of in a manager role and being a little bit more, I don't want to say calculated because that sounds like he can't do it. Like, he can, but just take back his attempts and the way he passes the ball a little more than what they do right now, I think you can absolutely win with a guy like Dak. But to your point, you're not paying that guy $60 million.
Yeah.
So I think
been playing with no running game too the last few
Mhm.
seasons.
Yep.
McCarthy,
Your boy.
He put that ain't my boy.
That's your boy.
No, they're all. You know what? They're all my boys.
Hey Zeke, what if you go line up under center right now?
You're
You
right.
love Mike
You're right.
McCarthy.
Hey, sign him, Jerry. Sign
Who,
him,
Mike McCarthy?
Yeah, sign him. Matter of fact, give Dak another extension. Go ahead, please. Keep those guys in Cowboys colors. Please keep those guys in Cowboys colors. Keep them there.
How much longer is Tyreek Hill going to be in Dolphins colors?
Well,
if we're honestly talking, he'll be a Dolphin this season, I think.
Really?
Yeah, Tyreek has been done this whole little trolling. I'm Tyreek Hill. I'm going to talk like the last few seasons. This isn't really anything too new.
Huh.
Tyreek has always been loud.
Do you think that the team?
He's not wrong, by the way.
You think the team is tired of it though? Or are they just kind of taking it as business as usual?
Maybe, but when you hear those guys talk about Tyreek and just what he does, I think they're willing to look past it. Like I don't think this is anything out of the ordinary. Might be a little tired of him, but it's Tyreek Hill, I guess. Me, I would have traded him after he quit last season. Like the things Tua said about, he's got to earn it back. I don't think that was anything crazy. I feel like, if you quit on your team, like you got to take some steps and all that. So I didn't think that was anything. If anything, that was the right answer rather than, he's good. We're all good. So, it's whatever. He is right. Stop giving Devon Achane the ball on 3rd and 1, please. Like Mike McDaniel, maybe listen.
Well, did you hear what Mike said? Well, I think it was Mike.
Yeah, it was Mike.
Mike McDaniel was like, well, we did.
Yeah, and it didn't work ever.
Yeah,
Mike's I don't know.
No, you know it, Jesse.
Well, no,
you know it.
I'm gonna say it right now. I think Mike McDaniel will be a lot better in his second job than his first. I think there's a lot of things he needs to learn. I don't think he had a big grasp of the locker room. I don't think he had it under control. Guys showing up late. Tyreek Hill was one of those guys showing up late for meetings and all that stuff.
He might have too eccentric of a personality to be a head coach.
He's changed it a little bit this year. He's a little different this year, but for me, it might be too little, too late.
A little different, like in a positive way.
Yeah, where he's like, he's not messing around. He's like not the cool guy anymore and stuff like that. He's still Mike McDaniel, but more so like things aren't gonna fly like how they've been. But again, it's already year 4, so I wonder if it's too little, too late at this point.
This is so unfair.
He'll get another job, and I think he'll be a lot better that second job, wherever it's at.
This is so unfair. I want to be perfectly clear that this is unfair. And I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it because this is my job. I got to say what I feel. I look at Mike McDaniel, and I listen to him. Not just look at him, but I listen to him. That is not a leader of men. He is not somebody that can run, be the top guy on an operation like that. I think he's a good football mind. He's got good ideas. He knows how to, coach up the offense and as an offensive coordinator and all this other stuff. But as a leader of men, just every time I've heard him speak, it's just, I'm not following that guy.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit just because, like, there are guys that talked about, like, playing for him and stuff like that, like with the Dolphins last few years, and, like, they play for Mike and all those things, but he does need to clean it up a bit. I think he went too far where, like, there's this old school mentality with coaches where it's just they run things, blah, blah, do my way, the highway. I think he went too far the other way. Where he was too much of a player's coach. So that's why I'm saying, like, if he gets a second job, he'll be a lot better there where he learned from his mistakes. Because they've been to the playoffs a couple of times. I mean, with Tua, they're 10 games over 500 with Mike McDaniel as the coach and stuff. Like, his issues are when Tua's not out there. But we'll see. We know how that goes.
I watched.
I got him floor 8 wins right now as a floor. It could be silly.
I watched.
That's crazy. 8 wins could be the floor. Could be the ceiling
as well. Like that could seem going to 8 and 9. Like I don't think they're going to be worse, but I don't know if they're going to be better.
I watched and like went out of my way. I was like, hey, I'm interested. I want to watch this. I watched Hard Knocks last night.
Okay, yeah. I as we were leaving KSFM, I looked at my phone and saw the alert. I was like, oh, Huh. And I just closed my phone, put it back in my pocket. And then
Yeah,
think
I've
about it
accepted. I
again.
don't like Hard Knocks. I'm not gonna like. It's fine.
And I remember thinking as I was looking at it, I was like, was I ever excited like for this show?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember if like was it ever appointment viewing for me? And I always remember watching it, but I don't remember like, oh, it's Hard Knocks. I gotta see it.
Scrolling past it, I was like, it's pretty interesting. All right, let me go and throw on Batman though. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch Hard Knocks.
No, I
Bringing James in.
I remember that it was like, oh yeah, Hard Knocks starts tonight. And I was like, let me check it out. I fell asleep on it, not because it's bad. I watched it at a late point of the night, but I watched like the first 40 minutes of it, and it's hard now. It's not anything crazy, but I was like, damn, I'm not hate watching Hard Knocks. Like I'm watching it. It's cool. Josh Allen, all that other stuff. Like, all right, cool. I just didn't expect that to happen last night. That's how I remembered that I have HBO Max.
Oh, Kenny has so many.
I hadn't thought about HBO Max until I was like, oh man, I want to watch Hard Knocks. I'm not gonna go look for it on YouTube TV. Let me pull up the app. I'm signed in. Let's go. What happened?
See, that's how Kenny rolls. He over here doing math. Talking about, I forgot I had this app. Man.
Forgot I had that $15 a month subscription.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
$180 a year. I just flush it down the toilet. Who cares?
Nah. Hey, some things gonna have to change though. Some things gonna have to change. It's getting a little too out of control.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. As we welcome in James Ham of the Insiders here. Hammer, I don't have anything, man. I do not have it. I don't have any more thoughts that I can ask you for on Jonathan Kuminga, or I guess I could ask you this, but it doesn't pertain to Jonathan Kuminga, but it does pertain to this overall offseason. Because I've asked this question, and Casey and I were talking about this yesterday. I've asked this question time and time again about, and we've talked about it, Hammer, about the Warriors and just kind of the locker room going back to normal if Jonathan Kuminga winds up signing that qualifying offer, or this thing drags out into training camp and you put a microphone in front of Draymond Green and Steve Kerr, who a lot of these stories are centered around. But what about Sacramento? I mean, Devin Carter kind of took the pros approach at Summer League. You know, I think it's a little different when you get to the regular season. We're hearing a lot about Malik Monk after it was just, man, we got to resign Malik. We got to resign Malik. We got to resign Malik all last year. And this year it feels very different. For a team that is so desperate to establish chemistry, is it a little concerning that we could enter the season with something a little thrown off?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always been my biggest concern. Like, how do you build a culture when like 75% of your roster won't be here when your finished product is going to be, happening? And maybe that number is too high. Maybe it's too low. Like, I mean, Scott Perry flipped the Knicks roster completely in a year, right? So you're left with this question of like, how do you establish a culture without having a culture piece, without having someone that you establish that culture around and you build that culture around? And like, look, that's not a knock on a guy like Keon Ellis or a guy like Keegan Murray. Both of those guys are good culture guys, but they're not the culture setter. Like we all know, like the loudest voice in the room in Golden State is Draymond Green, but that's always been Steph's team. Like he's the godfather of that team. And, if you have problems or you need to vent grievances or anything else, you go to Steph because it's his team. And like, how do you build flip a roster and build it, try to establish something when you don't have that person you're establishing anything around? And that's going to be a challenge. Doug Christie can do as much as he can as a coach to establish that culture, but the players are always going to go to a player. They're not going to go to a coach nearly as often as they would go to a player. And so, it's going to be on the Kings to establish who those people are and who the roadmap, forward is going to, have in the car, right? Like who's going to be there. And that I don't know that they know the answer to that.
I was just going to ask you, I mean, how much do you think a coach or a GM, at least for the time being, until you get that guy in the building, can be the culture setter, can be the kind of guys that set the tone for the entire organization. Is that something that can happen, over the course of a couple years, and then it has to be handed off to a player? Or could it be something that, we talk about Pat Riley and Spo all the time. Like, those guys are the Miami Heat. Is that just kind of a one-off, a rare situation, or is that something that could happen with the right front office people and coach?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think it's different everywhere, but like when we talk about styles of play or, the way that you see a team fight all the way to the finish line, I always bring up Taylor Jenkins, right? I thought, because I don't think Memphis was, one of the most talented teams in the league at all. I never thought that they were super like over the top talented, but they had a system in place that forced players to play hard. And if you don't play hard, if you don't finish out the entire 48 minutes, then you're not going to play. They'll go to someone else. And so I think there is an ability to create that, but you're always going to be as good as your best player. And you're always going to be as, like if that player has a big voice and is able to bring people together. I think the other, a player I'll bring up that I think has like this type of influence on his team. And it's not like one of the household names. I mean, he's a household name, but not one of the biggest superstars in the league. And it's Donovan Mitchell. Like, everyone in the league knows Donovan Mitchell. Everyone in the league has ties to Donovan Mitchell. And when Donovan Mitchell is in that locker room in Cleveland, that's his locker room. That's his team. And Kenny Atkinson is a great coach, and he has a mindset that he forces his players to play and a system that they play. But that team is going to go as far as Donovan Mitchell takes them. And they're going to get through tough times and easy times and all that stuff using him as a catalyst for that. And that's because he's a connector. He's somebody that connects everything together. And the Kings are going to have to find that connective piece. And, we can talk about, like the influence that Malik Monk has had on that team over the last couple of years, or the Domantas Sabonis, how he's had a bigger and bigger influence on his team over the last couple of years. But you need as many of those voices and as many of those people that you count on for everything as possible. And until the Kings establish that, it is tough. Now, again, you can have, like, Spoelstra has a system in place to develop talent, but he also relies on players. It's a player-driven league, and there is always going to be a us and them situation. The coaching staff has their own us versus them. The front office has their own us versus them. And, your players have that, but you're hoping that they all meld together where they're all pulling together in one, direction. And I think more often than not, we've seen that that's not the case here in Sacramento, where everyone's not pulling the same direction.
Is it difficult to find that connective tissue, to use the line that you just used, when it feels like you're always in such flux?
Yeah.
Like,
I
if
mean,
Malik is still, sorry to interrupt, like if Malik is still a king on the first day, like, it's not like rumors are going to stop. Like, there's still, his name is probably going to be referenced all the way till February. Same with Devin, I'm sure.
Oh, no, I totally agree. And that's on them to be pros and to figure it out and to move on, because it's also possible Malik Monk plays the next 3 years in Sacramento.
Sure.
Now, I'm not going to bank on that. If I were putting an over under on it, I don't know what the number would be. But I would assume that there's a good chance he doesn't finish his contract. But look, I think that, that's the one thing about, we always come back to this one point. Like, when you trade away De'Aaron Fox, you traded away more than just the best player. You traded away a lot of what your identity was as a team. And whether Fox was the end all be all phenomenal leader that would, is going to, take you into battle and lead you into battle and, be the guy out in front yelling charge, I don't know. But you did know that was De'Aaron Fox's team. And, like the other pieces around him, yeah, there's a bunch of influential pieces around him, but a lot of basketball players defer to the best player on the team. And that's just kind of the way it goes. And I think it's to go back to your high school days, like the point guard or the best player in your basketball team is the guy who has the biggest voice in the room. the quarterback of your football team. He's the guy that everyone follows. So yeah, the Kings are in a state where they've got to figure out how to create that again, and again create it not knowing who might be there in February or next offseason.
So this is gonna sound like shade, but it's not, I promise. But it's reality. I agree with what James just said. What was the Kings' identity with De'Aaron Fox? Probably that an inconsistent team, which is kind of what we feel about De'Aaron. Like sometimes they'd show up and do what they're supposed to do, and sometimes they'd just be gone. Like what team is it? How you lose to Washington in Washington? How you lose to the Hornets
or in Sacramento right before
Pistons.
Christmas?
The Pistons in Sacramento,
right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's a reason to move on from them, but I'm just saying like you're right, James. Like if that was your best player, that was going to be a roller coaster.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it was an issue. Like, I used to always hear this: winning cures all, winning cures all. Right? You know, my good friend Chris Clark, who used to be the media director. Oh, just wait, we start winning, all this noise goes away. Well, the problem is you never won. And the second they did win, all that noise went away, and he was third team All NBA, and was like a couple of votes away from being second team All NBA. So winning does like make a lot of that noise go away. And it also makes, that's where you get All NBA. That's where you get All-Star appearances. It really does depend on winning, especially when you're in a smaller market. And so look, I think that there were times where, they let off the gas. They didn't deal with success well. That's why I think year two was, for some reason they thought they made it after year one. And year two, they let their attention span, their attention to detail slip. And the slips in year two, it did cost them 4 or 5 games against the worst teams in the league. We talked about they lost to Charlotte, they lost to Detroit, they lost to Washington, and they lost to Portland. Those are unacceptable losses. And that's, to be honest with you, that's the difference between being a 46-win team and a 50-win team. And that's not even all the 5 games they lost because they missed free throws. So there was a way for that team to be really, really good, but they didn't embrace success in the right way. And then they regressed, and specific players regressed incredibly. And you're like, what in the world happened to you? And sometimes that does happen at the NBA level. Guys just are outstanding, and then they're not. Look at what missing free throws in the NBA Finals did to Nick Anderson's career. The dude was never, ever the same. He rolled up in Sacramento, and he was a perfectly fine player. But how do you go from being a really good free throw shooter entire career to all of a sudden you're 45% free throw shooter and you got the yips? And it just affected every aspect of his game. So I don't know the exact the psychological breakdown of how this team went from being an outstanding team on the rise that was third in the Western Conference to where they are today, but sort of a dark path.
Yeah. You know who I feel like the guy who's going to have to pull everyone together? James, I think you're going to hate this, to be honest. I think it's DeMar. I think DeMar is the veteran voice in that locker room. He's one of the most he has to be the most respected player on the team. He's one of the most respected players in the league. And, DeMar might be one of those guys who has to put the, regardless of what our future looks like, we're together now. And I think DeMar is a guy that you can absolutely rally behind. And if it's not DeMar, I honestly don't know who it is.
Yeah, to be honest, again, DeMar has he's very quiet. He's very focused. I don't. You guys read his book, I'm assuming, or at least parts of it. That's who he is. He in the locker room, he doesn't seem like a rah-rah guy or a guy that's pulling everyone together and having super deep conversations all the time. But you're right. He's getting paid to be a veteran influence on this team. And again, I don't know that that's a type of role that he's really looking for. He'd rather let his game do his talking. And again, the players respect him. That's why he, again, why we only saw like one tussle the entire season aimed at him. And, for even though he was shooting sometimes way too much, like there were games where it's just like, man, what are we doing here? And that's usually where you see self-regulation with the team. And everybody had like a hands-off approach and like, well, that's DeMar DeRozan. That's, we're going to go as far as he takes us type deal. And that's not always a good thing, but I just don't know that he's that type of leader. And the same, Sabonis, again, is a guy that everybody counts on and trusts, and, he's funny, but I just don't know that he's that guy that's, demanding everybody come into the circle and like looking everybody in the eye and saying it's go time every single time. And that's just never really been his type of personality.
I feel like he's too busy doing this sometimes. For those that aren't watching, I'm just throwing my hands up the air, like exasperated by what's going on.
Do you go back?
For the record, I like Domantas Sabonis. For some reason, I've been a little frustrated with him this week. Go ahead.
Do you, James, going back to something you kind of talked about, you think Doug Christie can get away with that for a little while, being that type of person that gets everybody together? And what I mean a little while, maybe it's a year, maybe it's the first 3 months of the season and then somebody else to take over. But how long do you think he can be, if you think he can be, that guy that kind of galvanizes everyone?
Well, I think he definitely is a leader of men, right? So that's something that I'll say about Doug. Like, you can find one person total that I've heard that has a negative word to say about Doug Christie. And I don't think any of us are listening to that person at all. Outside of that, like, everybody respects Doug. They like Doug. You just go talk to the media members. Like, we're all close with Doug because he was one of us for a long time. But at the same time, like, he's going to have to find his voice, and it can't just be with the young guys. It can't just be as a team as a whole. Sometimes it's hard having hard discussions with veterans. And that's something that I think Doug is going to have to grow into. And it's something that I don't know that he was fully prepared to do last season. Having a meeting with the starters only, that's one thing. But pulling aside a veteran and saying, hey, like, look, I can't have you doing that anymore. If you're not going to play defense, or if you're going to take X amount of shots, or you're going to force things, or you're not going to play within the flow, or I'm going to set this standard that every 8 seconds is a whole new thing in the shot clock. The first 8, we're bringing the ball over. The second 8, we're getting into our offensive set. And the third 8 minutes the third 8 seconds is like panic mode and get it to somebody who can score. I can't have you getting into the final 8 seconds with 20 seconds on the shot clock. And so those are things that Doug is going to have to put his foot down, and he's going to have to learn how to do that, because that's not always easy, especially when, Doug is a player who, understands the hierarchy better than anybody of not just an NBA locker room, but the stars on your team. And, in order to win over the stars, you've got to hold people accountable. And that is the one thing I will say about De'Aaron Fox. Like, a lot of people can say whatever they want about De'Aaron Fox, but De'Aaron Fox always wanted to be coached hard and always wanted to be directed. And like, it's not that he was okay with Mike Brown yelling at him. He was okay with Mike Brown going out in the media and calling him out for making a bad foul against Detroit. De'Aaron's always been okay with that, because that's how he was raised, with somebody in his ear yelling at him and coaching him in a very loud and aggressive manner. And it's something he looks for in a coach. And so, but not every player is that way, and some players shut down. So it's just kind of weird. I don't know how this team pieces everything together, and there's so many moving parts, and a lot of them are temporary.
Do you think, how much was Doug going at it kind of alone last year? Casey has brought this up as to one of the traumatic incidents of last season, of obviously the Mike Brown firing. But there is really uncomfortable circumstances regarding Mike Brown's firing, and, the things that involve Luke Loutz and Jay Triano and so on. How much, and you pointed this out in real time, Doug is testy because he's exhausted. how much of last year in that final stretch did he really go at it by himself?
Oh, like a lot. I mean, it wasn't just, I've told you guys this before, but when they fired Mike and they elevated Doug, they didn't replace Doug. And then when Luke Laux decided to walk away, again, first of all, there was always going to be friction there because that's Mike's guy. And it's Mike's guy that didn't get the job, to be honest with you. Like Luke Laux is one of those guys who probably in line in a lot of situations to become like an interim head coach or, coach in waiting type deal. Like as far as Jay Triano, I know that there was some friction between Jay and some of the younger guys on the staff. But I don't think like Doug was going at it alone. He had some support pieces there that he relied on. And, and I don't think those were people that you thought. It was sort of tertiary people, people on the fringe of the coaching staff originally who had bigger roles with Doug than they did with Mike. But then on top of that, I've mentioned this before, Leandro Barbosa, at one point he tore his quad and had to have surgery and missed time. And then he had a family situation out of the country and was gone for a bunch of time. And so Doug really was isolated. He was isolated with a team that wasn't playing that well, that was struggling to finish the season, that had lost their rudder in De'Aaron Fox and was trying to adjust on the fly. And, like just to hold it together was pretty bold. Like to have a winning record last season, just Doug by himself, was pretty impressive. Like the final outcome of them getting stomped in the play-in game isn't what anybody wanted to see, but that doesn't mean that Doug didn't hold that thing together with like Scotch tape, and a bunch of strong words. It's just, how does that work out this year? And that's why I think it's really good that they brought in a guy like Mike Woodson. They brought in a guy like Mike Miller. Like these are guys with tons of NBA, both head coaching and assistant coaching experience that can really, really support Doug and give him sort of like take on some of the things, because that was the other. Doug wasn't handing off anything. He wasn't delegating anything, because he kept saying
Probably didn't
like,
trust anybody.
well, he kept saying it's on me. Like no matter what, it's on me. So he's out there doing his own scouts, doing his own scouting reports and stuff. And you're like, man, you just can't take on all of that. It's such a big job, and you don't know it until you're in it. And then when you're in it, it's like you're looking around like, who can I trust? And I don't think he had a lot of trust with a lot of the coaches that were around him. And that's why a lot of the coaches that were around him aren't back. And that's not an indictment on anybody. That's just like, you fired a head coach in the middle of the season. And like that head coach had brought in that staff because they were his people. They were not Doug's people. And Doug wasn't one of Mike's people. Doug was a holdover, a franchise guy, but then a holdover from Luke Walton's staff. And so, there's always going to be a little bit of friction there as well, because you're always wondering like, okay, are you one of my people or are you a franchise guy? And so, it's complicated like this. The interpersonal relationships of an NBA team are just like crazy and wild and filled with egos and filled with, random people in your ear and all kinds of crazy stuff.
The Christie sitting there like, oh man, Luke Laux scouting report said leave Steph Curry open. I'm just following. Just following what he told me to do.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you're not walking into that show, Kenny, by yourself without a rundown that you didn't write, right? That rundown you put together, so you know what you're doing in the first block and the second block and hour number 3 and what guests you have coming in. Like you built that thing, and you built it because you're going to try to hold on for 4 hours and follow some sort of script and get you through it. Well, if you just let somebody else that you don't really have a lot of trust in write that script for you, and you go out on the air and you got to talk about topics that you don't feel all that comfortable with, it's going to get a little dicey.
And that's the thing. It's the trust.
Yeah.
Like
it's a trust.
KC should be able to rely on me. I should be able to rely on KC. Doug should be able to rely on his staff. And it felt like for a variety of different circumstances, that couldn't happen. which
Yeah.
is why he was yelling at Matt George for the last 3 weeks of the season. I think he got Jeremiah too. Like he got someone else.
He got Jeremiah. Yeah, Jeremiah. Like for whatever reason, first of all, he can't catch a foul ball. Poor Jeremiah.
Our brother's had a tough week. Yeah.
Yeah, he has had a
Great
tough
work,
week.
but he's had a tough week.
Yeah. But also, you know, like it depends on the delivery, and sometimes someone's delivery isn't even intentional, but it comes across as accusatory. And I'm telling you, man, I've known Doug for a long time. That dude was absolutely exhausted, like hanging on by a thread. And that's the job, but he was thrust into that job and literally had no training wheels at all. No training wheels and probably 2 tires that were really, really low on air. And you're like, oh boy, how am I going to get to the finish line with this thing? And, you know, he kept saying it. I'm trying to fix an airplane in the air. And it's like, okay, well, get the landing gear down just in case you don't, you know, make sure that you're able to land it at least.
When we come back, though, I want to ask James more about that.
Okay. Well, Casey will ask James about fixing airplanes in the air when Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, yeah. Good job, Dodgers. Threw away the lead. Good job, you jackasses. There we go. Yeah.
Wow.
I like that.
Poor Kike Hernandez.
But they took Ohtani out and it went bad.
Yeah. They gave up the game tying hit, threw it to third, and the guy was like, oh, no, there goes the guy going to second. Let me throw it to second and get him out, and throws it in the right field.
No.
And the guy at third scores after the throwing error.
I become one of them crazy Peloton people. I was exhausted this morning. I was like, man, I got to get my ride in. 7 days in a row. Got to get my ride in, man. Come on.
I'm a maniac.
Got it in, though.
Didn't Casey have like a Peloton to hang his laundry on or something like that?
Yep.
We
Yep.
don't do that anymore.
Did you get a bike?
Yeah, Katie had one.
Oh, got it.
We'd had it. We just hadn't like set it up, renewed the subscription and all that. So we did it. Got the shoes and the whole thing. Man, I love it.
Really?
I love it. Yeah.
We have one. Sarah uses it. I don't use it. And we have a Peloton.
I love it.
We have a Peloton treadmill too.
Okay. Ask Sarah how that is. I've been wondering about those.
Yeah, I think she really likes it. I have an old treadmill that like I used to sell one years ago when I did sporting goods, and I use that. I don't use the other treadmill. So we have 2 treadmills sitting side by side, and a lot of times we'll go down and like go for walks.
James doesn't want to get cussed out while he's on the treadmill like he would on a Peloton.
Yeah. No, and like she's had the Peloton. It was in our room forever. So, you know, they sit there and yell at you the whole time. I don't want to get yelled at. So, yeah. Also, I don't know that my back can handle the bike. Yeah. We'll see. I'm getting closer and closer to my back being not as much a concern. So I've been doing a lot of work.
Uh-oh, he's testing your theory. James
James
Ham,
first man to beat a back injury. James Ham.
I am.
At an advanced age too. Let's go, Hammer.
Advanced stage. Look at that. You're calling me advanced stage.
Yeah, you're fighting for the likes of Matt Stafford and Dwight Howard and Steve Nash and Larry
James
Bird.
Howard.
Yeah, I went and hit golf balls for the first time in like probably 5 years, 4 or 5 years.
Wow.
A couple of days ago, and I paid for it like the next day. I was sore, but just, you know, again, my back is to a point where I can actually do it.
This game looks like it might be.
Looks like you're dropping a little weight. I can see it. I noticed it earlier today, but like I could see it in your face.
Yeah, I'm down around 17, 18 pounds.
There you go.
And I've gained a ton of muscle.
Good for you. That's great.
The kid, he hit a rock at the third. The third baseman caught it. The third base was like, "Ah, what?" Sir, it went right to you. You didn't have
Whatever.
to.
Yeah, we're not gonna take him serious until they lead off too.
I used to love. Oh man,
Let the kids lead off.
I was just going to tell everybody what I missed, and Jesse was like, "Oh, we're back."
Guess we'll never know.
Guess we'll never know. You wanted James to expand on something when we got back.
Yeah, we were talking about the coaching situation and how chaotic it was
With Doug and Mike and the staff. Yeah.
And, I've talked about a number of different times how that potentially could be something in favor of the Kings having a little bit more stability and potentially being a little better than they were last year. But I've never heard James kind of talk about it. How much of a benefit do you think that would be to have cohesion on the coaching staff and have Doug Christie not doing every single thing and being able to delegate? Do you think that could result in wins or a better locker room or a more cohesive locker room that goes towards winning?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, like, look, a coaching staff is like having a really good staff is so important. Like having Mike Woodson on this staff is incredibly important. Because he's got so much experience doing this that it's going to be like second nature. Like Doug won't even have to delegate as much as Mike will just say, "Hey man, I got you. I'll go take care of this stuff, this, and this for you." And then Mike will delegate that to somebody. Like there's going to be a way in which this thing should work really well where Doug can stay fresh himself. He's still going to be hyper focused. He's still going to like work his butt off to make sure that he's trying to fix every problem that they have. But I think at the NBA level, we all know that like there's only so much you can do. Like you can a great coach can help you win a couple extra games, right? And a great system can help you make a 6 or an 8 year playoff run versus like a 1 or 2 or 3, 4 year playoff run, right? Like having that sort of structure and all that stuff in place that can help you. But at the end of the day, like you can't make somebody taller, and you can't make somebody move their feet faster. At least not all the time. I mean, sometimes you can work with them and the training staff during the summer, but you can't make somebody into a shot blocker that's not a shot blocker, and you can't. Doug Christie doesn't get to play defense, and he doesn't get to hit 3-pointers, and he doesn't get to be a secondary playmaker for this team. He has to rely on the players to actually do that. So there's always going to be a limit as to what a coach can do. And it's why, the San Antonio Spurs, like we talked about earlier, today is David Robinson's 60th birthday, which just makes me feel really old. Yeah, but also, Greg Popovich, he took over that Spurs team the year that David Robinson missed a year with back surgery. And they were so bad that they got the first pick in the draft. The first pick in the draft became Tim Duncan. They had Twin Towers. They won championships. Well, Greg Popovich, I think we all consider one of the greatest coaches of all time. And Greg Popovich hasn't won anything since Tim Duncan retired. Like you can be a great coach, but, I think Phil Jackson was a smart enough man to know that once Michael Jordan wasn't going to play anymore and you got your 6 championships there, you should probably go somewhere where they have the next Michael Jordan and go coach the Lakers and win another 3 championships. So like having good players is a really big deal. And at this point, like Doug doesn't have that. We talked about this the other day, Kenny, like, the best player, you don't want Domas to be your best player, but you also need a first best player that's way better than what any of the players the Kings have, and so like having that 1A, it doesn't just help the players around you kind of fit into a structure better. It helps your head coach. You got somebody out there who's willing to take the big shots, who's willing to do all of the dirty work that we don't consider dirty work, the scoring, the consistency, the bringing the fire, like rallying the troops on the court and getting them to go one direction. Like when you don't have that, it's tough on the coach as well, because he's going to be the one who has to carry some of that, but also who has to figure out like what exactly is my pecking order, and a pecking order should naturally just work itself out. But you're a young coach. Like, we don't know how this is going to work out fully with Doug, and hopefully it does. It works out well, but it's still tough.
You talk about, it helps to have really good players. Kings, of course, had De'Aaron Fox last year until they didn't. He's a member of the San Antonio Spurs. We were on the air together, the Insiders and D'Lo and KC, when news of that contract is broke, that De'Aaron Fox signed that 4-year contract with the San Antonio Spurs. A lot has been written by the NBA media about that contract in recent days. What do you think about it? You covered De'Aaron his entire career. He's off to San Antonio. He's going to be in a completely different type of role. That's a team that's banking on their young guys being great, but they locked him up as one of their high-priced players. Was that the right move for San Antonio, or is that something they're going to look on in a couple of years as De'Aaron being more disposable?
Yeah, so I don't want to be hypocritical here, because if he would have signed that deal in Sacramento, we all would have applauded. Like just being honest, like, we would have all been like, all right, you got De'Aaron locked up for, the next 6 years. So like that would have been something that I think everybody kind of celebrated here in Sacramento. The outside probably would have had the same murmurs. Like, you're giving a bunch of money to a guy who made it to one playoff series and lost that playoff series.
That's right. Yeah.
And couldn't get out of the play-in game the next season, right? So I think it's one of those things where, like, look, I don't know that San Antonio had a bunch of options. I also know that, like, when you're dealing with De'Aaron, you're dealing with Rich Paul, and that matters when you're San Antonio, because there's going to be a bunch of other players that are Rich Paul guys, and like, you're trying to build something, and you might need Rich Paul to help you build that thing. But I just, the contract is high. It is. And, like, is De'Aaron a max money player? He's really close to a max money player, but, most of the players that make that type of money, like, we talk about the Domas money of $47 million that he makes, like, in the last year of his deal, tack on another 10 million. And that's what De'Aaron got. I mean, basically average annual salary of $57 million a year. It's just so much money. And you better be a 1A. And I don't care if there's another 1A on your team, you better still be a 1A. You just better have 2 1As, because that money is going up and beyond what it is, that even like a Domas makes. So, like, look, do I hate the deal? I don't hate the deal. But I also don't look at the deal in the same way that I hear some people who are like, oh, well, if one of these 2 young point guards develop, you just trade De'Aaron. It's like, good luck with that. I mean, good luck with finding a team in year 2 that's going to come up with $53 million or $46 million to match salary or whatever. That's just going to be really tough to do. And, we saw it a couple of years ago when teams had the option between trading for De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese Halliburton didn't make any money. De'Aaron Fox was on, the early stages of that second contract where he's making 30-something million dollars a year, but like low 30s. And people weren't jumping at that contract then. So, basically double that contract. And that's just, for me, it's a tough investment. And I hope that, De'Aaron has a ton of success there. But that's a lot of money.
There is one team that we talked about that I forgot could make a move for De'Aaron Fox, and it actually all fits out well.
Well, to be clear, it wouldn't be that team making a move for De'Aaron Fox.
You're right. It'd be the Spurs making a move for that player. And I thought about the Giannis aspect of it. Giannis would be the one guy who the money's match up. De'Aaron's probably a little older than the Bucks would want when you talk about restarting or building around. But, I mean, he still maybe could be under 30, and you get a bunch of picks. And that's – I agree with you. I thought it would be very, very difficult to trade De'Aaron Fox on that contract. That was the one that I thought about, well, this actually probably does work. San Antonio might be looking for a guy like Giannis in a year or two, if Giannis ever says he wants out.
Yeah, that's always a possibility. I also think, like, if you're the Bucks, you're looking at the other guys. You're looking at, like, how do you get Dylan Harper? How do you get Castle? How do you get Vassell? Just because if you're the Bucks, you're starting over and you don't want a 28-year-old, 27, 28-year-old. And even like I think we were talking about this the other day. The final year of De'Aaron's new contract, he's 32, making $63 million. That's a lot of money.
It's crazy.
63, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And so, like, look, you might be onto something. They might look at the deal there for Giannis down the road. But like the Bucks would have to have a whole bunch of other players like lined up and ready. And I mean, we see how difficult it is to build a team around Giannis in Milwaukee. How much more difficult would it be to build a team around De'Aaron in Milwaukee for basically the same money?
Well, I don't think they're trying to build around De'Aaron. I think they're probably working on the process of starting over.
Well, that's why I would say they would ask for your young players as opposed to Fox. And then that's where it becomes an issue. Is there going to be a way that you could afford Fox, Wemby making $40 million, in his second contract or even more, and then Giannis making, 60 plus? And the answer is probably not, because I mean, you're already, if you had all three of those players right now, a 40 and 260s, you're already looking at like that's $160 million in cap space. You're right. You're over the salary cap. You add 3 or 4 players and you're in the luxury tax, like a long ways into it. So yeah, it just becomes really difficult to build a team like that. And again, like, I don't think the Bucks would take a De'Aaron Fox in the swap for Giannis, because you're not going to be able to build the team around De'Aaron either. You know what I'm saying? You still have a $60-something million contract on your books, and that's nearly, if you're starting over, it's really difficult to build up with that.
So do you think that contract was a mistake?
I mean, I don't know if it was a mistake. I just like team building and stuff wise, like if they could have got De'Aaron Fox at 45, that would have made a lot more sense than 57 annual. Because that's a big difference. That's a big difference in your ability to trade a player, your ability to do everything. And, I don't begrudge De'Aaron for taking every dollar that he can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, if you're building a club, the Spurs have had a long history of getting guys like that to take less than max money. And that's not what you did right here. Like, even I don't think Tim Duncan ever got full max money. And if he did, it was like only a handful of the years he was there, not the entire time. A lot of guys in San Antonio take less than the market value.
He did threaten to go to the Orlando Magic once.
They did.
It was an all-time great story.
I know that's not how these things work, but I'm just looking at like the guys, if you wanted to move on from De'Aaron, and the guys that make that type of money, number one, I don't know if you would move on from them. And obviously, like, you can package 2 $25 million a year players and, do it that way. But we're talking about, Jaylen Brown. Maybe that might be a guy. We're talking about Jimmy Butler, Jokic, Booker, Towns. Like, I can't imagine San Antonio trading De'Aaron Fox for one of these type of guys. So outside of the Giannis one and the Jaylen Brown one, I didn't realize he made that much money. I don't know who you would move De'Aaron Fox for in that situation. That
Zach
both
LaVine
sides.
and someone's first round pick.
There you go.
There it is.
Cap filler. Yeah. Cap filler.
So good, but like I said, though, good for De'Aaron getting that money, getting that bag. He's definitely earned it, and now things will change because he's got that price tag on him. So it's not going to be, you got the price tag and you got Wemby. It's not going to be cute.
Yeah, your coverage is going to change. Yeah, it's
going to be, it's not going to be cute to be in the first round.
Yes, it's not going to be James Ham kindly asking you questions after your latest 4 of 10 shooting performance. It's going to be Stephen A. Smith ripping you for 90 straight minutes talking about how Wemby needs a true superstar next to him.
Yeah. No, that's a tough thing, man. Like, you're going to have a magnifying glass on you. And like, look, I think that team's going to probably, there's a good chance they'll play Christmas Day. You know,
Yeah.
like now, like
Yep.
everyone wants to watch Wemby
Absolutely.
play, and like the spotlight is going to be on you now. Like if
I
Fox
believe
performs,
we had San Antonio and New York. I believe that was our matchup. We have the Spurs at the Garden.
We should figure out how many we get right.
Yeah, well, I wrote them down.
got
I
'em
need to
down?
write them a little clearer because I wrote a bunch of team. Every time we listed a team, I wrote it down, and then I just started drawing arrows to who we.
What did you do that one time? You put notes and it was just like De'Aaron. You're like, I don't know why I wrote that.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah,
There
I
was
still
so
have
many
my
we get
notes from
right.
my conversation with De'Aaron, and I can't figure out what most of them mean. But
you got to use that big whiteboard behind you.
yeah, that's what it is. We have Spurs. We have Spurs. We went so far as to assign them Spurs at Knicks. We did that. I think we swayed KC on doing Lakers and Mavericks.
Begrudgingly.
Very begrudgingly went with that one, but we went Lakers and Mavs on Christmas Day.
Oh yeah.
We did Warriors and Rockets. Let's see, Warriors, Rockets.
Then we have OKC.
I think that's Boston.
Yeah, Boston at OKC.
That's what it was.
The movie theater
Yep.
game.
Boston at OKC. Yep.
Mhm.
And then Clippers, Nuggets for the nightcap.
Oh yeah, there you go. Good call.
We put like the Thunder on Christmas Eve.
They don't even have no games on Christmas Eve. Just have them there by themselves.
Yeah, like maybe a Christmas special or something for the Thunder. They don't need to be
Boy,
on Christmas.
That Clippers Nuggets game is not moving me at all. But
None of the 7:00 games do ever.
yeah, that's true.
I don't know that Clippers team. I don't know.
Yeah, both. I mean, let's be honest. Both of those teams are pretty good.
I think so.
Oh yeah, they both.
I
loaded.
love. It didn't happen when I was here. I love that Chris Paul went back to the Clippers.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Absolutely love that.
Yeah, I think there's a clear-cut top 4 in the West. I think it's
OKC, Houston, Denver, and the Clippers.
yeah.
I
Okay.
agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
it's possible the Lakers.
Okay. I was gonna say y'all are really down on the Lakers.
Well, I would say that's the 5th.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the 5th team. I don't know outside of that. Like,
Well, I'm glad everyone has come around on how I feel about the Timberwolves. Then ain't nobody thinking about their asses.
They might be 6. They might be better than the Warriors.
Might be. No, they might be. The Warriors are the one, and I'm hesitant to say this because they'll pop out of the casket like that zombie and Thriller. I don't think that team is. I think that was a post trade deadline adrenaline rush. It was a good basketball team. Obviously, Steph gets hurt. Like you don't really know how it could have ended, but I don't know that they're doing that for 82.
I agree.
And that's where I just kind of get stuck on like, could they be a 40-something win? Like they're not going to be a bad basketball team unless Steph isn't playing.
Right.
Like that's probably they're not ascending though. That's a 46 win basketball, 46, 47 win basketball team.
even like they don't have a something that you're pinning your hopes to for the future at all.
Oh God, no.
No.
Pods.
No, the Warriors are starting over, right? Well, I mean, Pods, I'm gonna put him in the same level of prospect as Neek Clifford.
Well, Kenny was being sarcastic. He doesn't like Pods.
No,
yeah,
I do
yeah.
like Pods. My mom doesn't like Pods.
No.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Pods is somewhere probably between, again, Devin Carter and Neek Clifford as far as like the level of player that you expect him to be. So,
and if there is one thing you don't want to be, it's in the category of Devin Carter.
We almost went the whole day. We almost went the whole day.
Boy.
Hey, I'm going to keep saying this. The Warriors would be a much better team if they just made the deal for Malik Monk. Figure out what you got to do with Buddy Hield. Like, I don't care. Like, figure out what you got to do with Moses Moody. You don't want to play him anyways.
Yeah, that's the crazy. Maybe holding on to Moses Moody and give him the scraps of the minutes every year.
Yeah, they act like they played Moses Moody 40 minutes last year. Oh, we don't want to move on from him. What?
Yeah.
They give him the scraps all the time and just never want to trade him.
Yeah, I mean, even like we talk about that deal, like if you were to throw, like say you throw Moody into that deal, with the Kings, and so is Moody and Kuminga. And then going back, you throw in like Devin Carter, and you might have to have
Love
one
it.
more.
Love it
contract.
already.
That might actually balance out some of the salary issue. And then the Kings, it would be on the Kings to go find a way to dump salary. Like, but I do think that there's a way for the Kings.
Don't dump no salary. You're gonna go sign someone after you do that. You get Devin's ass out of here. You trade Malik. You can take Moses Moody back. You get Jonathan Kuminga, and you go sign Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, but you're way over the luxury tax.
Don't care, James.
Don't care.
Don't care. You put me on an apron if you want to.
Put me on an apron.
Hey, I mean that's a good question though. If you were the Kings, would you give up an unprotected pick if it meant you got Moody and Kuminga, and it swap that again, if you like, you can send Saric. Let's just say you package the whole deal. You do Saric and Devin Carter along with Malik Monk. Then what they could do is they can waive Saric and drop back and lose some money off the cap, and stretch provision him. And then the Kings would have to find a way to get rid of some money, but not as much. I mean, it'd be like 8-10 million you'd have to get rid of. So anyway,
I'd strongly consider that, because you're getting two guys. You're trying to get younger and all this other stuff, and you're getting two guys under 25. I think Moody's still under 25. He probably like 20. He was a freshman when he came out, so he's probably like 23, 24 years old.
You just totally mock the Warriors. Like, we'll take your 2 timelines.
Yeah, 23.
We got our own 2 timelines.
Yeah, there you go, James. Go call somebody. Yeah, go make it happen.
Yeah, that's a good one, Hammer. Let's get that done. As long as it includes Devin, Malik, and Devin, and your pick. You get that to San Francisco.
Boy, you got something going on here with Devin. I
don't know what it is, man.
I'm feeling something different, some vibe from you.
It seems to get worse by the day. That young man didn't do anything to me. Didn't even get to play a full year last year. Went into the season hurt. There's just something about him that agitates me. I can't figure it out. I don't know what it is. It's just I'm just bothered by him. And I can't see a scenario where he becomes a good basketball player. Or certainly they can't play him at point guard, man. Like that's if that's really the plan, this is just bad news for everybody. If that's something that they're really considering doing, they cannot play that kid at point guard.
I don't think he's going to be playing all that much. So I mean, if he's here, I don't think that there's
all
a big
the more
issue.
reason he should be somewhere else.
Yeah.
He is a Monty McNair stain that remains on this organization. Yo, like you're giggling at, man. I'm not wrong.
You're right. You're 100% correct. Monty McNair. That was
still have no logical explanation as to why this happened.
That was the nail in the coffin for me. Monty McNair with that, and not even just Devin Carter, but the scenario. I'm going to assume you knew he needed surgery. Why would you do that?
I'll frame this better. Give Devin a fresh start. Give Devin an opportunity to go play somewhere. Give him an opportunity in a backcourt that's not crowded. Give him an opportunity where he can go get minutes and play ball.
Yes.
I'll frame it in a better way.
Because I think you agree with this too. I still think you're dealing with an NBA player. I think he's an NBA player, rotational guy.
Yeah, the G League is the NBA.
Let's see that.
I'm glad I stayed out of this conversation.
Dame trying to send him to the big 3 down there.
Oh, you should. Hey, Dame, go listen to the clip of Nancy Lieberman telling everybody what she thinks of Jeff Teague after his take on Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I saw that clip.
All right,
yeah.
I'll go pull it up now. We're going to head over to 102.5. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with James and Kyle, the Insiders, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Connecticut Little League. Other way, James. Other way. Got to be this way.
Let's see.
Should have got the balloons.
I still have never seen
Yes!
it. Hey!
Yes.
Look at that. That was first time seeing it.
It's a Apple FaceTime situation. So you're on a Mac, right, James?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Ryan loves when that happens.
That's terrific.
That's amazing.
That's
all right.
terrific. All right, y'all. We're gonna shut down. We got work to do. We appreciate you guys as always. We will see you tomorrow.